The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, The Beginning of Chaos. Let's not talk about the battle in Brazil. In Los Angeles, Kai has already been involved in a lawsuit. Since he discovered Bobby's serial murder case, Kai thought that since the person behind the scenes was looking for targets through the internet and tempting the targets to kill and sacrifice, it would be unreasonable for him to only find Bobby. So after Kai returned to the police station, he began to search the police files for similar cases in Los Angeles recently. If you don't check, you won't know. There are as many as 16 cases of body dumping in the West District alone, of which 11 meet the characteristics of sacrifice. These are the ones that have been discovered. I really don't know how many have not been discovered. Kai immediately asked Barry to take out the files of the 11 cases and check the common characteristics in them. It was found that although the fatal injuries of these 11 bodies were various, there were still many common characteristics on the bodies, such as the presence of spices and the characteristics of heavy blood loss. The police did not combine these dozen cases before because there were no other common characteristics except for these 2 points. In addition, there was no connection between the victims themselves, and there were men, women, young and old, so it was not regarded as a serial murder case. But after getting Bobby's confession, all of this can be linked together. Kai quickly sorted out these cases and reported them. Of course, Kai would not tell the truth and say that this was a sacrificial murder. He could only attribute it to a cult murder case. In Kai's report, this was a new type of cult murder case, which used the internet as a carrier to find the target and bewitch the murder. After being reported, the higher-ups also took it seriously. For the police, serial murders are of course troublesome, but if there is no clue to more than a dozen murders, it would be a big trouble. Now at least there are clues, and the public can be given an explanation for the time being. Moreover, once a serial murder case is solved, it will definitely be a great achievement. So the higher-ups tend to investigate it together. At the same time, the West District Police Department also reported to the General Administration as quickly as possible, hoping to screen it throughout the city. Because this cannot happen only in the West District. The simplest example is that Bobby is not from the West District, he lives in San Marino. Soon the General Administration also issued a joint investigation notice to each branch and the surrounding areas of Los Angeles. The other branches did not perfunctorily handle the matter. Each of them reported similar cases. I have to say that Los Angeles is called a crime city, and it is not really a bad thing. There are as many as 149 cases reported in the entire Los Angeles city. After Kai's screening, only 30 cases were excluded. This is just Los Angeles City, not the Los Angeles District. According to Kai's estimation, if the entire greater Los Angeles is counted together, it will exceed 300, which will not be surprising to Kai. In this way, the West District where Kai is located is relatively good. Yes, the West District has always been the most prosperous area in Los Angeles. Many rich people live here, and the public security is really good. If there are too few common features on several corpses, it can only be attributed to coincidence. And it is not easy to count and combine the cases. However, if the same features appear on hundreds of corpses, it cannot be simply attributed to coincidence. No one believes that so many corpses will appear at the same time by coincidence. Basically, the serial murder case has been hammered. Now the entire Los Angeles police force was alarmed. This answer is the biggest case in Los Angeles in recent decades. Hundreds of people were killed. Absolutely sensational. And this is what has been discovered so far, and it is unknown how many have not been discovered. However, Los Angeles was not panicking at this point. Why? Because this case had to be handed over to the FBI. According to U.S. law, cases with a major impact on society must be handed over to the FBI for handling. In this case, the Los Angeles police were secondary responsible. Even if they participated in this case, they would only be arranged to help out and become the assisting party. So they were not in a hurry. Even if they were to take the blame, it would not be just them. The FBI also reacted quickly. After receiving the notification from the Los Angeles police, they immediately organized elite troops to go to Los Angeles. There were more than 100 people in this investigation team alone. This shows how much importance this case has received. Of course, it's not just the FBI. Hey. I now realize that you SHIELD are definitely vultures. Wherever bad things happen, you always get involved as quickly as possible. Kai looked at the old acquaintance in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that SHIELD was really hard-working. And the FBI was really miserable. Phil showed his signature smile and did not refute Kai's ridicule. After all, they were really like that in SHIELD. You know why we are here? Kai's relationship with the Winchester brothers could not be hidden from SHIELD, and Kai never wanted to hide it. In fact, if SHIELD hadn't helped behind the scenes, the Winchester brothers would have been in prison 800 years ago. In fact, SHIELD has always known about the existence of demon hunters, and has also given these demon hunters some help in their ability. Otherwise, with the unproductive and rude style of those demon hunters, they would have been on the wanted list long ago. But I still need to confirm whether this matter is really related to witchcraft. Looking at Phil, Kai curled his lips and almost blurted out that this matter was originally SHIELD's fault. It is indeed related to witchcraft. Kai did not hide anything from SHIELD. As the chief brother of the Winchester brothers, it was nothing to be surprised about knowing the existence of witchcraft. However, I heard an even more ridiculous statement from Bobby. What? Phil asked with great interest. Although the investigation team had arrived, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not immediately participate in the interrogation. After all, this was an FBI case. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was very upset about pitting the FBI, they had to give it the respect it deserved. Otherwise, the FBI would be upset. They always borrowed other people's names, so they had to give face. He said they were offering sacrifices to Ares. Phil's level was too low, and he didn't know much about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs regarding the Ares statue. After all, the confidentiality level of the Ares statue was level 9, and Phil was only a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ares. Phil was also confused. After all, modern people, even if they were involved in cults, would mostly talk about God, and rarely would they choose an ancient Greek god. Seeing that Phil's confused face was not fake, Kai was also a little disappointed. If Phil knew, he could use some tricks to get clues about the statue from him. Well, Bobby knows a little ancient Greek, and he saw the word Ares in the prayers those people gave him. Kai immediately lost interest. He didn't need to show too much interest in this matter, otherwise, when he stole the statue from S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be easy to be suspected. Anything else you need to remind me of? No. After all, you are all veterans, and you don't need me to remind you. The key to this case is not to rely on clues on the body, but on the internet. This case is not an ordinary serial murder case. The murderer is not one person, but very likely a group of people, and this group of people is very likely recruited by the mastermind from the internet. After all, according to what Bobby said, the other party found him through the internet. In this case, then start on the internet. As long as we catch who is behind it, everything will be clear. Phil nodded, and finally started to repeat the old tune. Kai, I think you really need to consider joining our S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, as you can see, your abilities are not limited to these ordinary criminal cases. You have a broader space to play, and this is something only our S.H.I.E.L.D. can give you, Phil said sincerely. Kai tilted his head and looked at Phil, looking at Phil very speechlessly. Phil. Honestly, how can you tell that I became a policeman for my future? Kai spread his hands. What do you mean by future? Shame on you every day. Every time you show up, you need to wear an FBI vest. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. protect the world's safety, Carlson blurted out. We protect the people so that they can't get access to information they are not ready for. Kai stopped him and said, these things may work to fool young people who have just entered society, but for me? Forget it. You always say you want to recruit me. Well, if I leave the police and join S.H.I.E.L.D., what can you give me? How high a position, or do I have to start from the bottom? Phil was stunned, and the corners of his mouth moved. Regarding your treatment, only after you pass our S.H.I.E.L.D. assessment. Then he couldn't say anything more. What's the point of assessment? With Kai's arrogant personality, would he accept the assessment? But soon he cheered up. But you are a special recruitment. We can give you a higher treatment. How high? Level 4 agent. As soon as he entered S.H.I.E.L.D., he started as a level 4 agent, which was a very high starting point. What level of agent are you? But Kai asked this. Me. Phil hesitated. After all, his identity was also confidential. But thinking of Kai's ability, he felt that he could express his sincerity appropriately. Level 8 agent. Kai's reaction immediately became, are you kidding me? Phil didn't quite understand. Kai had to explain to him, "Look, I'm successful now." Phil nodded. He was in his 20s and became the head of the serious crime team of a large city police station. He was indeed young and promising. Because no matter which country the police are from, there is a serious custom of seniority. After all, old police are better than young police. But what about Kai? He has been a policeman for 3 years and has already reached this position. He can definitely consider becoming the director of a police station before he is 30. I have no shortage of merits or connections. I don't even lack money. Even if I don't dare to do anything, I will definitely be promoted this year. At least I will become a middle-level manager. I have nothing better to do than to run to your place and be an errand boy. Kai changed his posture and continued, "Look at me now. I can do whatever I want. The director won't care about me. If I join you, will I have such a big autonomy?" Phil pursed his lips and had nothing to say. "Look, wealth, status, fame, you can't give me any of them. Why should I join you? But we are protecting the world. This is more important than anything else." Phil was anxious. He thought Kai was lying. Since you are not short of money and are willing to be a small policeman, you must have a longing for justice in your heart. And our cause is justice. You should play a bigger role, so, I want to be your little brother. Phil was killed by this sentence. Not to mention him, even Nick Fury couldn't make Kai a senior agent overnight. Don't say such remarks that are obviously used to exploit stupid boys. We are all adults. Kai showed a different smile. Besides, how can you guarantee that you are definitely righteous? Of course we are. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You always say that you are righteous. Then tell me, who supervises you? We police are supervised by the government, public opinion, and the people. But what about you, Shield? You don't show up in front of people at all, and neither public opinion nor the people even know you? As for the government, what kind of supervision can an organization that has never existed talk about? No, we are supervised by the World Security Council, Phil said quickly. Bullshit, Kai said disdainfully. Do you think I will believe that an organization with only a few people can govern such a huge organization as yours? I guess you Shield don't take them seriously. Phil had nothing to say. He was an agent of Shield and knew too well the attitude of these agents towards the Security Council. They just thought that these old men and women were troublemakers who did nothing but pointed fingers. In fact, most of Shield's actions were indeed out of the supervision of the Security Council. Look, absolute power leads to absolute corruption. You all just do your own thing. How can you guarantee that you are always righteous? Rely on personal moral constraints? No way, no way, no way. Do you really believe this? You are an agent, man. Phil still had nothing to say. What Shield has been working on is to establish an organization that can maintain world peace outside of governments. But how can this organization guarantee their fairness and justice? Phil still failed to convince Kai in the end and could only leave in disgrace. After Phil left, Barry came to Kai's office. This case was so sensational that Barry felt he had to do something. Boss, are we really going to hand over the case like this? Kai looked up at Barry and nodded. This is the decision from above. This case is too big. The manpower and material resources that need to be mobilized are not what we can afford. Our responsibility is to maintain the normal order of the entire city. It is impossible to put all the resources in. This is the meaning of the existence of the FBI. In any case, the resources of a city's police station are limited. But federal agencies are different. They can mobilize much more power. Then we really don't do anything. You really want to participate in the investigation? Yeah, Barry nodded vigorously. Then go, Kai said indifferently. Really? Why? Who doesn't allow you to go? Kai asked curiously. Although this case is under the control of the FBI, there is no rule that the local police cannot intervene. In fact, if the Los Angeles police are a little tougher, it doesn't matter if they don't hand over the right to investigate. At most, they can just argue. You can investigate with the investigation team, with colleagues from the serious crime team, or by yourself. Great. Barry was very excited. Kai looked at Barry's clean smile and was very happy in his heart. No matter what, people like Barry would not be annoying. However, there are some things Kai must remind Barry. Kai looked outside and found that the door was closed. Kai waved his hand and asked Barry to come over. Remember, you must be prepared all the time recently. I think something big will happen. At that time, the Flash must be dispatched. Barry was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Kai said that, he immediately became serious. Understood. The flash is always ready. Yeah, Kai nodded. After Barry went out, Kai thought about it and picked up the phone. Hello, Diana, it's me. Just as the police began to investigate this large-scale serial murder case, Bruce Banner finally returned to the United States, and by chance he ran into his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. Betty Ross is also a typical pit father. This guy actually helped Bruce Banner escape the pursuit of the military and sent him all the way to Los Angeles. To be honest, for Bruce Banner himself, Betty is of course a good person, a goddess. She can sacrifice herself to protect him in such a dangerous situation. But for the people of Los Angeles, Betty is a typical saint bitch. For the love and kindness she has done, she puts an entire city of human beings in danger. Unfortunately, the saint bitch Betty never considered this from beginning to end. She was still immersed in resisting her father's tyranny and persecution for her beloved. Almost, she moved herself badly. Unfortunately, things don't always go as smoothly as they imagined. Hello, Alfu? You're calling me at this time. Is there something wrong? He was working when he received Alfu's call. Alfu is a perfect butler. He can perfectly show up when necessary and never show up when it's unnecessary. It's amazing. For example, when Kai is working, Alfu will never call to harass him. Unless something really happens. Bruce Banner has come to Los Angeles, Kai really didn't remember this name. He had seen Banner in Chicago, but soon forgot about it. That Hulk, the Hulk, is that the guy who destroyed 3 streets with Kelly and the others in Chicago? That's right, the Hulk is just Bruce Banner's code name for his transformation into a monster. His real name is Bruce Banner. This man with 7 doctoral degrees will turn into that monster once he is emotional. Alfu quickly explained to Kai the relationship between the Hulk and Banner. Speaking of the Hulk, there is a memorable point. After all, whether it is the dazzling color of this guy or his destructive power, it is enough for Kai to remember him. You mean, he came to Los Angeles? Why, it's not clear yet, but he did come here. There is also bad news. Ross also knows this information, and he is rushing over with people. The Hulk was so powerful in Chicago that it was not only the United States that noticed it. In fact, any intelligence agency in the world has noticed this monster, and Kingsman is no exception. It's just that the United States has a tough attitude and does not allow people from other countries to touch the Hulk, otherwise someone would have taken action against the Hulk long ago. Kingsman did not want to conflict with the US government, so he just monitored him and did not have any extra contact. Kai also heard Diana talk about General Ross's pursuit of the Hulk. At that time, Diana and the others had a conflict with General Ross. Well, they are planning to turn Los Angeles into a battlefield. Knowing the relationship between General Roshan and Bruce Banner, Kai could no longer sit still. Do you know their location? I'm sorry, for the domestic intelligence network in the United States, under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D., Kingsman can't do too much. In other words, Alfu could do nothing to help. I understand. Kai immediately hung up the phone and shouted outside, everyone come to my office. All of you go check this man, Bruce Banner. Kai patted the photo of Bruce Banner, and next to it was the photo of Betty Ross. He is an extremely dangerous person, pay attention, extremely dangerous. I asked you to investigate him, but you are not allowed to have any direct contact with him. Once you find him, report immediately. Remember, absolutely, you are not allowed to have any contact with him. Do you understand? The people below didn't understand why they had to track down this person, but they were not allowed to arrest him? But Kai emphasized again and again, and no one would object. Understood, very good. Now, immediately, check it immediately, boom, a group of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The director Dustin on the side still didn't understand what happened. Although he allowed Kai to mobilize all the forces in the bureau to do this, it was only out of trust in Kai. But he had to clear up what happened. Kai, can you explain it to me now? Dustin was also helpless. He, a director, was actually commanded by his own subordinates. It was embarrassing to think about it, but thinking about Kai's contributions and his assets, Dustin felt that there was nothing unbearable. Because of Kai, he estimated that he would go to the General Bureau to serve as deputy director in the next election year. Kai looked around in a pretentious manner. Then he put his arm around Dustin's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "You know I have connections in the military, right?" I know. Kai had served in the US military, and the confidentiality of the files was so high that he could naturally associate Kai with the military. My friend in the military gave me the news. That Bruce Banner is the Hulk." Sure enough, Kai gave a bombshell. "What?" Dustin was really scared. "Then we have to arrest him quickly. This is a great achievement." Dustin could imagine how much honor he would get if he succeeded. But he immediately found something wrong. After all, Kai only said that he wanted to find Banner and strictly ordered not to contact him. Sure enough, when he turned his head to look at Kai, Kai looked at him like an idiot. "Get rid of it, big man. You are confused after sleeping. Don't you know the destructive power of the good guys? When Lee goes crazy in Los Angeles, the loss will be huge. Then, will you take the blame, thinking of the miserable situation in Chicago?" Dustin shook his head hurriedly. "Just kidding. This kind of pot can be boiled directly, and then he will be expelled from the United States by all the people." "So what you mean is, find him and let him get out." Kai really thought so. In any case, fighting with this guy in the city is just a joke. Even if you win, you have to die. Yes, let him leave Los Angeles. Dustin thought this was a good approach. "But you have to do one thing," Kai said again. "What? The military is here too, and they plan to arrest Bruce Banner in Los Angeles." "What? Do they want Los Angeles to become a battlefield?" "That's right. These bastards probably thought about it a long time ago, and put the pot on us. When the Hulk goes crazy, he will say it's our pot, and he will clean up the mess. In this way, the pot is ours, and the credit is his." Kai is not talking nonsense, but this kind of thing is very likely. By then, it will be a done deal, and Los Angeles is very likely to accept it with a pinch of nose. Anyway, when the Hulk breaks out in which district, the police in that district will take the blame. Kai dare not look down on Ross's integrity. Impossible, although it might not be his fault. Dustin would not allow it even if there was a 1% chance. "What do you want me to do? Stop those guys and tell them not to enter the city," Kai said. "No problem," Dustin agreed immediately. The military is awesome, but the military has no law enforcement power in the country. It is only natural for him, the police chief, to not let them enter the city. No matter who comes, as long as the state legislature and the city council do not authorize, the U.S. military cannot enter the city. Kai had a good idea. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. When Dustin led people to find the military, they were already in Westwood. That is the location of the University of California, Los Angeles, also known as the famous UCLA. What's going on? It's the military. They broke in forcefully and clashed with a target. Now they are engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. Fuck. Evacuate the school immediately. I'll take people there right away. Kai had the urge to shoot those bastards to death. They were actually exchanging fire with the Hulk at the university. How many people would die? It's a little late today, just to write a big chapter, as a New Year's Day gift. Double it, please. Chapter 577, Courting Death. When Kai and his men arrived at the Westwood district, the military had already blocked most of the UCLA area. All the soldiers were armed with real guns and no one was allowed to enter without permission. Even the police who arrived earlier were stopped outside. Before Kai's car approached the blockade, he saw Joe wearing a bulletproof vest and yelling at a man who looked like an officer. "Hey, Joe. What the hell are you doing? Evacuate the crowd quickly. Don't do useless things all day long." Kai leaned out of the car window and yelled at Joe. When Joe saw Kai, he immediately saw a savior and shouted, "I want to go in. But these soldiers won't let me in at all." Joe's South District was closer than Kai's West District, so he arrived earlier, but it was useless. These soldiers didn't let anyone in at all. "Hey. This place has been under military control. No one is allowed to enter or leave." A soldier looked at the police who kept coming and hesitated. After all, this is Los Angeles, not a war zone. The military has no right to take action here. But there was no way. The order from above was like this, and a soldier like him could only obey orders. Kai looked over with his eyes slanted. "Are you a soldier?" The soldier was stunned and nodded. Then he saw Kai put the gun to his forehead. "I now suspect you of treason. You are arrested. You can remain silent, but every word you say will be used as evidence in court. You have the right to hire a lawyer. Or you choose to resist? Or, let me shoot you." The soldier was dumbfounded. It is said that soldiers are unreasonable, and today he has encountered an even more unreasonable one. When other soldiers saw Kai draw his gun, they immediately raised their guns. But they forgot one thing: this is Los Angeles, not a war zone. So, the soldiers at the scene saw that the police, who were several times or even dozens of times theirs, raised their guns at them. Even if Ross was reckless, he couldn't bring thousands of soldiers to Los Angeles. If that happened, he couldn't enter Los Angeles at all. Just kidding, how could a big city like Los Angeles allow a large-scale army to enter casually, unless this US government didn't want to do it anymore? So Ross only brought a few elites into Los Angeles to arrest the Hulk. After all, there were only about 100 or 200 people. But how many police officers are there in Los Angeles? There are more than 9,900 active police officers, more than 3,000 civilian police officers, and several special police teams. At this moment, more than a quarter of the police in Los Angeles have rushed here, and other police officers are also rushing here at a high speed. Just kidding, this is UCLA. Whether it is college students or faculty members, they are important assets of American society. Once these people get into trouble, the impact caused is not comparable to those street thugs, so all the police in Los Angeles are rushing here at the risk of their lives. Seeing hundreds of guns pointed at them, the soldiers were also at a loss. Just kidding, this is the mainland of the United States. They were told that the other side was the police, even if they were nothing but civilians. The soldiers did not dare to shoot. If these soldiers dare to fight with so many police, they will be waiting for a military court. Again, this is Los Angeles, not a fucking war zone. If they get into trouble here, no idiot boss dares to stand up and take the blame for them. I'll count to 3 now. Either surrender or be beaten into a hornet's nest, Kai said coldly. For the soldiers, they didn't dare to shoot. But for the police like Kai, there was not much to say. Damn, these people dared to say they were American soldiers in military uniforms. Who the hell knew whether it was true or not? Anyway, as long as Kai insisted that they were terrorists, no one could say anything. What? They have IDs? You don't know what black police are. Isn't it difficult to reverse black and white? At most, they blatantly said that the IDs were fake. Anyway, besides them, there were only these soldiers at the scene. At that time, whoever had more people would listen to whoever they wanted. So the group of soldiers could only put down their guns silently. Some people say that the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Even if the person in front of them is their own family, they must shoot if the superior orders to shoot. This is true. This is indeed the case for a highly disciplined army. But the US military may be very good at killing, but discipline, these young masters have not had much to do with discipline since the last century. Anyway, seeing that the soldiers were not blocking them, a group of police officers immediately rushed in. Just kidding, if it was a little later, who knows how many people would have died. Kai waved his hand, and his colleagues in the serious crime team immediately went up with automatic rifles to disarm the soldiers. The soldiers were confused. Are they serious? Of course they are serious. Kai raised his eyebrows, and a group of serious crime team police officers immediately raised their guns. So the soldiers had no choice but to surrender their guns. Just kidding, after following Kai for so long, these people in the serious crime team may not have learned other things, but they have learned the arrogant and brave to the 10th level. It is common for them to look down on others. Even the local Los Angeles Police Department is unhappy with a group of bastards in the West District. These people are too arrogant. They don't have Kai's ability, but they have learned Kai's bad temper. For Kai, there is no one in the Los Angeles police force who is not convinced. Others can fight and handle cases, but the key is that he is surprisingly courageous. Up to now, there is no federal law enforcement agency that he has not confronted, except the CIA. That's okay, the key is that he wins every time. This is really amazing. In short, a group of police officers from the Serious Crime Squad actually confiscated the weapons of the US military. This is also a spectacle. After that, Kai and his group of police officers rushed into the campus, evacuating people while organizing defense lines. No matter what, the Hulk could not escape. Although this may not be very effective, it is better than nothing. Moreover, Kai has already prepared a vest. Kai himself brought an XM109 and prepared to find a building, occupy a favorable terrain, and provide sniper support. XM109, known as the most powerful sniper rifle in the world, has a caliber of 25 mm and is famous for its terrifying destructive power. According to tests, it can accurately destroy various high-value military targets within a range of 2,000 meters, and can easily penetrate 5 cm thick steel plates within the effective range. Its firing power is comparable to that of a cannon, so it is nicknamed the shoulder-fired cannon. In the future battlefield, it is possible to stop or destroy the attack of an armored team with a sniper rifle, but the rifle has a huge recoil and the gun body is very heavy, weight 20.9 kg, plus it will produce a loud noise and gun flame when shooting, so while it is powerful, the risk of exposure to the gun holder is also huge. Of course, this shortcoming is nothing here. But before Kai found a suitable place, he saw two armed helicopters hovering above his head. A rough voice came from above. Seal off the scene, no one is allowed to leave. LAPD, I order you to seal off the scene immediately. No one is allowed to leave. I am in full control here. Repeat. I am in full control here, follow my orders. Unfortunately, no one was too lazy to pay attention to him, and they evacuated the crowd and set up defense lines on their own. Seeing that no one obeyed his orders, Ross was almost furious. Since Kai knocked off his balls, perhaps in order to maintain his masculinity, Ross has become more arrogant and unreasonable than before, and the slightest thing can make him angry. Now he makes many people afraid. Hey! Who is your commander? Who allowed you to mess around? You must obey orders. It must be said that Ross is indeed very intimidating just by looking at his appearance. He has a standard white elite appearance, thin but capable, with a neatly cut white hair, and a strong momentum. Dan was a little intimidated and did not resist. But he was not scared either, and pointed directly at Kai, who was walking from the other side. That's our commander. Tell him what you want to say. Kai saw Dan's performance and glared at him unhappily. You're so useless. Dan curled his lips. After all, not everyone has Kai's courage. As early as when he heard Kai's voice, Ross felt something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed this bastard. Kai smiled like a disabled person. Look who it is. Oh. Isn't this our General Ross? Why haven't you been kicked out of the army yet? Is the military so fraternal now? Even a mentally retarded transgender person is accepted. Ross's eyes immediately turned red. Well, he was not about to cry. He was just so angry that his blood was boiling. To be honest, he had not experienced much humiliation in his life. After all, he had a good family background. But the most unforgettable humiliation in his life was brought to him by the man in front of him. Kai. Ross gritted his teeth and said the name. But Kai suddenly put away his smile. Idiot. You are arrested again. Bastard. Kai pulled out his gun directly. The soldiers behind Ross also pointed their guns at Kai at the first moment, but soon, they found that they had thought too much. Swish. Dozens of guns were pointed at them. Ross looked at the police angrily. What do you want to do? Do you want to shoot a lieutenant general of the United States? That's treason. This is quite bluffing. At least the police were a little hesitant. They are just policemen, and they never thought that one day they would be involved in treason. Seeing that he had calmed the situation, Ross was just about to humiliate Kai, and it would be better to kill this bastard directly, just as if it was an accidental injury. But when he turned his head, he saw Kai pulling the trigger. Bang! Ah! Ross immediately covered his knees and rolled on the ground. Ross's adjutant was about to shoot at the first moment, but the next second, Kai raised his hand and shot him right in the middle of his eyebrows. A promising American second lieutenant was shot dead by the police. You can arrest. Kai looked at the remaining soldiers with malice. We don't care about a few bullets. You actually. Ross didn't know if he was too shocked, or if the few heavy blows in his life had improved his ability to resist severe pain. At this moment, he hugged his knees and looked at Kai in surprise, completely forgetting to scream. You are treasonous. You will definitely be sent to a military court. Really? Kai squatted down and looked at Ross lying on the ground with contempt. He showed a cruel smile. Then, in Ross's surprised eyes, he shot him in the other knee again. Now, everyone was stunned. Idiot. Who do you think you are? Who the hell would come to me for trouble because of you traitors? Kai asked grimly. We represent the U.S. military. Ross didn't scream this time. Now it was important to save his life. He suspected that Kai wanted to kill him. No. You don't represent anyone. Kai moved the muzzle of the gun again and aimed it at Ross's little brother. Although the balls were gone, there was still a tube. You can fool those who don't understand, but don't forget that I have been a soldier for 6 years. We have authorization, Ross shouted quickly. Although his balls were gone, he still had a tube, so he had something to think about. Maybe, Kai said indifferently. Anyway, no one will admit it at that time. Kai looked at Ross with pity. How stupid are you to think that someone will admit that they issued the authorization? Kai was sure that no one would pay for Ross's actions. The reason was simple. This is Los Angeles. While Kai was teaching Ross a lesson, Bronski, whose spine was broken by the Hulk, was experiencing the most enjoyable moment of his life. He felt great, even when he was chased by the Hulk. In fact, this was the third time Bronski chased the Hulk. The first time was in Brazil, and he survived by chance. The second time was in the United States. After Bruce came to the United States, he needed help, so he wanted to find his former colleagues to help, but he accidentally ran into Betty. Then he was discovered. The previous failure in Brazil made Bronski, a proud warrior, very unconvinced. He thought that if his physical fitness could be restored to the level of 10 years ago, he would not be so embarrassed. As a result, Ross, the idiot, injected Bronski with a serum he snatched from the cruise ship. It was also because of this serum that Kai and Ross had a bad relationship. The previous one was given to Bruce for research, and the result was the creation of the Hulk. This time it was not so exaggerated, but it really made Bronski's physical fitness greatly improved. But soon, he knew that he was wrong. Just improving physical fitness could not help him deal with the Hulk. He broke 60% of his bones, including the spine. But he survived, and not only that, he recovered quickly. This is really fucking helpful. Bronski felt that his life had reached its peak. Well, no, he should be stronger. At least now, he can't beat Bruce. So he needs to be stronger. This made him a little depressed, but it doesn't matter, he will get that kind of power. As long as General Ross succeeds. At this moment, a whisper suddenly came. The voice was very light, so light that he thought it was the sound of the wind. But soon, he knew it was not the sound of the wind. Do you want to get that kind of power? Do you want to be like that monster? Come on, come to me, come on, come to me. Bronski's mind seemed to be confused, and he followed the voice unconsciously. The Hulk over there was also attracted by others, so Bronski came to a laboratory alone. A dwarf was doing an experiment there. Bronski's unique military vigilance immediately broke out. Who are you? Facing Bronski's gun, the dwarf seemed to have plenty of room. Santa Claus, the dwarf said casually, helping good children make wishes in advance. That's me. Who are you? Bronski obviously had no sense of humor. Don't be nervous, I'm not an enemy. The dwarf jumped off the stool for the experiment. He was too short, and he had to have a stool to do the experiment. Looking at the kind face of the dwarf, Bronski suddenly felt an unusual sense of affinity. Yes, I want to become stronger. That's great. The dwarf suddenly took out a box, which was filled with syringes. Take it, kid, destroy it as much as you want, kill as much as you want. Roar, the Hulk is coming. Everyone looked back and saw a huge monster rushing towards the door. This guy was burly and had a hideous face. He was simply a green and enlarged version of Tarzan. Monster, help, what is this? Aliens? Run! The crowd that was originally evacuating suddenly exploded. They abandoned their past civilization and began to flee frantically. This brought an almost devastating disaster to the police's work. After all, there were so many people, they didn't dare to shoot casually. But the soldiers who had fought with the Hulk before didn't have so many estimates and opened fire directly. The gunshots increased the chaos, and the defense line that the police had just built was completely ineffective. Fuck. Which bastard told them to shoot at will? Kai was so angry when he saw those soldiers hiding in the crowd and shooting at the Hulk. Is this a soldier? Even gangsters wouldn't do that. He kicked Ross directly and said, "It's all your fault, idiot. I'll SWAT. Follow me. Lead that monster away." Kai took the lead and didn't care about finding any high ground. He quickly carried a sniper rifle and went upstream against a flow of people. Although the SWATs also felt numb when they saw the Hulk, they couldn't retreat at this time. They just did a life-threatening job. This is why Kai only brought SWATs, ordinary police. Forget it, just protect the people. Fortunately, the Hulk still had some humanity and didn't really kill the crowd. It was more of a distraction. But even so, the casualties were still heavy. At least hundreds of people died in this disaster, not to mention those who were injured. It was good enough to save their lives. Finally, they came to an open space. Kai fired a high-explosive bullet with a flick of his sniper rifle. Boom. The explosion shook the Hulk, and then nothing happened. Fuck, he's really tough. Kai began to urge his original body to come quickly. The only thing to blame is that there is no place around to change his equipment. But fortunately, a toilet was found. Other SWAT members also gritted their teeth and fired at the Hulk, trying to attract him. Sure enough, the Hulk's IQ was not good, and he was quickly attracted by the hatred. He rushed over with his head down. Many SWAT officers have begun to recall the past. After all, this may be their last battle. But soon, a shadow flew over their heads. "It's Batman," a SWAT shouted loudly. Then everyone started cheering. Batman jumped and landed in front of everyone. Kai said to an old friend, "I thought you wouldn't come." Batman was still aloof and ignored Kai. He just said to everyone, "You go and protect the people immediately. Leave this to me," Kai said. "I will provide you with support." Batman did not respond, but said to others, "You can't deal with this monster. Go." Batman threw a bunch of bat darts. As soon as these bat darts flew into the air, they immediately seemed to have their own will and began to shoot at the Hulk's joints, eyelids, throat and other places. "Okay, you guys go quickly. Batman and I will take care of it," Kai immediately said to others. A group of SWAT looked at each other and felt that this was not a good way to do it. But, people, it's not shameful to be a little cowardly. After all, it's instinct. "Sir, you, be careful, don't worry, I won't die." Kai waved his hand and carried the sniper rifle and ran towards a building on the side. This is a large open space. Sniping here is simply a joke. A group of SWAT rushed to the side, where there was a group of students. I don't know what these idiots are thinking. They are joining in the fun at this time. No wonder there are so few foreigners. The SWAT officers coaxed and scolded these students who were looking for death and took them away. But they didn't know that the level of college students in Los Angeles looking for death was simply beyond the sky. There were still people hiding in some corners and broadcasting the scene live. Bang 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 bang. Those bat darts exploded immediately after hitting the Hulk. The sharp bat darts did not cut the Hulk's skin. Of course, the explosion did not cause any discomfort to the Hulk. But how could Batman's tricks be so simple? The real killer move was the smoke after the explosion. It was a powerful anesthetic. Only a little bit was needed to stun a big elephant. If a person inhaled a little bit, he would be dead. It was more effective than poison. After the Hulk inhaled the smoke, he immediately began to shake his head. Batman seized the opportunity and shot a few special bat darts. When these bat darts approached the Hulk, they immediately exploded and turned into metal nets. This is a special synthetic metal with very strong flexibility. It is tougher than any material on the market at this stage. Only a metal wire as thick as a hair can lift an object weighing nearly 3 tons. The metal net netted the Hulk layer by layer. The Hulk was resisting the rising weakness inside his body and didn't care much about the net. Just when Kai breathed a sigh of relief and thought he could get the job done, suddenly, a woman ran out of the school laboratory building. The woman ran and shouted, "Bruce! Bruce!" Seeing this scene, Kai cursed directly, "Fuck. What's wrong with this woman?" Batman was faster. He rushed to the woman like lightning and hugged her. "Mom! Don't get close to him." This woman was Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. As a result, the woman didn't know what she was thinking. She started punching and kicking Batman and kept calling Banner's name. "Let me go. Let Bruce go. He is innocent. It's not his fault. He doesn't want to turn into the scary Hulk." I don't know if the green fat man's resistance is really too strong. Or his girlfriend was caught and his little universe exploded. After hearing Betty's cry, he gradually recovered, and then he felt that he was bound. So he began to struggle desperately. "Fuck, this stupid woman." Batman's character setting naturally couldn't say such a thing. It was Kai who said it. Just as the Hulk was struggling, Kai raised his sniper rifle. Bang! The Hulk's left eye exploded with a bang, and then his huge body fell to the ground. "No. Bruce!" Betty saw the Hulk's head exploded and immediately screamed miserably. "Quiet. He's not dead yet." Batman restrained the woman and said coldly. Kai could feel that the vitality of this monster was still extremely strong. Sure enough, the Hulk sat up soon, and his eyes began to recover rapidly. "Damn it," Kai cursed, then replaced the armor-piercing bullet and shot through his still recovering left eye again. This time, the monster didn't even go down, but roared and struggled desperately, trying to break free from the metal net on his body. Batman couldn't let the woman pass, so he could only knock her out at once, and then threw her to the college students who were hiding in the bushes and filming with their mobile phones. These guys were hiding in the distance just now, but when Batman controlled the green fat man, they ran over secretly. "Hand her over to the police," Batman said coldly to the students. "This woman is now a serious criminal, and we can't let her escape," Several students were immediately scared to death. After all, Batman's aura was really hard to describe. Anyway, they quickly carried Betty and ran out. Just when Batman was about to show his real skills, an inhuman roar suddenly came from a building less than 600 meters away. Then a huge monster similar to the Hulk broke through the wall of the building. Unlike the Hulk, this guy's body was a strange yellow-green color, with mutant bone spurs all over his body, and his face was ugly and ferocious, even more ferocious than the Hulk. As soon as this guy appeared, he immediately attacked the crowd. His target was those innocent people from the beginning. Batman didn't care about the Hulk at this time, and he went straight to the big gun. He leaned hard with both hands, and the special bat darts on his arms stretched out, and then he threw them hard. 6 high-frequency cutting darts immediately pierced into the body of the Hulk, and then the high-energy battery inside the darts began to emit extremely high current. Then the Hulk was like a fish thrown on the shore, twitching and jumping wildly. Then Batman rushed towards the newly appeared monster without looking back. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw out the cable dart to take Kai away from the roof. Although it is not certain whether this high-voltage current can kill the Hulk, it should be no problem to delay it. These darts can continue to discharge for about half an hour. If the Hulk dies, even if he is unlucky, if he survives, he can delay him for half an hour. Just after Batman left with Kai, a short figure walked out of the building. Ha, yes, that's it, destroy as much as you want, let the people of this city fall into despair, use their flesh and blood and souls to sacrifice our Lord. Soon, very soon, our Lord will revive again, and then, long live Ares. I seldom check the backstage. Before today, I haven't checked the backstage for at least 3 months. The subscription is a bit low. The average subscription is less than 1,000, please help me. Although I have my job, it's good to have more subscriptions. Who doesn't like small money? In the past, I just begged for votes, and rarely asked for subscriptions for a single chapter. This time I'll give it a try, and I hope everyone will support me. In addition, please double the votes. Chapter 578 Changes. Located 29 minutes from Los Angeles International Airport, downtown Los Angeles is a sprawling community that includes a variety of smaller neighborhoods. New attractions like the Ace Hotel and the Broad Museum have become new destinations for adventurous locals and travelers. Downtown Los Angeles has historic landmarks, a growing art scene, and upscale boutiques and restaurants integrated into this livable city center, making downtown Los Angeles an ideal place to work and play. During the day, downtown is the bustling center of Los Angeles business. At night, it becomes the focus of food and drink. In short, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is the heart of Los Angeles. But what would happen if the heart of Los Angeles was attacked one day? Boom! A huge monster smashed the ground and then smashed a huge deep pit on the hard ground. The entire neighborhood seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and the buildings not far away shook. Many street-facing windows were shattered. Before people could react to what was happening, they saw a shit yellow giant standing up from the deep pit. So the well-dressed men and women wandering around the city center, as well as the white-collar workers in the office buildings on both sides of the road, finally remembered to scream at this time. People began to run around like headless flies. It actually stood up from the deep pit and laughed happily as it watched the ants under its feet fleeing. When was he once one of these ants? No, it should be said that he was a slightly stronger ant than them. Not only that, he was also complacent and proud of being stronger than other ants. But now it seems so ridiculous. After all, ants are ants, no matter how strong they are still ants. Bronski felt extremely happy after reaching the peak. He finally transcended the ridiculous ant body and became a real existence, standing at the top of the world. But the happiness came quickly and went even faster. Soon, Bronski's superhuman senses were confused by the noisy screams and weak cries. In addition, Bronski, who had lost his mind, thought, I just reached the peak of my life, and your ants are crying and mourning, who are you looking for trouble with? So Bronski, who had lost most of his IQ, could no longer control the anger from the depths of his soul. But just as he was about to take action, he felt a pain in his foot. He looked down and saw that a family SUV had hit his leg. There was a family in the SUV, with a mother and several children. The mother had completely lost her composure at this moment. She was going to step on the brakes, but ended up stepping on the accelerator. Now Bronski, or the hatred, was completely engulfed by anger. Boom! The hatred bent down and grabbed the SUV. The crying of the woman and children in the car made it even more irritated, so this terrible and ugly giant actually threw the SUV out like throwing a baseball. He was going to hit a home run. Whoosh! The SUV was thrown at a commercial building not far away. The white-collar workers in the building were hiding and watching the excitement. When they saw an SUV flying over, they were so scared that their legs and feet went weak and they screamed. At this moment, a black shadow passed by from above. It was Batman. Not only that, Batman also threw a figure. Bang! The figure smashed the glass and crashed into the office in the building. Car rolled to offset the impact of the collision, and then stood up immediately. But at the moment, no one in the office paid attention to this uninvited guest. Everyone looked at the sky outside the building. It turned out that Batman saw the SUV coming and immediately left Kai behind. Then he spread his hands and dozens of bat darts with steel cables scattered. The target of these bat darts was not the hatred, but other buildings around. Once the bat darts hit the surface of the building, some fixed anchor bolts popped out immediately, and those alloy steel cables were fixed by the bat darts, and they actually formed a large net, and the SUV fell into the net. As soon as the SUV fell into the net, all the steel cables were pulled down by the huge kinetic energy of the SUV. When it reached a node, Batman immediately fixed the steel cables with force to stop the net from falling. This just made the SUV only about 1 meter from the ground. Because the kinetic energy of the SUV was almost consumed by the previous pulling of the steel cables, the woman and child in the car did not suffer too much bumps. After Batman fixed the steel cable net, he immediately flew down and landed next to the SUV. He opened the door and shouted to the woman and child inside, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" The woman was still in shock, but she also knew that she was saved. When she heard Batman shout, she immediately looked at the child's seat behind her and found that the children were okay, and there was no obvious external injury. "It's okay. God, we're okay, very good, Mom, take your children away from here immediately. This is about to become a battlefield." On the other side, the police just arrived. This is the city center, and there are patrol police basically 24 hours a day, so they arrived quickly. Batman was not polite at all. He shouted to the police officers who came over, "Immediately evacuate the surrounding people, call an ambulance, and organize a defense line 3 blocks away. Let all the police officers move." The police were not really stupid. Seeing this situation, they naturally listened to whoever was more powerful. So without hesitation, several police officers immediately split up, and 2 police officers stayed at the scene to help the woman and child in the SUV. It was also at this time that a yellow lightning flashed quickly from the distance of the road. A gust of wind blew over, blowing the surrounding police officers all over the place. A man in a red tights appeared next to Batman. Flash. It's Flash. Recently, the 2 most famous superheroes in Los Angeles are Iron Man. Needless to say, this guy himself is very popular. The other one is the Flash, who just debuted. Compared with Iron Man's high popularity, the Flash seems much more plain. The reason he is famous is that he works diligently to do good things. This makes him very popular recently. Batman: "Sir. I'm Flash. It's an honor to meet you. Barry is a newcomer in the superhero industry. For such newcomers, there are naturally idols in the industry. However, unlike many young people who like Iron Man, he prefers Batman. Batman's several appearances are all clean and neat, and the collateral damage is very small. Often, the problem is solved before people notice it. So Barry regards Batman as an idol. There is no time to chat now. Use your ability to evacuate the people nearby," Batman said coldly. Barry's ability is useless in dealing with monsters like the Abomination. Anyway, Barry's attack on the Abomination is probably ineffective. On the contrary, if the Abomination is angered by Barry, the collateral damage may be greater. So Kai asked Barry to be responsible for support. "Yes, sir." Buzz! A flash of lightning flashed, and Barry disappeared. Upstairs, a group of people watched Batman's operation and were almost speechless. It was too good. Cough cough. Suddenly someone deliberately coughed and interrupted a group of people. "Did you forget something?" A group of people looked at that person stupidly. Only then did someone remember that a figure had just been thrown in by Batman. It seemed to be this person. Kai helplessly put the sniper rifle on his shoulder and pointed at the Abomination that was raging in the distance. The war is about to start. The battle between superheroes, ordinary people like you will die even if you get a little bit of it. A group of people looked at Kai stupidly, as if they wanted to figure out what he was going to say. Kai sighed. What are you looking at? Why don't you run away quickly? A group of people just woke up from their dreams. Yes, with the destructive power of the monster just now, even with Batman, it doesn't mean they are safe. After all, there's only one Batman. A group of people immediately scattered. Fortunately, the police arrived in time and began to maintain basic order. Otherwise, let alone other things, the stampede alone would have sacrificed a lot of people. Indeed, there is only one Batman. No matter how far he leaves, he can't save everyone. So after the abomination went crazy, the death toll rose sharply. When Batman arrived, the abomination had caused at least 1,000 casualties. It was broad daylight in the city center. There were too many people and cars. This was with Barry's support, otherwise the casualties would be even greater. But there were too many people here, and even if Barry was exhausted, he couldn't save everyone in an instant, and the abomination was irrational, and the targets it chose to destroy were completely random. When Batman flew over the abomination, this big guy was using a bus as a baguette to attack a dessert shop. God knows why it did that. Does it hate desserts? Without warning or greeting, Batman directly activated the pulse vibrators on his hands and hit the abomination's head. Buzz! Batman's fists hit the abomination's skull without any hindrance. The strong pulse vibration wave directly made the abomination's brain boil. The abomination opened his mouth wide, and the bus in his hand slipped down powerlessly. Then he knelt on his knees and fell backwards in an extremely strange posture. Seeing that this trick worked, Batman immediately turned on the pulse vibration generators in both arms to the maximum. The huge vibration wave condensed in Batman's hands, and finally formed a prototype light ball visible to the naked eye, which was white. Then there was only a sound. Pop! A sound of bubbles bursting. The huge high-frequency vibration wave penetrated the brain of the abomination and hit the ground directly, and a big pit immediately appeared on the ground. This scene scared many people. Then the abomination knelt on the ground, leaned back and fainted. The people around looked at this scene and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then cheers broke out. Finally, this monster was subdued. Bang! With a crisp sound, 2 red-hot rectangular blocks popped out from Batman's armor with hot steam. That was the low-resistance material of the pulse vibration generator, a bit like a fuse. After high-load operation, it will burn out, so it must be replaced. After the low-resistance material was replaced, Batman jumped off the abomination, but his expression under the mask was not very happy. Because he felt it very clearly. This guy is not dead. Normally, his brain was shaken into paste, and he should have died long ago. But this guy's vitality is even more exaggerated than Xiaoqiang, and he is still full of vitality. Fortunately, his brain has become a paste. If he doesn't faint, it would be too exaggerated. Batman immediately took out 2 balls from his belt and threw them on the abomination. As soon as the balls touched the body of the abomination, they immediately turned into 2 large nets, trapping the abomination. This is the same metal net that trapped the Hulk, and it should be able to trap it. How is it possible? What was that just now? Dr. Edgar Sisco, who was hiding aside and planning to see how many lives his masterpiece could harvest, did not expect that the abomination would be knocked down so easily. Edgar Sisco was more interested in the technology used by Batman. He had never seen the weapon that could instantly knock out the abomination. Although he was full of curiosity, Edgar Sisco still remembered his main task. He quickly put away his curiosity and surprise, and smiled coldly. It's not so easy to end. Superhero? Haha, accept the gift of the new world. After that, Edgar Sisco took out something similar to a disc, which was covered with runes. He cut his wrist and let the blood fill the disc. Go, my abomination, let them see your true attitude. Batman had originally planned to leave, first to deal with the green hello, and then turn around to deal with this shit yellow guy. But just after taking 2 steps, Batman suddenly stopped. Then he shouted, everyone, retreat immediately. Immediately, Barry immediately appeared beside Batman. What's wrong? Did the enemy get defeated? There is a change. You immediately take people to evacuate the crowd. Batman did not explain much. It was also at this time that the body of the abomination suddenly made a heartbeat like a drum. At this time, Barry also realized that something was wrong, and immediately disappeared from the spot in a flash, and continued his evacuation. Although the others didn't understand what was happening, seeing Batman being so serious, none of them hesitated. Of course, there were also some who were brave enough to die and didn't want to leave. For such people, Buddha can save those who are destined to die, but medicine can't cure the dead. If someone is looking for death, then there is really no hope. An inhuman roar came from the mouth of the abomination, and then, the abomination was like a balloon that was blown up. The whole body began to grow larger. At the same time, bone spurs grew out of its joints, especially its spine. The spine began to pierce its back and grew completely. Then its neck began to stretch, and the teeth in its mouth began to become sharp and stretched wildly. Bang! The metal net was completely broken, and the abomination broke free. After breaking free, the abomination did not stop changing. Its spine not only grew outward, but also extended backward. After a while, a bony tail appeared behind its butt. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? A colonel commander of the National Guard on the armed helicopter that came to support was dumbfounded. They came to support with the authorization of the city government. After all, the situation at hand was obviously beyond the scope of what the police could handle. Just when the commander of the National Guard was dumbfounded, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky, heading towards the city center in the direction of the backlight. It's Iron Man. Countless people began to cheer below. After all, compared with popularity, Iron Man is more famous. At least for ordinary people, Iron Man has a deeper impression, so they subconsciously think that Iron Man is stronger. Hey, guys, have you forgotten your good friend, Iron Man? The first update. Chapter 579 Beheading. Batman ignored him, but Kai interrupted the conversation at this time. Fuck. Tony, where have you been? Los Angeles has become a battlefield, and you just showed up, Kai? Man, you're here. Tony connected the communication to the public channel, so he could talk to Kai. Go away, this is very dangerous, fuck. I'm a legitimate policeman. I can't hand Los Angeles over to a bunch of vigilantes, otherwise the media will scold me tomorrow. And, you weakling, remember, I'm not that easy to die. Public channels can be answered by many people. No matter what, you still have to say nice words, otherwise you will be scolded again. Haha, Tony certainly knew what Kai was talking about. It was Kai who rescued him in Afghanistan. In this matter, Tony will never be able to raise his head in front of Kai. How about I give you an iron suit? No thanks. Your thing burns my hands, and I don't want to be targeted by the masters on Capitol Hill. Kai had no scruples about this. Anyway, no one would really bother him with this. After all, he didn't want the Iron Man suit, and it didn't harm anyone's interests. Tony also knew how sensitive the Iron Man suit on his body was, so he had to let it go. Kai was one of the few people he was willing to hand over his beloved suit, but if it would cause trouble to Kai, it was not his intention. What Kai didn't know was that after Kai said this, he didn't know how many people cursed behind his back. Because in the eyes of many people, it was a bit difficult to get the Iron Man suit from Tony, but it was not so difficult to get the suit from Kai, a policeman. But if Kai didn't take the bait, they had no choice. However, some bigwigs in the police station thought Kai should accept it. With the Iron Man police, it was too important to improve the image of the Los Angeles police. Now is not the time to chat, that guy is coming. Batman's voice suddenly interrupted the call. Tony immediately turned the screen to the abomination. Now the abomination has completely left the human form. Its hands have become claws, and horns have grown on its head. At the same time, it has a huge tail behind its buttocks. Its legs are unbelievably thick and have become reverse joints. The height has reached a terrifying 5 meters. After the transformation, the abomination radiated terrifying heat all over its body, which made its skin red, and even the air around it was distorted by the heat. Wow, what is this thing? A demon. Tony opened the dense rocket launcher on his shoulder and fired a burst of miniature rockets as a greeting. Boom boom boom. Although these missiles look as big as melon seeds, they are really powerful. But it was useless. When the flames and smoke of the explosion dissipated, the monster called Abomination was still standing, and nothing happened. Be careful, there are traces of magic on this thing, Batman said in a cold voice. Then, as if entering radio silence, the public radio channel suddenly fell into a strange silence. Finally, Tony asked cautiously, Batman, are you sure you didn't spell the word wrong? Barry's voice also interrupted at this time. Barry's behind-the-scenes team is several top scientists from the Star Laboratory. In terms of technological content, his tights are not weak at all. Although it is not as black technology as Iron Man, it is already very strong in the application of materials science. Batman. Sir. Barry always felt that it was a bit rude to call Batman directly, after all, he was his senior. So he always added sir unconsciously, but it was weird. Are you serious? Batman was still arrogant. The world is much more complicated than you think. The Abomination was obviously angered by the attack just now. Although it had been angry, it was even more angry now. And Batman was closest to it. So it rushed towards Batman like a mad bull. The huge force made him bring up several huge pieces of asphalt road surface with every move, smashing them into the fleeing crowd and vehicles. The height of the Abomination was about 5 meters, and Batman with the armor was only 2.5 meters. It looked like an adult beating a primary school student. Everyone who saw this scene was worried for Batman. But Kai under the Batman mask was very calm. This monster was even stupider than before. Tony would beat it tomorrow, but it pointed its target at the nearest Batman. It seemed that even basic judgment was lost. Almost instantly, the Abomination came to Batman, raised his thick arms, and slapped Batman hard. With such a thick arm and such a strong force, even if Batman was an Iron Man, he would be beaten. The surrounding police, National Guard, Doppelganger Kai and Tony opened fire almost at the same time, trying to attract the Abomination's attention. But it was useless. Those attacks couldn't even break the defense of the Abomination. Just when many people closed their eyes and dared not look at Batman's miserable condition, Batman suddenly squatted down, and the Abomination's fist was about to sweep over his head. After squatting down, Batman leaned forward and accelerated, rushing towards the Abomination. Batman accelerated and came to the crotch of the Abomination. The tall Abomination had a very large space between his legs. In the slightly terrified eyes of the Abomination, Batman closed his hands and put them together, and the pulse vibration generators of his arms lit up again, hitting the crotch of the Abomination with a legendary adhesion. Boom. After the vibration generator was overloaded, the vibration wave really turned into ball-like waves and hit the Abomination. The huge vibration wave exploded. After being blown away, the Abomination was stunned for about 2 seconds, and then let out a distorted roar. He covered his crotch with his hands and fell to the ground, curled up his body, and rolled violently. The scene suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of the supporting gunfire stopped. All the men who saw this scene couldn't help but clamp their legs together. It was too damn cruel. Those who knew about Batman's deeds suddenly felt that they had to re-evaluate Batman. After all, in many people's reports, Batman was considered to be threatening because of his mystery, but it was also true that he tended to be gentle. But now, which man can bear this? Didn't you see that the Abomination was already crazy with pain? The guy covered his crotch, which was already bleeding, with one hand, and hammered the ground with the other hand, lifting a large piece of asphalt road surface and smashing it around. He even hit the ground with his head to relieve the pain. After doing all this, Batman once again ejected the burning low-resistance material from his arms. This material not only has low resistance, but also has the function of heat dissipation. People quietly watched Batman slowly replace the new low-resistance material, and suddenly felt that this was a big boss, so fucking cruel. After doing all this, Batman stopped. There was no next move. As if it was done. Just when people were wondering, the Abomination climbed up. At this time, the eyes of the Abomination were red, and no white of the eyes could be seen. It opened its big mouth with sharp teeth and let out the most angry howl at Batman. In addition, it was holding a ball of blurred flesh and blood in its hand. It seemed that the shockwave just now turned its little brother into rotten meat. Kai under the Batman mask was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the Abomination strengthened the body but didn't strengthen that part. It actually blew that thing up with a shockwave. So fragile? This is what Kai didn't expect. Just when Kai was stunned, the Abomination rushed towards Kai again. But Kai remained unmoved. Tony shouted, "Be careful," but the next second, Jarvis' voice came from his iron armor, "There is a UFO approaching at high speed, don't bother me with this." Eh? Fuck. Tony looked up and saw a meteor approaching at high speed from the horizon. He immediately adjusted his view and aimed at the meteor. How the hell is this possible? That was not a meteor, or that meteor was a person, a woman. The meteor hit the Abomination almost instantly. When it hit the Abomination, a woman's voice with full energy came. Boom. The Abomination flew out again and hit a building next to it. The 5-story building was smashed to pieces. At this time, people could see what the meteor was. It was a heroic female warrior. She was wearing a golden eagle armor, her face was covered by a helmet with a goddess mask, and the golden armor on her body was also extremely gorgeous, wrapping her whole body tightly. There was a pair of golden metal wings behind her. The wings of the armor were very unique, made up of many pieces of metal pieces of different specifications. The magical thing was that not only could these metal pieces not be connected, but they were also suspended separately, looking like wings made up of golden swords, gorgeous and murderous. At the same time, Wonder Woman held the sword of Vulcan in her right hand, the shield of divine power in her left hand, and a golden lasso of truth hung around her waist. Chicago Wonder Woman. I have to say that the Americans are really bad at naming. Wonder Woman. This name is really rustic. But there is no way. The Americans love this kind of rustic title. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Americans have no culture. Why did you rush here at this time? Where are they? Batman asked. Wonder Woman slowly landed beside Batman. I saw the TV news, so I came here first, and they will be here later. There is no way. Kelly and Catherine do not have high-speed movement skills. Wonder Woman's flying speed is supersonic. Diana originally planned to deal with the Hulk together with Kai, but she was still a step late, but she just caught up with the main event. But it seems that I came at the right time. Diana squinted her eyes and looked at the still collapsing building. Her eyes were full of anger. Well, the breath of Ares, Batman said coldly. Humph. Stupid humans are always so self-righteous. Diana was very unhappy. Especially after learning that the statue of Ares was taken away by SHIELD. They spent so much effort to seal Ares. But humans ended up committing suicide by stealing the thing. Now it seems that they have played too much. Watching the conversation between Batman and Wonder Woman, others also suddenly realized that Batman knew Wonder Woman. Tony was even more curious. Did he fly to Wonder Woman and Batman? Hey, Batman. Do you know this, lady? Before Batman could speak, Diana spoke first. Flirty can't save your weakness, Tony Stark. Diana didn't like Tony. She hated Tony's frivolity and thought he was not a good fighter. Hey, lady, you just say that, okay? Stop chattering like a child. Things are not over yet. Batman interrupted Tony's counterattack. Boom. Sure enough, the abomination got up again soon. He overturned the ruins of the building that was pressing on him. The cement and stones covered the surroundings like raindrops, and many buildings and structures suffered. Humph. Warriors should speak with weapons on the battlefield. Diana snorted coldly, and rushed towards the abomination without fear. Ha. Diana, like all Amazon female warriors, likes to make war cries when fighting. The original purpose of the war cry was to intimidate the enemy, but when it came out of Diana's mouth, it had a different style. In short, it was very cool. Tony was dumbfounded to see a woman holding a long sword and fighting a 5-meter-tall creature like the abomination. Although he was confident in his armor, he was still a little scared to fight a monster that could easily break through a building. Hey, don't you try to persuade her? It could kill people, don't worry. She's much tougher than you. Well, in every sense, Tony was stunned. He looked at Batman in disbelief. Were you just making a dirty joke? Batman ignored him. Tony didn't have time to tease Batman, because he saw with his own eyes that a woman who was less than 1.8 meters tall actually fought a 5-meter-tall super monster. Although Diana's strength was inferior to that of the abomination, her skills and speed were basically better than the abomination. What's more, the longsword and shield in Diana's hands were real artifacts that the abomination couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for the disgusting regeneration ability of the abomination, Diana would have had the upper hand long ago. Because he was not afraid of being attacked, the abomination simply gave up defense and exchanged injuries with Diana. After Diana left more than a dozen scars on the abomination, she was knocked away by a punch. Are you sure you don't want to go up to help? Tony asked, a little terrified as he watched Diana being knocked away dozens of meters. But the next second, Diana rushed up again as if nothing had happened. He had already decided to go back and study the armor for large enemies, otherwise he would be at a great disadvantage. He is obviously a superhero, but he is of no use at all. Batman did not speak immediately, but looked at the horizon. He said, "Here it comes." What is it? Tony wanted to ask, but he felt it was too low, so he held back. He just silently adjusted his perspective and looked in the direction Batman was looking. In the distant sky, a flying vehicle that was obviously designed in the shape of a bat was flying at high speed. "What is that?" Tony finally couldn't help it. "Support, there are newcomers," Tony asked in surprise. He always thought Batman was a Lone Ranger. But soon the facts told Tony that he thought too much. After the aircraft flew a certain distance, it suddenly began to disintegrate and turned into more than a dozen parts. Batman also jumped into the sky at this time. Those parts also rushed towards Batman at this time and assembled on Batman. Boom! A larger Batman was born in the air. Tony was dumbfounded. Isn't this his previous design for the Iron Man suit? But later he felt it was too troublesome, so he eliminated it. But now it seems that it can be played like this? Directly made into an external pendant? Boom! A nearly 4-meter-tall Batman heavy mecha warrior appeared in front of everyone. Batman moved his hands and feet, and then pulled out a bat axe from his back. The axe was double-edged, and the axe blade was flashing with bursts of blue light. Obviously the axe blade has been specially traded. This is a new weapon of the Kingsman Science Department. Power Axe. The opening of this weapon is also due to Kai's harvest at the Stryker secret base in Canada last time, adamantium alloy. This metal has excellent physical properties that no metal discovered today has. The so-called Power Axe is actually an energy generator installed in the Power Axe. Once the energy field is turned on, it emits a noticeable buzzing sound and blue light. This weapon can destroy the molecular bonds of matter when attacking. This energy field is extremely dangerous, and ordinary metals cannot withstand it at all, but adamantium can. At the same time, the energy required for this energy field is very large, and ordinary energy supply devices cannot meet the conditions for opening it at all. But Tony's arc reactor perfectly solves this problem. That's right. Kai got the arc reactor from Ironmonger and installed it in the Power Axe. In addition, I have to say that the heavy armor version of Batman's armor just now is made of adamantium. Diana. Change of person, Diana was also very decisive, and immediately retreated and gave up the battlefield. Batman's next fighting style became much simpler and more brutal. Boom boom boom. Because there was no time to install the magnetic suspension system for the external heavy armor, the weight of Batman's armor is really heavy now. Kai can only rush towards the abomination with heavy steps like an ancient heavy armor warrior. Without any skills, Batman and Abomination's first direct battle was a very simple and rough head-on confrontation. Boom! The Power Axe chopped fiercely into Abomination's fist. The huge power brought by the mecha actually knocked Abomination back a step. Batman was not relenting and raised his axe to pursue the victory. With another axe, Kai activated the energy field of the Power Axe. This axe chopped directly into Abomination's arm. The huge pain made Abomination scream to the sky. Kai was a little disappointed. The energy field of the Power Axe was too short to be activated, only a few tenths of a second. If the energy field was maintained continuously, the arc reactor would be overloaded. It was only opened once and then opened again after a while, which was not pleasant at all. If it could be opened continuously, it would not take more than 3 seconds, and Kai would be sure to chop this guy into a human stick. But it's okay, since that's the case, just chop a few more times. While Abomination was screaming, Kai pulled out the Power Axe and chopped him hard on the ankle, completely cutting off the heel of one of his legs. The Abomination inevitably fell to the ground. But this guy was not to be underestimated. The moment he fell, he swept his tail towards Batman. Kai was not to be outdone. He swung his axe and hit the tail. There were not many bones on the tail, so it was easy to chop and cut it off in one go. Taking this opportunity, the Abomination also wanted to fight back, but Kai slightly turned his body to avoid the attack of the Abomination. He swung his double-edged battle axe, rushed to the side of the Abomination, and hit his arm again. This time, the axe blade of the Power Axe got stuck in the tough muscles of the Abomination. The unfortunate power energy field was turned on for too short a time. And this time, the Abomination finally attacked Kai. Boom! The adamantium Batman armor was really powerful. Batman was only beaten back a few steps, but the paint on his body didn't even fall off. In this case, Kai would naturally not be polite. He didn't even bother to care about the attack of the Abomination and just chopped at the Abomination. The next axe was aimed directly at the shoulder of the Abomination. The Abomination screamed and picked up a cement pillar as thick as a man and smashed it hard on Batman's head. But it was useless. Kai didn't bother to care and started the most primitive gangster fight with the Abomination. You hit me, I chop you with an axe. At this time, A formation of armed helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky. These people didn't say hello to anyone, and directly greeted them with 12.7mm machine gun bullets. Kai was also in the range. Bullets were useless when they hit the two of them. Kai was not the only one. If the adamantium metal was hard enough to be penetrated by bullets, Kai could eat it. Although the abomination was not completely immune to bullets, he didn't care much. This thing would at most leave a small hole on his body, but he wouldn't die. Kai turned his head after being hit. He found that the logo on those armed helicopters was SHIELD. Fuck, Tony cursed on the public channel while flying into the sky. What are you doing? Diana was much simpler. She jumped into the sky and stabbed a helicopter with a sword. The helicopter was perfectly cut into two pieces in the air. The same happened to the pilot inside. Boom. Tony was going crazy. What's wrong with you? This is friendly forces, but Batman and Wonder Woman ignored him. Wonder Woman began to chase those armed helicopters, while Kai continued his career of cutting people. Finally, in the head-on confrontation, Kai had the upper hand. After all, this guy is too insidious. He specifically attacks the lower three roads. In fact, it can't be completely blamed on Kai. After all, the height difference is there. If he wants to chop off his head, he must be able to reach it. Finally, Kai upped the knee again. After the entire knee was chopped off, the abomination fell to the ground. Kai seized the opportunity and rushed up with one step. He stepped on the neck of the abomination, controlled the mecha, opened the performance of the mecha to the maximum, and chopped the neck of the abomination with an axe. Crack, the energy field of the power axe was turned on in an instant, and it chopped into the gap between the bone spurs on the spine of the abomination. The abomination was frozen for a second, and its limbs twitched violently. Kai seized the opportunity, pulled out the axe again, and chopped it down fiercely. The axe chopped off the head of the abomination. The moment the head of the abomination was chopped off, the shit yellow blood spurted 3 feet high. Then something unexpected happened. After the head was chopped off, the body of the abomination began to shrink rapidly. It emitted a foul smell, and its body began to rot and deteriorate. Except for the head in Kai's hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 The Hateful SHIELD. Who told them to attack? Phil was leading the SHIELD convoy towards the center of the battle. After all, the traffic in downtown Los Angeles was almost completely paralyzed at this stage. But just as he was in a hurry to get on the road, a battle suddenly broke out in the sky. Phil looked up and saw Wonder Woman killing everyone in the sky in the distance, slashing the SHIELD's armed helicopter formations one by one. Phil was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. The order he gave was to let the armed helicopters support those superheroes, and he didn't let them conflict with the superheroes. Phil was originally in charge of the Los Angeles branch of SHIELD, and this time he advocated the support. This matter was originally within the scope of SHIELD's business, and their support was reasonable. But he didn't know what went wrong. The armed helicopter responsible for support actually fired directly in the air without any scruples. He was the commander, but he never gave the order to fire. The SHIELD agents around Phil looked at each other, and they didn't know who gave the order. But Phil is not so easy to fool. Although he is a good guy, Phil will not let it go easily in this matter. After all, SHIELD is a disciplined force. This kind of ignoring orders and doing things on one's own is absolutely taboo. It's me. At this time, a man came out. It was a white man with brown hair and a cigar in his mouth. He looked unruly. Brock Rumlow. Phil's face immediately turned ugly when he saw the person coming. Brock Rumlow is a senior agent of SHIELD. Although he and Phil are both level 8 agents, his qualifications are much older than Phil. Even many years ago, he was the confidant of former SHIELD director Pierce. When he was a senior agent, Phil was still a younger brother of Nick Fury. Even now, Brock Rumlow's status is not low. He is the captain of SHIELD's Rapid Response Special Forces. So even Phil can't blame him too much. I remember that I was the commander of this mission, although the other party is senior, Phil can't let this matter pass. This is related to the discipline of SHIELD. Yes, you are the commander. Brock Rumlow looked at Phil with disdain. But you are too weak. For SHIELD, Those so-called superheroes are the same as that monster, and they must be attacked. Do you need me to repeat my words again? I am the commander. Phil was not polite to Brock Rumlow. After all, if he did not become tough now, his work would not be able to start at all. Also, the treatment of these superheroes is the director's concern, and it is not your turn to worry about it. Phil was very angry about Brock Rumlow's disobedience. Besides, you now know what the consequences of your disobedience have brought, right? Those excellent agents died because of you. Are you ready to face the headquarters treatment of you? But the murderer is there. My commander, are you going to ignore the sacrifice of those agents and beg for mercy to those freaks? Brock Rumlow did not care about the so-called treatment at all, but continued to add fuel to the fire. Phil also sensitively noticed that Brock Rumlow seemed to very much hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. would conflict with Batman and his men. Although Phil didn't know why, he knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise they might really clash with those superheroes. But the problem is that now, he is being pushed by Brock Rumlow. If he really ignores the casualties of his agents and tries to get along with those superheroes as Brock Rumlow said, it will undoubtedly cause Phil to face a lot of criticism, especially the morale within S.H.I.E.L.D. may be affected. Just when Phil was in a dilemma, a pair of armed police came and surrounded the convoy led by Phil. The leader was Kai, who had no sense of existence, or Kai's clone. Do you know what Kai's biggest feeling is now? That is, he finally understood. No wonder the police in all superhero movies have no sense of existence. He originally wanted to use his clone to distract the monster's attention, but he didn't expect it to be useless. What's the use of his sniper rifle? Others hate him and don't buy his tricks, and he can't do anything about it. So in the end, he basically played a supporting role. Later, he simply took the police officers to do the evacuation work honestly. As soon as he learned that a convoy blocked the main road, he hurriedly brought people here. Perhaps because of the previous military incident, the Los Angeles police were a little suspicious. When they saw a group of armed agents again, the first reaction of the Los Angeles police was to draw their guns and surround them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all dumbfounded. Are the Los Angeles police so reckless? Kai came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. team with an automatic rifle and motioned the person in charge to come out and talk. Unexpectedly, he saw an acquaintance. "Hi, Phil," Kai greeted calmly. Phil immediately put on his habitual fake smile. Phil's smile was actually quite natural, but Kai didn't bite and insisted that his smile was a fake smile. "Kai? Don't get me wrong, we are here to help," but Kai seemed very cold. Just now, the group of soldiers also said they were here to help, but you saw it. So explain your purpose and show your authorization, otherwise you will be arrested for illegal trespassing. Illegal trespassing, not to mention Phil. Even the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stunned when they heard it. They. S.H.I.E.L.D. In the United States. In Los Angeles. Illegal invasion? Are you kidding? When has S.H.I.E.L.D. ever encountered this? At least Brock Rumlow was very disdainful. He spat with contempt and said disdainfully, "Since when did our S.H.I.E.L.D. be bullied by a group of policemen?" Brock Rumlow's rude behavior quickly attracted the attention of all the police officers present, including Kai. "Who is this idiot?" Kai asked directly. Phil was embarrassed. Forget it, I don't care about such a small character," Kai said, and asked a police officer next to him, "This idiot just spit, right?" The policeman next to Kai was a little confused and didn't understand what Kai was going to do, but he still nodded in cooperation. "Yes, I remember that spitting at will is prohibited, right? Is it important?" "Obviously not important. They are all policemen, so how can they not understand what Kai is going to do? Although this guy doesn't understand why Kai is targeting these people, so what?" Kai's performance today boosted the morale of the Los Angeles police. Although the disaster was still played by superheroes, in the first half, Kai confronted the military, and then worked alone with Batman to take down the Green Monster, which made the Los Angeles police particularly excited. At this moment, they regarded Kai as the representative of the Los Angeles police. No matter what, they must be on their side. "Yes. Spitting is not allowed here, soon." "Then I'm sorry, Mr. Idiot, you are detained," Kai sneered at Brock Rumlow. Brock Rumlow was stunned. Are the Los Angeles police so dark? He squinted at Kai. He felt that this guy was targeting their S.H.I.E.L.D. When has Brock Rumlow been provoked like this? Do you really think they are Hydra? No, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a soft persimmon? Brock Rumlow sneered at Kai while secretly preparing himself. He planned to give this little policeman a hard time. Phil hurriedly stopped Kai. He had been in contact with Kai for quite a long time and knew what kind of person this guy was. Once he got angry, not to mention SHIELD, even the President of the United States would not care. In fact, he really didn't care about the President of the United States. This guy even instigated the First Lady to divorce the President. Kai? We are really here to help. We have no ill intentions. No ill intentions? When you bastards just ordered the helicopter to fire, you didn't think that you were just here to help. Do you know what you are doing? You are playing with the lives of the people of Los Angeles. So, you'd better do what I say. Los Angeles today will not tolerate any bastards like you. Kai was originally furious with SHIELD because of the things he hated. He didn't expect that these guys not only had no guilt, but also stabbed him in the back. Just when he had no temper. Batman's character is unlikely to come to trouble SHIELD now, but what is he afraid of as a policeman? Afraid that they will bite him? As he said, Kai pushed Phil away and walked towards Brock Rumlow. Seeing Kai getting closer and closer, Brock Rumlow showed a cruel smile. With his status as an 8th-level agent of SHIELD, killing a small policeman, SHIELD will take care of this kind of thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there are more people killed in Los Angeles today. Just when Kai was 3 steps away from Brock Rumlow drew his gun. Brock Rumlow is a hand-to-hand fighter and sharpshooter. He is proficient in the use of firearms and various tactical applications. Unfortunately, the person he met was cheating. While waiting for Brock Rumlow to draw his gun, Kai sensed the murderous intent of this guy, and he was going to kill him. This time Kai was even more rude. Bang! Brock Rumlow fired. Unfortunately, he missed. At the moment when Brock Rum fired, Kai turned sideways and dodged Brock Rum's bullet directly. Brock Rum didn't even have time to be shocked. Kai came to him first. You, click. Before Brock Rum could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of a broken bone. It turned out that Kai kicked him in the joint. The kick was so powerful that it directly broke Brock Rum's knee joint. This is Los Angeles. The Los Angeles police are the boss. Bastard! Kai grabbed his neck and then kicked him hard in the chest with a knee strike. Crack! Another bone fracture. Brock Rum's chest ribs were broken. Now, I accuse you of assaulting a police officer. If you have the guts, just arrest him. Kai pulled out his M1911 and pressed it against Brock Rum's forehead, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He really wanted him to arrest him so that he could kill him with a clear conscience. Phil was stunned. Everything happened too quickly. The same was true for the other agents. They soon came to their senses and immediately pulled out their guns. But the police were faster, with hundreds of police officers raising their guns together. Just as a big fight was about to happen, 3 figures fell from the air. It was Wonder Woman, Iron Man, and Batman. Hey! What's going on? Tony saw Kai and SHIELD clashing, and hurried down to stop Kai. He didn't want Kai to suffer. Phil was just about to explain, but Wonder Woman got to him first. SHIELD. Phil was stunned, and nodded subconsciously. When Diana heard the affirmative answer, she took out the lasso of truth and lassoed Phil, and pulled him in front of her. Tell me, where's Ares? SHIELD agents are not vegetarians. As soon as Diana lassoed Phil, several SHIELD field agents opened fire on Wonder Woman. But it was useless. Diana waved her protective silver bracelet and the bullet flew away. The hot-tempered Diana would not tolerate these people. The next second, she drew her sword and planned to kill the attackers. In fact, compared with the whereabouts of Ares, the life and death of these people were not considered by Diana at all. But Batman stopped her. Ask about the real business. Batman is always very frugal with words, especially to outsiders. On the other side, the police were stimulated by the gunshots and surrounded them. Now the SHIELD agents dared not move at all. SHIELD has very high privileges in many cases, but because of this, they must be cautious. For example, in normal times, they can naturally point fingers at the police, but now, once they have a conflict with the police, no matter what the cause is, the pot is theirs. They enjoy the highest privileges, and they must enjoy the strictest fear. It is precisely because SHIELD has too much power that almost all departments of the US government are afraid of SHIELD. So in normal times, SHIELD can enjoy preferential treatment, but there is a red line, that is, it must not interfere with illegitimate government departments exercising their legitimate powers. This so-called legitimate power has a lot of room for discussion, but now, the entire Los Angeles police will stand behind Kai, so there is nothing to say. Whatever Kai says is what it is. Diana couldn't refute Kai, so she mentioned Phil, who was tied up by the lasso of truth. Tell me, where's Ares? Phil didn't want to answer this question, but the power of the lasso of truth forced him to speak the truth. I don't know. Seeing Phil trying his best to endure, he had to speak. Tony didn't understand what was going on, so he opened his mask and asked carefully, "What is she doing?" Kai couldn't speak at this time. His current character was a Los Angeles policeman and he didn't know Wonder Woman. So Batman had to speak. "This is the lasso of truth. Anyone tied up by the lasso of truth can only tell the truth. Even gods are the same." Tony's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. Wonder Woman put Phil down at this time, and seeing that Tony didn't believe her, she tied Tony up casually. "When was your first time?" 14 years old, with a maid at home. "Fuck, when was the last time you wet the bed?" 3 years old. "Fuck. I believe it." "Stop." Tony was a little scared. "This is too vicious, right? Stop playing around. Find the statue of Ares as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Phil was still in shock, but when he heard Batman say that he was in big trouble, he couldn't help asking, "What's going on?" Diana ignored him. It was Batman who spoke up. "Your shield stole a statue from the Louvre in Paris 30 years ago. That statue is the seal god of war Ares." "Ares?" Phil didn't believe it. "Go ask your boss. Now I can tell you with certainty that Ares has begun to break the seal. Once he escapes, the whole of Los Angeles will become a battlefield. The monster just now has Ares' power. If you don't want thousands of monsters like that to suddenly appear, I advise you to do as I say. I've worked so hard, can you give me some recommendation votes? Double the votes too." Chapter 581 Secret Base. Phil looked at Batman in doubt. Although there was no record of Batman telling lies in all the records about Batman, the problem was that this matter sounded too fantastic. Especially the fucking Ares. Isn't that the ancient Greek god of war? Why did he appear here? Phil was still hesitating. Wonder Woman couldn't help it. She raised her sword and said, "No matter what, just kill them all. The people behind them will naturally come out." Kai couldn't help it on the side. After all, Kai was a policeman. "Wait, Mom, I don't think it's necessary to be so intense. You can tell from his appearance that he is just a small fry. It's normal that he doesn't know. I'll persuade him. After saying that, Kai grabbed Phil. "What are you doing? Make a phone call quickly." Phil was still a little confused. He looked at Kai, who was actually concerned about other things. "Do you know Wonder Woman?" "Fuck." Kai was also drunk. How could this guy not grasp the point? "Of course I know her. How many people in the United States don't know her? I beg you to call your boss quickly. It's just a phone call. Can it be that difficult? If Los Angeles really becomes a battlefield, I will be the first to lead the police to besiege your shield." Phil was finally convinced a little bit, although he sensitively felt from the conversation between Kai and Wonder Woman just now that Kai's tone was too familiar. But now is not the time to entangle this. And as Kai said, it's just a phone call. It doesn't count. So Phil gritted his teeth and called Nick Fury. "Phil." The call was connected. "Director." Unexpectedly, Wonder Woman was even more anxious. She snatched the phone. "Are you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who are you?" "What's wrong with Phil?" Phil was helpless, but still shouted, "Director, I'm fine. Don't worry about who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Is the statue of Ares in your hands? Is the statue in Los Angeles now?" Diana's temper has always been more impatient. There was no prelude at all, and he went straight to the point. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone frowned at first. The confidentiality level of the Ares statue is level 10, and even Phil, his close confidant, didn't know it. How did this woman know? Phil knew as director. With Wonder Woman's tone, he would never get a shred of truth from him. The king of spies told lies as easily as breathing. So Phil quickly snatched the phone back. Diana originally wanted to punch this bald man to let him know what politeness is, but Batman stopped her. Although Diana used to be impatient, she would never be so rude. She had a problem with her mentality. This can't be blamed on Diana. Back in Athens, in order to deal with Ares, they gathered the Atlanteans, Camelot, and Kai in his prime, and finally sealed Ares. But what about now? Camelot's move was a coincidence. It was because the devil intervened and wanted to open the plane barrier and invade the Earth. Others appeared there. Ares was not the one they really wanted to deal with. As for Atlantis, Diana had looked for the Atlanteans, but since the war that year, Atlantis had never appeared again. After all, these deep-sea people were notoriously isolated and didn't want to deal with people on the ground at all. Even Paradise Island had only had some contact with Atlantis intermittently for thousands of years, and in the past few decades, there was no one. It was often the Atlanteans who took the initiative to contact Paradise Island. After all, the Amazons on Paradise Island couldn't go down to the deep sea. In short, the best situation now is to kill Ares quickly while he is still not completely out of the seal, otherwise. Phil explained the situation to Nick Fury in detail. Nick Fury's face immediately turned extremely dark. Because he knew better than anyone that if what Wonder Woman said was true, then, the blame would belong to their shield. He had to be cautious. But the problem was that time did not allow him to be cautious. According to Wonder Woman and Batman, there were traces of Ares' power on the body of the abomination. If this was true, it would be terrible. Nick Fury immediately thought that if Ares really broke the seal, then the first to know should be their shield. But so far, the reports from the secret base where the Ares statue was placed were all normal. Phil. Send someone to control Dr. Edgar Sisko immediately. He is at XXXX, address. Then Nick Fury hung up the phone and dialed another person's number as quickly as possible. With Nick Fury's personality, it was impossible for him not to insert his own people in such an important project. The person he contacted was Barbara Minerva. Unfortunately, Barbara Minerva disappeared. Nick Fury couldn't believe it. His own people disappeared at such a critical moment. This is a very dangerous signal, which means that he has lost control of his men. And at this moment, it's bad. Let's not talk about Nick Fury's troubles first. What needs to be solved urgently now is Ares. Phil got the address, which is equivalent to getting the authorization of the director, so he immediately planned to take people to search. But just when he turned around, he found that the police were still surrounding them. Phil looked at Kai helplessly. Kai looked at Phil with a gloomy face. So, this matter is really related to your shield. Phil had a headache again. Damn, how to explain it? SHIELD set up a secret base in Los Angeles? If this gets to the city council and the state legislature, it will be a lot of fun. What the hell did SHIELD think of putting such a dangerous thing in Los Angeles? Fortunately, Batman rescued Phil. These are all trivial matters. The most important thing now is to ensure that Ares doesn't get out. Kai reluctantly let the police open the way. But Kai asked to go together. Phil didn't seem to have room to refuse such a request. After all, this is someone else's territory. Barbara Minerva, who was considered problematic by Nick Fury, was lying in the secret base at this time. A rough-shaped, old-looking dagger pierced her chest, and beside her, a dwarf with an extremely large head was suspended in the air, looking at her with a sneer. This dwarf was Dr. Edgar Sisko, but now his image has changed greatly. His skin is red all over his body, as if his blood has not dried up. At the same time, his head has become very large, and it looks like a balloon that is about to explode. This is a gift from Ares to him, a gift that gives him extraordinary power. His current appearance is the product of Banner's blood and Ares' divine power. But Edgar Sisko is very satisfied with this. Now he has intelligence beyond ordinary people. He has strong intuition, computational thinking, information storage, logic and philosophical structure. In theory, he can surpass normal human thinking ability to gain knowledge and understanding. He has the ability to master every professional subject in the world and can fully accept concepts outside his environment. At the same time, a strong brain also brings strong mental power. It enables him to mentally control certain people, as long as they are weak-willed. Banner's blood also allows him to emit gamma rays at will. Wake up, Barbara Minerva. It's time to work now, Edgar Sisko said with a sneer. As his words fell, Barbara Minerva, who was supposed to be a corpse, suddenly opened her eyes. The next second, the quaint and rough dagger gradually merged into Barbara Minerva's body. As the dagger disappeared, Barbara Minerva also stood up from the ground with ecstasy on her face. Is this the power of the ancient goddess Cardiga? The power of the legendary cheetah goddess of the Sen tribe? Barbara Minerva stroked her body and was fascinated by it. The dagger was a prize from Barbara Minerva's previous hobby. Barbara Minerva was once a criminal, and her biggest hobby was to be obsessed with ancient artifacts. In short, she was a great thief of artifacts. The dagger was her previous trophy. This dagger comes from Africa. It is a blade that is said to hunt gods. Its owner is Cardiga, the cheetah goddess in the ancient African legend. In the legend of the Sen tribe to which the dagger belongs, the cheetah goddess is a cruel god. Her greatest hobby is hunting. She has hunted all creatures in this world. Finally, she set her sights on the gods, so she began to hunt the gods. The gods were slaughtered and disappeared from the earth. The cheetah goddess was also seriously injured because of the gods' final resistance and had to live in the dagger. In the legend, only the purest girl can get the approval of the cheetah goddess and wield this dagger. Barbara Minerva just thought it was a legend and listened to it for fun. Until Dr. Edgar Sisco found her and told her that he could give her the power of immortality of the gods. Barbara Minerva agreed. She is not an agent, she is just a thief, now and in the future. It doesn't matter to her who she works for. After seeing Ares' existence, she quickly agreed to go along with him. Just as Barbara Minerva was feeling the power of the gods, the power that originally filled her body suddenly began to run wild. Barbara Minerva felt pain all over her body, and then her body began to deform, her ears began to lengthen, hair began to grow on the surface of her skin, her teeth and nails began to grow wildly, and soon she became a half-human, half-cheetah monster. Ah! What is this? Why did I become like this? Barbara Minerva felt a violent power surging in her body, which made her feel extremely refreshed, but also made her feel an uncontrollable bloodthirsty impulse. Hey! Don't worry, it's no big deal. There is always a price to pay for accepting power, help me quickly. I don't want to become like this. Barbara Minerva is a beautiful woman, and she is also proud of her appearance. She doesn't need to become such a monster. Don't worry, this is not permanent. Blame it on you not being a virgin. The power of the cheetah goddess can only be perfectly used by pure virgins. If it weren't for the power of Lord Ares, who made the cheetah goddess surrender, you would have become an irrational monster now, Dr. Edgar Sisco said gloatingly. What should I do? Of course. Offer blood and kill for the goddess. As long as the goddess is satisfied, you can temporarily return to your original state, Dr. Edgar Sisco said triumphantly. Go, kill everyone in this base. Let them become sacrifices for Lord Ares' return. Barbara Minerva, who could not control her bloodthirsty desire, quickly chose to surrender. After all, other people's lives were worthless to her. The secret base where the Ares statue was placed was inside an industrial park in the eastern part of Los Angeles. It originally belonged to a research institute of a pharmaceutical group. But that was just a cover. Under the research institute, there was a large-scale secret base. When Kai entered the research institute building and saw the entrance to the secret base, he looked at Phil woodenly. I believe the gentleman in the parliament will be very interested. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. actually has such an underground base in Los Angeles. In fact, it's nothing for S.H.I.E.L.D. to have a secret base, but the problem is that this base actually appeared in a big city like Los Angeles. If it was in the wilderness, Americans would basically not care. Anyway, the United States is vast and sparsely populated, and there is plenty of land. But it's touching the bottom line in Los Angeles. This is the second largest city in the United States and one of the largest cities in the world. Los Angeles people don't think that it's a good thing to have a secret base here that no one knows about. Let's go down, Batman said coldly, as if to stop Kai from continuing. But soon Batman turned his head and said to Phil, let your people come back. Phil was stunned. What? The big green guy has escaped. Batman didn't explain much. Then he took the lead and walked towards the entrance. Phil's face immediately became embarrassed. That's right, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not ignore the Hulk. Long before Phil brought them here, he secretly sent people to take over the Hulk. Unexpectedly, the Hulk was more powerful than expected. He had already broken free from the metal net left by Batman and escaped with his special batarang left by Batman on him. Kai sneered and stopped talking. Instead, he asked all the police officers to set up a defense line outside. He would not bring these police officers into the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who knows what would be inside? But at this moment, Batman and Wonder Woman suddenly stopped. Retreat quickly. The two of them were very tacit and retreated quickly outside the building at the first time. The quality of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents was quite good, and they followed immediately at the first time. They were very smart and knew that it was absolutely right to listen to the two superheroes at this time. Sure enough, not long after they evacuated the building, the ground began to shake. Everyone retreat immediately. Batman kept shouting to the crowd, asking them to continue to retreat. About 3 minutes later, the vibration of the ground reached a peak, and then like a volcanic eruption, a deep red beam of light suddenly broke through the ground and penetrated the entire building and shot straight into the sky. Then the building began to collapse and the ground began to sink. Soon, a huge pit swallowed everything. Roar. Soon, a beast roar came from the deep pit, and then a wyvern flew out from the ground. Fire. Kai had just led the police to retreat to a safe place when he saw the wyvern flying towards them. There was no time to reorganize the formation, so Kai could only let the police behind him open fire immediately. The only consolation was that Kai had already guessed that he would encounter a tough battle next, so the police he led were basically all equipped with rifles. Otherwise, relying on police pistols alone to deal with this monster that was 5 or 6 meters long was absolutely a joke. Chapter 582 Battlefield. Fire, guns and cannons rang out at once. Unfortunately, the vitality of this wyvern was so strong that its abdomen was pierced like a plug, but it was still strong. Not only that, it swooped down and picked up a policeman from the defense line and flew into the air. This action brought great pressure to the police, and some policemen even ran away screaming. This cannot be blamed on the police. After all, they are policemen to fight criminals, not to fight monsters. Scatter. Don't gather together. Cover each other. Kai picked up his sniper rifle, pulled the bolt, and shot directly into the eyes of the wyvern. The wyvern couldn't bear it and fell directly from the sky. Its huge body was about to crush the police in the defense line below. At this moment, a golden lightning appeared, and with a few whooshes, it moved the police below. It was the Flash. Kai also rushed over with his men at this time, surrounded the wyvern and fired a burst of shots, finally killing it. Lightning. You are responsible for support in sending the wounded back. If there is time, you can also help with the evacuation work later. The others follow me and continue to hold the line of defense, and let the brothers behind evacuate civilians from time to time. Kai turned around and found Phil after he finished speaking. Give me your command. Let all your people listen to my command? Phil was a little confused. He hasn't recovered from the incident just now. What on earth did their shield? Hide here. Bang. Kai slapped the bald man directly in the face, and he woke up instantly. Give me command? Phil had read part of Kai's file and knew that the man in front of him had served in the Army's Special Forces, and he was the strongest kind. Understood. Phil said this while explaining to his men, while taking his intercom and handing it to Kai. This is the intercom of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Kai was shouting and commanding everyone to enter the combat position, a strange sound came from the big pit again. Countless cruel roars continued to be heard, as if countless wild beasts were approaching. Boom. A big hand stretched out directly from the edge of the big pit. The hand looked like a human hand, but the size was a bit too big. Then a huge head emerged from the pit. A messy head of hair, a hideous face, and a huge pale yellow eye on the forehead. It's a Cyclops. When the Cyclops saw so many humans outside the pit, he immediately let out a roar of joy, and then took out a huge stone stick from under him. It's called a stick, but from the perspective of ordinary people, it's a stone pillar. Roar. With the roar of the Cyclops, countless monsters drilled out of the pit at once. There is a half-human, half-bird banshee say. There are centaurs and half-horses. There are stone men covered with stones. The most exaggerated one is the Medusa with a head full of snakes. I think no one will watch mythological movies for a long time. The special effects are so shocking, how can they be as shocking as the real thing? Kai picked up the sniper rifle and shot a Medusa in the head with one shot. Then he complained to Phil beside him, "Hey, it's really Hollywood." Then Kai stood up from the defense line and shouted, "Fire." He said and opened fire first. Sometimes the power of idols is indeed infinite. When Kai opened fire first, even if the others were at a loss about what to do with everything in front of them, they also mustered up the courage to open fire. Especially when they saw Kai actually kill the mythical monster with one shot, the courage of the others was even greater. Besides, these monsters are obviously not good guys, and they are obviously not here to travel in Los Angeles, so they can only fight. So in a modern city, a group of monsters and ghosts actually started a face-to-face gunfight with a group of policemen with firearms. The picture was extremely bloody and very cyberpunk. Although I don't know if this is cyberpunk, Kai looked very inconsistent anyway. These monsters are indeed very strong. If they fight in hand-to-hand combat, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they are probably not their opponents. But the problem is that humans are cheating. First of all, the emergence of guns and ammunition does put monsters and humans on the same starting line in some ways. You have magic skills and I have bullets. Secondly, There are several superheroes backing them up. Wonder Woman flew into the air, using the sword wings behind her to cast AoE, constantly knocking down those Rinsei banshees, and from time to time she also went down to the ground to support the police and shield's defense line that was on the verge of breaking. The other one was Batman. Batman, wearing a heavy bat mech, stood at the front of the line, holding a power axe and acting as a mainstay. Any large monster that wanted to pass through had to ask Batman for his power axe. Roar. The third Cyclops crawled out of the pit. When he stood on the ground with a huge and rough battle axe, the two companions who crawled out of the ground before him had already fallen to the ground. One was chopped into pieces by Batman, and the other was caught by Batman and had his skull shattered by a shockwave. At this time, Kai had no low resistance material to replace, so he could only use the vibration ability. I have to say, this ability is really useful. Once Kai gets close to you, no matter what kind of monster you are, you will be in trouble. After all, vibration is something, it is really impossible to defend against it, unless you can equip yourself with a special shield like Captain America that can absorb energy and vibration, otherwise you can only take the beating. Roar. This newly appeared Cyclops was obviously taller than the previous two and much stronger. And from the weapons, it can be seen that this Cyclops is stronger than the previous two. The previous two used stones to hit, but this one used iron. After seeing his compatriots die tragically, this particularly strong giant could no longer control his anger. Boom. It strode towards Kai, and the movement of its huge body actually caused a small earthquake. Kai looked at his opponent coldly, not afraid at all, and strode forward to control the mecha. At this time, Kai changed the operation mode of the mecha to force feedback control. Although neural connection control is convenient, it still makes Kai feel uncomfortable. He is still a warrior and prefers to fight with his hands and feet. Ling. The giant's axe and Batman's power axe collided in the air. Obviously Batman doesn't look like he's even taller than the giant's calf. This height difference makes this duel look like there is no suspense at all. But the result is evenly matched. The giant's axe can't move forward even one step. Batman held the axe in his right hand and clenched his left hand. Then there was a buzzing sound of high-speed vibration. A white light slowly appeared above Batman's left hand, forming a faint ball of light. Then Batman slowly and powerfully swung his left fist. The vibration force spread. Crack. The air cracked. Ah! The giant's waist suddenly sank a lot, and blood was squeezed out of the giant's ugly and ferocious mouth. Boom. The giant was hit like a bowling ball and hit a large group of monsters. When Batman picked up the power axe and was about to go up to kill the giant, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards him from behind Batman. Bang! At this moment, a bullet hit the black shadow's head just right. It turned out to be a black monster that looked like a bat but had the body of an ape. It didn't know when it sneaked behind Batman and was about to attack Batman. Batman didn't look back and continued to walk towards the giant. On the other side, Kai changed his target with his sniper rifle. It was a lion that was 3 times larger than an ordinary lion. Chapter 583 Fierce Battle. That kind of lion is very famous, called the Nemean lion. This is an extremely huge lion. Its fur is invulnerable to swords and guns, iron, stone, and bronze weapons cannot hurt it, and its claws are as sharp as a blade. This giant beast lives in the Peloponnese in the Argolis region, in the great forest between Nemea and Crevin. The lion is extremely ferocious, and human weapons cannot hurt it at all. Of course, myths must have some exaggerations. But there is one thing that is not exaggerated, that is, this lion is really fucking hard. Kai's sniper bullets hit this guy and all bounced off. Not only that, it seems that Kai's sniper rifle hurt it, so it got angry. This big cat, with countless bullets, jumped towards Kai in a few jumps. But how could Kai be afraid of this? Kai had encountered Nemean lions before. Strictly speaking, the legend was wrong. It was said that Nemean lions were monsters born from Typhon, a 100-headed giant, and Echidna, a female monster. But in fact, Kai did not know Typhon and Echidna, and did not know how they got into Greek mythology. The real Nemean lion was a kind of war beast raised by the ancient Greek gods to pull chariots. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the era when the gods were active. Kai remembered that Athena had a particularly huge white Nemean lion, very breezy. The one in front of him was not even 2/3 the size of that white Nemean lion. Seeing that Kai was about to be pounced by the giant lion, The police and SHIELD agents who had been covering Kai from behind immediately concentrated their firepower to prevent the tragedy from happening, but it was useless. So they could only watch the giant lion break through the defense line and pounce on Kai. As a result, just when Kai was about to be thrown down, Kai grabbed the lion's mane and jumped onto the lion's back. Kai dropped his sniper rifle and covered the lion's eyes with his hands. The Nemean lion was a mythical creature, but it was just a slightly smarter beast. It suddenly lost its vision and panicked. It actually rushed straight forward with its head down. The others saw Kai riding a giant lion and rushed towards them. They were immediately scared and dodged everywhere, and suddenly gave way. In this way, the Nemean lion carried Kai all the way to a building on the side of the road. Seeing that it was about to hit, Kai immediately let go of the lion and jumped off the lion. The Nemean lion's vision was restored, but when it saw the front clearly, a wall had appeared in front of it. Boom. In this way, this Nemean lion was directly installed on the reinforced concrete wall. This time it was really unclear, and the reinforced concrete wall that was almost half a meter thick was actually smashed. The huge impact made the monster dizzy, just like a big cat that took too much catnip, and surprisingly cute. Kai rolled on the ground for a few times before slowly getting up from the ground. He looked a little embarrassed, but in fact, he was fine. After he stood up, he walked towards the Nemean lion without saying a word, and took 3 grenades from a SHIELD agent. So a group of people watched stupidly. Kai strode towards the big and scary lion, and then stuffed 3 grenades into the lion's mouth in the horrified eyes of everyone. Don't say it, the dizzy beast is really stupid and cute, and it doesn't care about the things stuffed into its mouth at all. In fact, if you really compare them, the 3 grenades are too small for the monster's mouth. This thing is at least 2 meters tall at the shoulder. It can swallow 3 basketballs with one mouth, not to mention 3 orange-sized grenades. 3 grenades were thrown in, and the monster swallowed them without feeling anything. The Nemean lion's physical fitness is really strong. After hitting the wall so hard, it woke up quickly. Seeing Kai in front of it, the lion's first reaction was to roar and want to kill Kai. But before it could make any move, bang! A muffled sound came from its stomach, and its stomach expanded by 5 points visible to the naked eye. Then it was seen to freeze, and then its body shook a few times, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly, and blood slowly flowed out of its 7 orifices and lower body. The skin of this thing is indeed very hard, but the internal organs are not harder than other creatures. After being greeted by 3 grenades, it has to kneel even if it doesn't want to. And from the beginning, Kai has been standing there without moving, watching the lion being imploded and killed in front of him. At that moment, it was so cool. At this time, some SHIELD agents understood why Phil wanted Kai to join SHIELD so much. Too fierce. What are you looking at? Hurry up and defend. Kai turned his head and saw a group of people looking at him without moving, and immediately got angry. Now, both the police and SHIELD agents obeyed the order very honestly. There was no way, it was too fierce. Kai's sniper rifle was thrown away. Lightning, Kai roared. Swish. The flash suddenly appeared beside Kai. Here, sir, Barry has always respected Kai as his boss, and now, he even admires him a little. Hurry up and notify the National Guard. We can't hold on for long, we need support. Yes sir, whoosh. The flash disappeared. Kai's side really couldn't hold on. Although they tried very hard, the monsters kept coming. They suffered a lot of casualties, especially SHIELD. Kai arranged them at the forefront, while the police were arranged to assist. SHIELD had no objection to this arrangement, because according to the division of labor, it should have been like this. SHIELD took the lead and the police provided assistance. But the problem was that SHIELD did not expect the current situation. They didn't bring many people, and they were about to collapse. Kai didn't want the police to lose too much. After all, it was not their responsibility. So he needs fresh troops. The Flash is really fast. Just when Kai was about to collapse, a cavalry battalion under an independent armored brigade of the National Guard arrived. The so-called cavalry battalion is naturally not a real cavalry on horseback. In fact, they are highly mechanized troops with armored vehicles, M3 infantry fighting vehicles and other mechanized vehicles, and their firepower is very fierce. Although the command of the National Guard belongs to the states, don't think that their equipment is bad. In fact, the weapons and equipment of the National Guard are generally not bad. On the contrary, they are very good and can directly connect with the U.S. military. I am Lieutenant Colonel Kono of the 7th Independent Armored Brigade Cavalry Battalion of the 40th Mechanized Infantry Division of the California National Guard. Who is the commander here? It must be said that the quality of the California National Guard is quite good. As soon as they came to support, they replaced SYLD and the police to enter the defense line. Moreover, their firepower is much stronger. Large caliber machine guns, and individual rocket launchers are much stronger than the standard rifles of the police and SYLD, and their logistics supply vehicles are also broad, and they are not afraid of consumption at all. I'm the head of the West Los Angeles Major Crimes Unit, and I'm the temporary commander here. Kai didn't say much. Soldier, I need your men to hold on here and buy time for the civilians to evacuate. I also hope you can give orders to set up the second and third lines of defense 3 blocks away. I'll let our switch A, and the other police officers will retreat to assist you. In addition, we need air support. Why haven't those damn air forces responded yet? They're flying in the sky. The lieutenant colonel was not angry at Kai for taking over the job right away. Although they were not on the same command sequence, for now, the police officer in front of him was undoubtedly the one who knew the situation best. And he already knew from the intelligence briefing before coming here how awesome this major crimes unit head was. It's not shameful to be commanded by such a person. Chapter 584 Taking the Blame. Los Angeles has become a battlefield. This was the first news headline posted on major websites. The government was not able to control public opinion in the first place. After all, it was too difficult to cover up such a big thing happening in a big city like Los Angeles. Although the government has been controlling public opinion, with the rise of the internet and the promotion of smartphones, this control has become increasingly difficult. Look, in just a few hours, the internet was full of video materials about the Los Angeles War. At the same time, the government and the military also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the appearance of the mythical monster covered up the previous actions of the military. Especially since Batman killed the abomination, it was a military personnel, and the blame would most likely be placed on the military. After all, the successive appearance of the two giants caused Los Angeles to suffer at least thousands of casualties. This is Los Angeles. The public opinion pressure brought by these thousands of casualties is not ordinary. Just like during the Rwandan genocide, millions of people died in Rwanda, but even so, the impact was not as great as the thousands of deaths in Los Angeles. This world is so realistic. In short, the military and the government didn't know what to do. Especially the military. After all, the current president is a pacifist. He prefers to use diplomatic means to resolve disputes and maintain the international order dominated by the United States. He does not agree with the inefficient means of war. If this incident breaks out, the military will only get worse under the pressure of public opinion. But now it is good. With the appearance of the monster, the influence of the military's little thing is much smaller. When the time comes, the military will operate again and guide public opinion, and the trouble will be much smaller. Although it will still be unlucky, the price paid is acceptable. The military is actually dissatisfied with the president, but this dissatisfaction is still within the acceptable range. After all, the president can only serve 2 terms at most, 8 years. It will pass if you hold on. You can't even wait for 8 years. You know, the lobbying group of the arms dealers is quite powerful. As long as you give money, you can get anything done. So the military doesn't actually have a deep hatred for the current president. At most, they just hate him. But with the American political system, the military really doesn't have many good ways. They can't participate in politics, at least not directly. I'm getting off topic. In short, for the US military, things are bad, but not the worst. Anyway, the military leaders have reached a consensus that Ross will take the blame. This time, Ross will be completely expelled from the military. There is no other way. He entered Los Angeles without authorization, and the impact is too bad. This is unacceptable to the big men on Capitol Hill. If the military plays this way, the political system of the United States will be completely ruined, and a military government may even be born. The beacon of freedom actually has a military government. What's the point of playing? The personality has collapsed. In short, everyone decided calmly that Ross would be finished. As for Ross's fate, it is still open for discussion. The military is unlikely to plead for Ross, but they don't want it to be too miserable. At least Kai's accusation of Ross's treason is unlikely to be accepted by the military. This is too exciting. A general is treasonous. The military can't afford such a stinky hat. So it is likely that Ross will be tried by a military court for violating orders. As for the result, whether he will go to jail or be directly expelled, it also needs to be discussed. The military is considered to be looting. Anyway, the worst is just like this. But the government is in a big trouble. Damn, Los Angeles has become a battlefield. This is the end. Now the US government has approached SYNOPSIS and asked them to give an explanation. Why is there such a dangerous thing in Los Angeles, and the US government doesn't know about it? Nick. We are in big trouble. Pierce doesn't feel gloating at all now. After all, this matter can't really be blamed on Nick Fury. When the Ares statue was stolen, Nick was just an unknown little agent. Even Pierce was not the main person responsible. At that time, it was Pierce's predecessor, Ms. Carter, who was in charge. But the problem is that Pierce was in charge of the subsequent research on the statue. So after all, it's still Pierce's fault. Of course, this is not the main thing. It's not painful for Pierce to carry this kind of pot. Pierce has already resigned as the director of SYNOPSIS. What else can others do? Now the problem is that the US government is dissatisfied with SYNOPSIS. Logically speaking, with Pierce's identity, the worse SYNOPSIS is, the happier he is. After all, he is Hydra. But there is a problem. Who can be distinguished between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra now? Anyway, if anyone cares most about S.H.I.E.L.D., it must be Hydra. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to Hydra now. How could Nick Fury know that his old boss and old friend had this idea in his mind? He was also worried. Of course, he knew about the information about the first generation of British superheroes sealing Ares during World War I. At that time, Kai and Diana were both considered to be on the British side, and even the British themselves thought so. Unfortunately, no one knew the detailed information about that war, and the participants at that time did not elaborate on the details of the time later. So Nick Fury was also very worried about the current situation. However, Nick Fury has an advantage, that is, he is very cunning and never expresses his emotions casually. So even if things are already very troublesome, this guy still has a stable face. The Ares statue issue still can't shake SYNOPSIS. After all, we also transported the statue back to the United States to maintain world security. In a sense, we are also helping the world resist lightning. This kind of rhetoric can't move the government. The pressure from the Security Council is very high. They have begun to put pressure on me and let us give an explanation, Pierce said helplessly. They are all old hooligans. Who the hell believes this kind of rogue rhetoric? The old men in the Security Council are all veterans in the political arena. They don't know how many rogue rhetoric they have said. And the president is also very dissatisfied with this. He thinks that the annual secret funding for SYNOPSIS does not guarantee the security of the United States. It seems that he intends to cut our funding. The purpose of the establishment of SYNOPSIS was to be an intelligence agency without a political stance, independent of the country. And an international military and intelligence agency with world security as its sole responsibility. But from the beginning to now, this is bullshit. Even the original founders, Miss Carter and Howard Stark, did not do it. In fact, what they do is equivalent to the combination of the FBI and the CIA, with the security of the United States as the center and ensuring the world order with the United States as the main body. Therefore, no matter how much autonomy S.H.I.E.L.D. has, it cannot jump out of the framework of the American political system. What else can we do? We can only throw out the main responsible person. Nick Fury curled his lips, and let someone take the blame. It's not just the military. After speaking, Nick Fury threw out 2 documents. Those were the files of Dr. Edgar Sisko and Barbara Minerva. Are these 2 people not qualified? Pierce is a firm supporter of Nick Fury, because Nick Fury's style is most suitable for Hydra, and it can even be said that they are a perfect match. So he will never allow Nick Fury, such a useful chess piece, to get into trouble. But it is still okay to weaken him appropriately. Take down Nick Fury's people and replace them with Hydra's people. Isn't it beautiful to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? The words are said by people. Nick Fury smiled mysteriously and opened the information. Pierce looked at the nonsense in the information and looked annoyed. This is too much? The identities of Barbara Minerva and Dr. Edgar Sisko above were infinitely exaggerated, and there was also evidence proving that these 2 were former Soviet agents. Now their identities are enough, Nick Fury said confidently. Chapter 585 Kitten. Let's not talk about how these upper-level bosses are going to pass on the blame. The situation in Los Angeles is not good now. At least it's not good for those who are still fighting. Batman, Wonder Woman beheaded a bat monster with a sword, and then landed next to Batman. I think it's time to let him out. Without him, we can't deal with so many monsters. Ares must have opened the space channel of the Wasteland of Destruction, and his servants will come to this world one after another. Ares' kingdom, the Wasteland of Destruction, is a wilderness that is always fighting. The creatures in the wilderness are fighting each other all the time to please Ares. Ares did the same thing in order to seize the world, but he was beaten by the Atlanteans and Camelot together. But now there are no Atlanteans here, let alone Camelot. So Wonder Woman hopes that Kai can let his real body come. Diana has seen the power of Kai's real body, the power to destroy the world, which impressed her too deeply. Wait a little longer. Batman didn't want his real body to come out. The problem was that although his strength had recovered well, it was still a certain distance from his heyday, so his ultimate move could only be used once at most, and of course it had to be used on the blade. Moreover, they didn't know where the bastard Ares was now, so what should they do? It would be better to kill more monsters and accumulate soul energy while Ares was still hiding. How long do we have to wait? Diana said anxiously. Wait until the mouse runs out by itself, Batman said coldly. In Ares' current state, it is estimated that he is in a worse state than when Kai came back from the Lost Plateau. The shooting and destruction of the space channel in the wasteland probably exhausted all his strength. He must be hiding somewhere to recover his strength. And Los Angeles in front of him is his best source of strength. Ares is the god of war, mutiny, killing and riot. He is a symbol of strength and power, bloodthirsty, bloody, and the embodiment of human disaster. And right now, is there a more perfect place for Ares to recover his strength than here? It depends on who can survive in the end. Right at the bottom of the pit, a skinny man, guarded by the big-headed Dr. Edgar Sisko, opened his arms to welcome the long-lost sunshine. He is Ares, the former god of war Ares. And now, Ares calls himself Ares the Avenger. Although it is suspected of infringement, neither Ares nor Nick Fury would care, it is just a title anyway. Ares took a deep breath, the air of freedom. Now he is no longer as handsome and majestic as before. The former Ares had red hair that seemed to burn with flames, his eyes were beautiful lake blue, his body was tall and strong, and every muscle seemed to be the most perfect marble sculpture. He was once the most beautiful male god in the entire Olympus clan, and his glory was even inferior to Apollo. He was brave and fearless, and was synonymous with beauty and wildness. But what about now? Ares looked at his body with hatred. His white hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His body was dry and hunched, like an old man. The muscles he was once proud of were gone, leaving only scars on his body. As Ares stroked his scarred snake girl, his never-extinguished anger was ignited again. He once thought that he was the future of Olympus. But in the end, he found that the clown was actually himself. He was sadly abandoned by the gods as a chess piece. That was his old man and mother. They actually threw their own son as a chess piece on the earth. They are cowards. They abandoned their hometown. Ares' hatred was so intense that he couldn't wait to vent it. But he had to wait. Ares had always been a reckless man, but no matter how reckless he was, he should have learned his lesson after going through so much. He needed to wait a little longer. Barbara Minerva grinned, revealing her long canine teeth, and her wild eyes looked at Ares from time to time. She could feel that the god in front of her was very weak. This made the leopard girl feel itchy, and the wildness in her body was constantly provoking her tense nerves stimulated by bloodthirsty desires. I really want to kill him. The leopard girl kept shouting in her heart. But Dr. Edgar Sisko beside her was also eyeing her covetously. This made her dare not move. Kitten, your idea is very dangerous. Ares was very sensitive to the murderous intent around him, but he didn't care. Although the leopard girl also had a god in her body, Ares didn't take the cheetah goddess seriously at all. There were many wild gods in remote areas in his era. To say that they were gods, Ares always felt that it was an insult to the word god. What's more, this one was even worse than himself. No matter what, Ares still maintained his body, but what about this so-called cheetah goddess? It can only rely on a sword, which is fine. It even has a vague sense of autonomy. It is about to die completely, and only a few instincts are left. It's strange that Ares would care about this kind of stuff. It's just that he lacks a thug, so he allows it to live. Barbara Minerva didn't feel panicked, but licked her lips with interest. Our deal is done, right? The implication is that she is going to turn against him. Dr. Edgar Siskel was immediately furious. Barbara Minerva, you have to figure out who is standing in front of you? Put away your dirty little thoughts. It's not good for you. Eris stopped Edgar from continuing to speak, and looked at Barbara with a condescending attitude. How pitiful. The gods who were once high and mighty are now only left with the marks of instinct, and can't even distinguish the most basic strength and weakness. After saying that, Eris suddenly made a move and grabbed Barbara's neck. Barbara looked at Eris in shock. She had been on guard against Eris and Edgar for a long time, but even so, she was easily subdued. She didn't even react at all. Eris lifted the body of Leopard Girl, which was very small compared to him, in front of him. Tisk tisk tisk, what a poor little kitty. Even though Eris was extremely weak, he was still a god, and his body was much taller than Leopard Girl even if it was decayed. Barbara struggled desperately like a cat with its fur standing on end, but this struggle seemed ridiculous to others. She couldn't even break Eris' skin. As Eris' strength increased, Barbara's struggle became weaker and weaker, just like a cat with its neck pinched. Little kitty, you must learn to respect your master. Because Eris' originally kind and calm face became ferocious and murderous. I can take your life at any time. After saying that, Eris threw Barbara to the ground like throwing away garbage. When a cat falls from a height, it always lands on all fours first. The same is true for Leopard Girl. As soon as Barbara landed, she bent her back, opened her mouth wide, showed her teeth and made a series of breathing sounds from her throat. But Eris ignored him and stared at the beam of light. He wanted to continue expanding the space channel, but he didn't have the strength to do it at the moment. So he could only make the killing more intense. Anyway, to him, it didn't matter who the two parties in the killing were. Whether it was the enemy or his own people, he could absorb strength from pure killing. Eris took a deep breath, so much so that his chest expanded twice as much, like a blown-up balloon. Whoosh! Finally, after reaching the limit, Eris blew out a deep breath. A red breath was blown out of his mouth. Then this red breath began to spread. All the monsters that came into contact with this breath immediately became violent. The battle became more intense. Chapter 586, Stabbed in the Back. We need air support. Air support. Not the fucking ammunition. Fuck. Lieutenant Colonel Kono used the radio to contact the headquarters with a hoarse voice. He no longer had the spare time he had half an hour ago. In fact, until now, he seemed to be dreaming. He had thought about going to the battlefield one day. Although as a National Guard, it is not a federal army, but due to the international situation, the U.S. military still dispatches a part of the National Guard to the international battlefield every year. For example, there was the National Guard in the Iraq War. But he never thought that he would fight a war in his own country, his hometown. When receiving the governor's order to march into Los Angeles, Lieutenant Colonel Kono thought that at most he would suppress the mob, just like the 1994 riots. But he didn't expect to fight a bunch of monsters that he had only heard of in myths. What's more unfortunate is that they can't seem to win. As red smoke appeared on the battlefield, the monsters became more violent and fearless. Lieutenant Colonel Kono saw with his own eyes that a Sasquatch had his entire abdomen blown open by a series of bullets, but this guy dragged his intestines and rushed towards a soldier, biting the soldier to death with his mouth. This kind of situation is everywhere on the battlefield. The National Guard still has a certain gap with the regular U.S. military in terms of training and combat effectiveness, even in terms of discipline. Lieutenant Colonel Kono wanted to stabilize the situation very much, but the National Guard soldiers gradually retreated. If it weren't for Kai's support with elite SWAT and SHIELD agents, Lieutenant Colonel Kono felt that his troops would have retreated long ago. This fact made Lieutenant Colonel Kono feel very embarrassed. In any case, the National Guard is the army, even the reserve can't be worse than the police, right? But the fact is that the Los Angeles police are really much better than them. In order to save his face as a soldier, Lieutenant Colonel Kono could only keep asking for support. Fortunately, this time the governor authorized the entire 40th Mechanized Infantry Division of the California National Guard to enter Los Angeles. For now, they are not short of people. So although there are more and more monsters, they can still hold on. Of course, they are not without problems. At least they have completely lost air supremacy. There are too many flying monsters. Even if Wonder Woman is very powerful, it is impossible to block the entire sky. Many monsters still bypass Wonder Woman and attack the soldiers behind a defense line from the air. The attack methods of those monsters are not actually very powerful. At least compared with modern missiles and aircraft cannons, the killing effect they cause is just so-so. But the panic they bring is much greater than those modern weapons. The 5 armed helicopters that originally came with Lieutenant Colonel Kono to support were finished a few minutes ago. In terms of flexibility, helicopters are still much worse than those monsters. So Lieutenant Colonel Crow has been requesting fighter formations for support. "Hey baby. I heard someone needs air support." A deafening rock sound suddenly came from the sky. Colonel looked up and a flash of fire flashed over their heads. "It's Iron Man." People began to cheer, and even Lieutenant Colonel Kono breathed a sigh of relief. Tony Stark's presence has been very weak since the beginning of the war. There is no way, because the mecha he was wearing was not equipped with many weapons, only electromagnetic pulse cannons. Although the pulse cannons were also very powerful, they were still a little thin. So in order not to embarrass himself, Tony ran home to change his equipment. In fact, it was not a change of equipment. After all, the update of Iron Man's battle suit was not so fast. He just made a little improvement on the existing basis. He temporarily modified his mecha in Stark Tower and equipped it with a large number of weapon systems, including 9mm semi-automatic pistol, shotgun, submachine gun, 40mm caliber howitzer, 7.62mm caliber and 134 machine gun. At the same time, the back of the suit is equipped with a large number of grenades and 3 machine guns to ensure that the muzzle is cooled in time and the bullets are loaded in time, thus accompanied by a large number of grenades. Tony used to think that adding so many weapons would make him look very unfashionable. But actual combat makes one know the truth. Now he understands that the weapon system is necessary. Although it looks a bit bloated, it is much more practical. Everyone lie down, Tony's father's gift is coming. In addition to these, Tony also took out the weapons he invented before. With Iron Man's warning, everyone hid in the bunker and prepared to meet the bombing. As soon as Iron Man's voice landed, a group of black shadows flew from the direction of Stark Building, like a group of ravens. With the sound of a propeller, everyone realized that the flying black shadows were all black drones. The shape of these drones is very strange, with propellers at the tail and bird-shaped wings at the front. There are a lot of these drones, as many as hundreds. The show has begun, accompanied by Iron Man's rock song. The drones rush towards the monsters in the sky. These drones have automatic tracking functions, and the most amazing thing is that these drones lock on to one target at a time, so there is absolutely no waste of firepower. After locking onto the target, the drones suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the enemy. Not only that, they can also judge the enemy's counterattack and make evasive actions. Boom. After the first drone hit the target, it exploded immediately, and the power of the explosion was quite considerable. Then the drones rushed towards their respective targets, and the explosions came one after another. Kono stared at the fireworks in the sky in amazement, and was extremely envious. "Why don't those idiots in the military purchase some of these things for me?" Kai just came down from the front line to change ammunition. Hearing this, he said jokingly, "You are dreaming. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the automatic tracking function of these things. One unit costs a small $1 million. Do you think those big guys above will be so generous?" Bulk arms transactions are not only based on performance, but also on cost performance. This thing is not as powerful as a missile, but it is more flexible than a missile, but the price is not much lower. In the eyes of the military, accuracy is fine, and there is no need for such precision. Anyway, a missile will flatten the area of dozens of meters. It does not need to be accurate to the centimeter. It is meaningless. Kono also knows this, and he just complained casually. The enemies in the air were cleared. But there were still many drones left. These drones did not run around randomly, but circled around Tony. This is a bit cool. Kai was watching from below, and suddenly thought that this thing was good. It could be designed into a bat shape to support Batman. Tony certainly didn't know that his good friend was thinking about his patent. On the contrary, he brought a gift to his good friend. A silver light whizzed from the direction of Stark Tower and finally stopped beside Tony. Then Tony snapped his fingers. The silver-white mecha landed beside Kai with a whoosh. "A gift for you," Tony shouted. Everyone around looked at Kai with envy. Men, they can't stop themselves from weapons, robots and the like. Kai didn't refuse this time. After all, he was a clone now, and he didn't have much power. He was already tired after tossing around for so long. After a series of mechanical sounds, Kai put on the silver Iron Man armor. This armor was Tony's previous work. Since it was experimental, it was not painted, but it had everything it needed, and Tony had also done the debugging. The weapon system was also just installed. The firepower was fierce. Let's start the party, go. Go. As Kai put on the armor and flew into the sky, many people who were watching the battle had countless thoughts in their minds. This was the first time Tony gave his armor to someone else. Tony planned to give Kai one before, but Kai refused, which made many people beat their chests and stamp their feet. But now Tony gave it again. From this point, we can see how much Tony cares about this serious crime team leader. Many people began to investigate the relationship between Kai and Tony, hoping to get something useful from it. Even if there is nothing useful, they can know how to get along well with Tony. A group of people far away in Washington began to make more plans. Can we ask this little policeman to hand over his iron armor? A pot-bellied man asked the man next to him. This is Senator Stan, a senator on Capitol Hill in Washington, and also the chairman of the Congressional Armed Forces Committee. There are many central committees in the U.S. Congress, and the members of each committee are senators. They are responsible for all aspects of the U.S. Congress. For example, the Budget Committee is responsible for the annual budget review of various government departments. Generally speaking, these committees have great power. And the Senator Stan is the one who insisted that Tony Stark hand over the Iron Man armor. Next to him is his assistant, who is considered a confidential secretary and is responsible for many confidential matters. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Unexpectedly, his assistant disagreed with Stan's idea. Why? Stark is a troublesome character. If possible, I don't want to have anything to do with this guy. And this policeman is obviously easier to deal with. No, in fact, the identity of this policeman Wayne is more complicated than you think. The assistant took out a pile of documents and handed them to Senator Stan. He is not only a policeman, but also a shareholder of a huge multinational group. In addition, he has his own connections in the military. According to investigations, he has a very good relationship with the Special Operations Command, and the current commander of the Special Operations Command, General Colton, has a very good personal relationship. So even if you don't consider his personal relationship with Tony Stark, he is not easy to deal with. In addition, he has an extraordinary personal relationship with His Excellency the President. After the assistant finished speaking, he pointed to the TV and said, after this war, his identity will be more complicated. Given his identity, he will be the only face of the government in this war, and we must take into account the government's face. Senator Stan is an old politician and knows too well how bad the government is in this war. For example, until now, California has been fighting alone. The federal government can be said to have done nothing. So far, the President and the Secretary of Defense have not happened, and federal support has not arrived. What's worse is that the military started the incident, and it was S.H.I.E.L.D. that brought it to a climax. Damn, they are the best at making trouble, and when they cleaned up their mess, everyone disappeared. After this, public opinion will never give up unless they scold the government to death. There are three major centers of public opinion in the United States: New York, Washington and Los Angeles. New York and Washington are relatively speaking the centers of traditional serious media. The difference is that New York is more inclined to economics and finance, while Washington is more political. But this does not mean that the influence of Los Angeles as a public opinion base is low. On the contrary, in this era of entertainment to death, the influence of Los Angeles media is not only not low, but even higher. In addition, the media has always liked to find fault with the government. It would be strange if the media in other places would let the government go. In order to ensure that it is not scolded to death, the government must do something. What to do? Of course, set an example. Kai is the best example. He is a policeman, a government official in a sense, and has military experience. He is also a good candidate for the military. So in order to pull up the last fig leaf, Kai must be set up as an example. Not only should he be established, but he should also be written about. In short, the whole people should create stars to divert public opinion. Not only Kai, but also Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash and Tony Stark need to be promoted. It's not that these politicians like these superheroes, but they have no choice. Compared with the public criticism, they can only hold their noses and praise these superheroes. This is nothing. Anyway, for politicians and the media, it is normal to praise you today and step on you tomorrow. There is no pressure at all. Now the government needs superheroes to divert the public's attention, so they are naturally willing to praise these superheroes. When they don't need them anymore, they can start stepping on them. But Kai is different. He is not a superhero, he is a policeman, a solid policeman. For the sake of the government's face, they don't allow others to step on him. It's the same for Stanford. After all, he is a part of the government. Of course, the Senate and the government are two teams in name, and they belong to different groups. But are there really so many things in it? In short, from the government standpoint, Stanford cannot touch Kai. Of course, he can also directly issue orders to Kai in the name of the government. But the problem is that he is a Los Angeles policeman and is not under the jurisdiction of the federal government. And Kai is a hero of Los Angeles. The Los Angeles government and the California government treat him as a treasure. Others need votes, too. California is the troublemaker among all the states in the United States, and the fact that California wants independence is not a recent thing. California has a good economy, and has always looked down on its poor brothers in the country. California and Texas have always been the core of American separatism. Texas is unhappy with the northern states because of the remnants of the Civil War. California is simply too rich. In short, it is very troublesome. Then don't we have any other way? Not for now. After all, Tony gave the thing to Kai, and with his relationship with Kai, Kai can return the metra at any time and borrow it out when he needs it. In short, there are many ways, and unless we can deal with Tony Stark, there is no point. Okay, Senator Stan suddenly felt a headache. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Destiny. Retreat to the second line of defense. Retreat. After persisting for nearly an hour, Kai finally gave the order to retreat. This was already the limit. It had to be said that the efficiency of the American police was really amazing. Kai had issued the evacuation order since the beginning of the battle, but only now did the news come from the rear that the evacuation work was finally completed. It was time to die, and the efficiency of these people was simply outrageous. Boom. Kai fell heavily from the air, blocking the front of the defense line with Batman to cover the others. The 7.62mm caliber meters modified Type 134 machine gun stretched out from Kai's shoulder and fired. Facts have proved that except for a few, most of these monsters are mortals. Under the 7.62mm caliber, they will die anyway. Tony and Wonder Woman blocked the sky. Well, in fact, the air supremacy had long been lost, and those monsters had long been everywhere in the sky. The destructive power of these flying monsters was actually quite limited. As long as a group of fully armed soldiers formed a square, these monsters would fly down and deliver food, but the problem was that they caused great casualties to civilians. In fact, so far, the monsters on the ground have not broken through the defense line. With armored vehicles and various heavy machine guns on the ground, and Batman has been hunting those targets with great destructive power, these monsters have continuously pushed the front line forward, but that was all at the cost of their lives. Although the human defense line has been compressed again and again, it has always been as solid as a rock. But the monsters flying in the sky are different. The sky is too big. Even if Tony and Wonder Woman fight for their lives, they can't block such a large airspace. After these monsters can't do anything to Iron Man and Wonder Woman, they immediately target those civilians. Don't think that the followers of Ares, the god of war, are the kind of tough guys who like to fight head-on. In fact, those who believe in this guy are dictators and murderers. They enjoy killing and are addicted to blood. They are real hyenas. Not proud lions. The weak should die, and they are not proud of protecting the weak. But it must be said that their changes are indeed effective. As a policeman, Kai can't sit back and watch the deaths and injuries of civilians. He must make changes. No matter which dog food is raised, send me air support. We need the Air Force. Are you all asleep in the headquarters? Air Force. Air Force. Air Force. How many times do I have to say it? Or do you want me to prosecute you bastards for treason? Kai connected to the military channel through the Iron Man armor and shouted at the other side. I'm sorry, Sheriff Wayne, we are also working hard. But to mobilize the Air Force to fight on its own land, it must be authorized by the Pentagon. This is the American system. We are already speeding up the process, so please." No one on the other side answered Kai's question. And his tone was quite good, as if he could empathize with Kai and his friend's situation. "Fuck America. Fuck the Pentagon. My guys are falling one after another, and those soldiers are being torn to pieces by monsters one by one. We have been dying until now. There are not even a few wounded people sent to the back. Los Angeles is burning. Now tell me, what kind of bullshit program do you need? Help me tell those bastards a message. Don't change a single word." Kai took a deep breath. "Fuck you. You bastards." After saying that, Kai hung up the phone. He was now defeated by the efficiency of the Americans. So Kai directly called President Benjamin's private phone. "Kai," the call was quickly connected. There was a lot of noise on the other end, as if they were arguing about something. "How is the war situation over there? Fuck. Benjamin, is there shit in your head? Where is your army? Why hasn't our air support appeared yet? Aren't you the president? What are you doing? Flirting with an intern in the White House? You have the nerve to ask me about the war situation? Can't you see it yourself? Fuck." Benjamin didn't expect Kai to scold him so harshly. Although it is normal for the President of the United States to be scolded, it is the first time that he has been named and scolded so harshly. "Calm down, Kai. I'm the president, but not a dictator. I need Congress. Fuck Congress. Let those idiots die. Now, what you have to do is to quickly authorize the military to take action. You are the president elected by the Americans, not those idiots. Now, give me the list of congressmen who are blocking the move, and I will broadcast it now, so that all the people in Los Angeles can hear how stupid these idiots are. Then petition collectively to remove these idiots, and then you can send people from the FBI or the intelligence agency to investigate him. Anyway, whether it's a false accusation or forged evidence, just send them to jail. Then let the prisoners in the jail collectively blow their asses. Fuck. Fuck." Benjamin was on speakerphone, so Kai's words were basically heard by everyone around him. Those congressmen who were originally in favor of authorizing the military to take action were embarrassed. To be honest, the reason they blocked the move was not because of selfishness or anything else. A large part of the reason they did this was out of tradition. The U.S. military's deployment in the country has a very bad impact. The military may become more powerful at any time. Any civilian official is naturally wary of the military. Besides, using the Air Force to bomb Los Angeles. It's exciting to think about it. This kind of thing may be blamed at any time. If the bombing is too severe, it's over. That's Los Angeles. Anyway, if it's another city, such as Minneapolis, although it is also a big city, its presence is quite scarce, and it's bombed. But that's Los Angeles. Sometimes a city is too famous, which is also a problem. On the contrary, the military is very active. There is no way. They have to fill the hole created by Ross. The better they perform, the greater the probability that Ross will take the initiative afterwards. Besides, they are soldiers, directly in charge of bombing. As for the aftermath, it's none of their business. This is also the reason why those congressmen prevented the dispatch of the Air Force. Reconstruction costs money. And the federal government has to pay this money. Otherwise, why do you need the federal government? Isn't it because of this that we pay federal taxes? If you are not willing to pay even this, then just be independent and save some federal taxes. I believe that the taxpayers in Los Angeles will be very happy. Give? Good. Now the money is given to Los Angeles. What about other departments? The reconstruction of Los Angeles is not planned. In short, this matter is not as simple as Kai imagined. Kai is just a criminal policeman. How can he understand the twists and turns here? However, Kai's retort made everyone understand that the situation on the scene has reached a very dangerous point. At least the National Guard can't cover it. In fact, it is true, at least the California National Guard can't cover it. Here I want to talk about the National Guard. The National Guard is divided into two parts, the Air Force and the Army. There is no Navy. The Navy belongs to the federal government. The Air National Guard is very well equipped. As the core dominant force of the Homeland Air Defense Command, it is equipped with various main combat aircraft including F-22 and F-35, responsible for taking over the U.S. airspace. It is also equipped with core strike forces such as B-2 stealth bombers. It can be said that its combat power has far exceeded the regular army of ordinary countries. The Air National Guard currently has 92 squadrons, more than 1,700 aircraft, and a total of 118,100 people. In order to achieve integration with the active forces, it is also equipped with advanced weapons such as M1A1 tanks and F-15 fighter jets. It is a local armed organization of the state government. It maintains public order within the state's legal authority, participates in rescue and drug enforcement work. It is transferred to active service in wartime or when the country is in a state of emergency, used for domestic air defense or sent to overseas theaters to perform combat missions. It is respectively assigned to the Air Combat Command, Education and Training Command, Space Command, Special Operations Command, Air Mobility Command, and Pacific Air Force Command. Although California can also command its own Air National Guard. But the problem is that they can't accept the California state government ordering the bombing of their own city. In fact, Kai should scold the state government, but the problem is, Kai doesn't have the state government's phone number. Otherwise, he would have scolded it long ago. It's also Benjamin's bad luck. Fortunately, Benjamin also has the courage. After being scolded by Kai, he realized that he had to make a decision. If he put the blame on the California state government at this time, he would definitely be scolded. It's better to make a prompt decision and take the blame. I understand. I will give the order immediately and ask the Pentagon to authorize it. Benjamin also figured it out. This is not a bad thing. For Americans, heroes have always been worshipped. Kennedy became a national hero because he withstood the pressure to deal with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Why can't he do it, even if he ordered the bombing of his own city? But when no one dared to make up their minds, he dared. This shows that he is responsible. This is very popular in the United States. Hurry up. Hold on for a while, air support will come soon. Kai immediately connected to the on-site command channel and told others the news. For a while, the morale on the scene immediately rose. In the minds of most American soldiers, the U.S. military has the best firepower in the world is very solid. The facts are similar. The U.S. military is famous for its bombing ideas. In the Vietnam battlefield, even if a rabbit hole is found, the U.S. military will use heavy firepower to wash it. The firepower is unbelievably strong. And because the second line of defense has more time, it is much more solid than the previous line of defense. At least in many places, heavy firepower points were set up. Just the most basic light infantry company was equipped with 18 M249S and 8 M240S, as well as Javelin anti-tank missiles. A company was equipped with 24 rounds of firepower as standard. In addition, there was an additional 12.7 mm M2HB heavy machine gun and an M2 infantry fighting vehicle. The vehicle was equipped with a 25 mm chain gun system. Although the 25 mm gun had a small caliber, it used an external energy fire chain gun structure design, with high reliability, adjustable rate of fire, and low recoil. It was definitely enough to deal with those monsters. It was just that the anti-aircraft firepower was a little worse. Just when the morale of the human side was gradually rising, Ares, who was hiding in the shadows, was getting better and better. He was a symbol of strength and power, bloodthirsty, bloody, and the embodiment of human disasters. The more intense the killing, the more power he could absorb. The originally thin body began to swell gradually, and the gray hair gradually turned into the color of blood. Barbara Minerva felt it most directly next to him. Originally, Ares was as weak as a pile of dead bodies. Even though Barbara was not his opponent, she could still feel his decaying and weak nature. But now, she felt a fire burning around her, a bursting flame, which seemed to devour everything, making Barbara instinctively want to stay away from him. Ha, humans are really hopeless creatures. I thought that after experiencing that war, humans would learn a lesson more or less, but now it seems that these pathetic creatures never know what a lesson is. With a recovery of his strength, Ares could instinctively connect to the disputes and killings in this world. The extremely abundant power of the source of disputes and disasters made Ares understand what the world is like today in an instant. During the First World War, even Ares had to admit that humans might be his best believers, because they could actually start a war that even he himself was surprised by. The scale of that war, even from Ares's perspective, can be said to be unprecedented in history. Millions of people hated and killed each other on the verge of death. But now Ares felt that he had underestimated these weak and pathetic creatures. They actually started a larger-scale war again. At the same time, Ares was also very regretful. It was a pity that he was not there at the time. If he was there at the time, perhaps he could have become the strongest god of all time. but now it is not bad. Ares can feel that this era is not peaceful, wars are still frequent, and suffering and disasters are never far away. Once, the gods actually believed that humans were the future of this world and willingly handed over this world to humans. But look at it now, it is a perfect slap in the face of the gods. Ares now really hopes to see the faces of the gods, which must be very exciting. At the same time, this also deepened Ares's view. Humans do not deserve this world. Humans have always been like this, and will always be like this, weak, cruel, selfish, and can do the most terrible things. They don't deserve a bit of sympathy at all, Ares murmured to himself. He thought of Diana, his sister. He once thought that Diana would see everything clearly, and humans would make her understand. Peace never existed. As General Ludendorff said, peace is just a brief ceasefire between wars. War is God, and God needs human sacrifice. In exchange, he gives humans purpose, meaning, and an opportunity to transcend his trivial, ordinary, and selfish nature, and become brave, noble, and excellent. Ares raised his head and looked at the horizon beyond his sight. Humph. Stupid. War is the irredeemable fate of mankind. Humanity should accept its own fate. Why did the recommendation votes on the app disappear? Chapter 588 Support. Ares looked up at the slowly expanding space channel and felt annoyed. It was too slow. Although the battle outside was fierce, most of Ares's strength was invested in maintaining the space channel, which delayed Ares's recovery time. At the same time, in order to quickly expand the space channel, Ares's strength needed to be restored to a certain level. After all, the entire Earth was protected by Camelot. Even though Ares's destruction wasteland was an affiliated space of the Earth and strictly speaking was part of the Earth's plane, Camelot's super magic circle did not reject and suppress the destruction wasteland seriously, but it still required Ares to open the plane isolation power. According to Ares' original plan, he should have opened the plane channel and released his servants, and then these servants would create massacres and disasters in the city. Then rely on this power to restore his strength. You know, there are millions of people in this city. If the Los Angeles metropolitan area is included, the population will exceed 10 million. If the concept of Los Angeles is expanded a little bit, referring to the greater Los Angeles area, the population is close to 20 million. The greater Los Angeles area refers to the large combined statistical area of 5 counties, Los Angeles County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, and Ventura County. To be honest, Ares had to admire humans in this regard. They were like cockroaches. If you weren't careful, they would be everywhere. Ares estimated that he only needed to destroy the city, and he would be able to appear in front of the world again in his prime, and then he could cleanse the world. He wanted to return the world to the period when the gods ruled, when human knowledge was an insignificant part of nature, and they were in awe of the world and the gods. Ares wanted to prove that it was a ridiculous mistake for the gods to hand over the world to humans. Unexpectedly, the plan was stuck just after it was launched. The resistance of human soldiers was stronger than expected. It made it impossible for his monster army to be deployed. So things entered a dead end. If he couldn't create large-scale killings, his strength couldn't be restored quickly. If he couldn't restore it quickly, then the space channel couldn't be widened. If he couldn't widen the space channel, he couldn't invest more troops to create greater killings. If he couldn't create large-scale killings, his strength couldn't be restored quickly. This made Ares very uncomfortable. The last time he failed, he could still say that it was Kai that bastard who did it, but what about this time? He was actually blocked by a mere mortal. What was this? A slap in the face? So Ares decided to do what he often did 10,000 years ago. Go down in person and break the deadlock. As the god of war, although Ares would also be excited about the strategies on the battlefield, he himself prefers to be simple and rough. Ares is a warrior who never tires of fighting. In ancient times, he was hot-tempered and martial. He danced when he heard the drums of war and was fascinated when he smelled the smell of blood. Killing and fighting were his daily routine. Wherever there was a fierce battle, he would immediately rush there and start killing without asking any questions. Compared with his sister Athena, he advocated a more primitive battle, that is, head-on confrontation, and no strategy. Taking a deep breath, Ares felt that every cell in his body was in turmoil, and he was eager to fight. Although he had been abandoned again, he had been resisting his instincts for a long time. Because he didn't understand why those gods had all made such a decision. Give up their own world? Are humans really that good? So he was observing. But his conclusion was that the more humans developed, the more harm they would do to this world. Even after being sealed, he was still thinking about this conclusion. But no matter how he thought, he was right. Since the conclusion was correct, it was time to release the instincts that had been suppressed for a long time. As Ares' body steamed with hot and violent war power, everything around him was affected by him. The metal in the ruins began to twist and turn red under his power, and then they were peeled off from the ruins and flew towards Ares. The god of war put on his armor. He was majestic when he put on his battle suit, wearing feathered armor on his head, leather sleeves on his arms, and holding an aggressive spear. He was born with dignity, agility, tireless in battle, strong and powerful, and burly. The real war has begun. Be careful, I've detected an unknown energy explosion, Tony shouted loudly in the communication system. In fact, he didn't need to remind him at all. The phenomenon caused by Ares was very large. Many people saw it. Steel was stripped from the ruins, and even the surrounding buildings were affected. Steel beams broke out of the ground from the buildings and flew towards the light column and the big pit. Batman also shouted in the communication, "Find shelter, the god of war is going to take action himself." As if hearing Batman's call, all the metal that was originally flying towards the big pit stopped in the air, and then these hot, red metals began to deform, and finally formed a metal spear. The spearheads were aimed at the human side. Now even an idiot could see what the other side was going to do. Lie down. Out of habit, most military and police chose to lie down when facing the opponent's attack. But the problem is that they are not facing bullets, but spears. The trajectory of bullets tends to be more straight. Although there are curves, the arc is very small. The spears are different. Their trajectory is a parabola, and this is indeed the case. The spears were slightly raised in the air, and then it seemed as if there were invisible bowstrings behind the spears. Bang! The spears shot out, and there was a blast that penetrated the air. The spears traveled along a very perfect parabola. When they reached the highest point of the parabola, the spears began to fall. Finally, they shot almost straight from the air to the ground. If these spears fell on the human position, the soldiers and police lying on the ground would be living targets. Lying on the ground would only increase the area, making it easier for the spears to hit the target. But for this, whether it was Batman, Wonder Woman, Tony or Kai, there was no good way. At least tens of thousands of spears were shot from the opposite side. Batman, that is, Kai, could only curse in his heart. But he had to admit that Ares' ability on the battlefield was really amazing. It seemed that the human side was about to suffer heavy losses. But at this moment, a woman in a black combat uniform jumped out of the magic circle that appeared out of thin air. The combat uniform on this woman looked a bit like a nun's uniform. But not quite like that. At least no nun would wear such a sexy nun's uniform in bed. Those unruly nuns who were on call didn't count, because they were not on the same profession at all. One served God, and the other was also a service staff, but the objects of service and methods were completely different. And which nun would wear tight leather pants? Increase the thunders, a spell chanted in Enochian, the meaning is unknown, Gamara, Gamara. Before the crowd below could see clearly what was going on with this woman, the woman let out a charming cry. The voice was like a lover talking in your ear, as if flirting, making people's blood boil. But the next second, everyone's blood ran cold from head to valley gate. With that cry, the woman's waist-length hair suddenly spun and flew, and these hairs passed through a magic circle like a tornado. The magic circle suddenly expanded and almost covered most of the sky of the human camp. Then a huge monster suddenly emerged from the magic circle. The monster was covered with long black hair. It was a huge dragon-shaped creature, and its black shell made it clear that this guy could not be an earth creature. This monster was a bit like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with long legs and short arms, but that was not important. What made people shudder was that on the monster's head, in the area of the eyes, there was a human face. The face was extremely pale, but it showed a strange smile. There were two pairs of long horns on the monster's head. The monster was very big, and its size was enough to cover the top of the defense line. So, all the spears were pierced into the monster's back, and even the pale human face on its head was pierced into received by the spears. The monster, who finally came out to breathe, was immediately stunned. But this little damage was far from enough to kill it. Roar! The giant beast went crazy, and it struggled desperately, trying to break free from the long hair on its body to vent its anger. But it was entangled by the long hair, so it couldn't leave the magic circle too far. Batman finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The wizard on their side finally arrived. It's Angel Witch. At this time, someone also recognized who this woman was. Angel Witch. These two very incompatible terms put together seem very inconsistent. But this is the greatest compliment that the people of Chicago give to their superheroes. Yes, it was Catherine. Angels used to describe their female superheroes with angelic beauty. But so far, no one knows what Angel Witch looks like. But basically everyone who has seen this female superhero will tell others that this female superhero is infinitely charming. Even if you just see her figure and hear her voice, you will feel that you are in love. Of course, most of those who describe it this way are men. Many male fans of Angel Witch say that with that figure and that voice, it doesn't matter even if the appearance is a little worse. It's enough. Devil, on the other hand, has two meanings. One is to describe her extraordinary charm. Well, this part is mostly about her figure. The tights and the fit and hot body are simply the nemesis of men. No one can help but salivate when seeing her. Another point is her style, which is extremely cruel. So far, the one who hurt the most people among the three Chicago women is Wonder Woman. This lady is merciless. Although she rarely kills people recently, she often cuts off her limbs. And the style of the witch makes those coveted men feel cold in their crotches. Because, what this lady likes to do most is to kick the balls of criminals. So far, the witch has made more than 30 criminals lose their most important criminal tools forever. In addition, several times this number of gangsters and criminals have been hospitalized in the urology department because of her, and many of them have sought help from psychologists after being discharged from the hospital. Although the criminal tools are still there, the psychological damage is too great. In short, men love and fear this woman, so she has the title of Angel Witch. The monster is still struggling, and Angel Witch has come to Batman with a double jump. "Why are you so slow?" Batman asked with a little complaint. "We came here from Chicago, and we can't fly," Catherine said coquettishly, and her tone was so sweet that the air suddenly became sweet. "It's okay, it looks very angry." Batman pointed at the mad beast. "It's okay, Gamora is just a little angry. It's a good kid, it will be fine soon." Good kid? This thing has nothing to do with this word. Gamora is a top predator from the demon world. Its origin comes from a place called Johnson Forest in the demon world. This thing has no IQ, but a bad personality, just like the Tyndalus hound. It likes to play with its prey and then devour it. It has a strong sense of territory and will attack anyone who attempts to invade its territory. When Catherine casts a spell, her specificity will be unstable, that is, that abnormal charm. So I don't know how many men at the scene were trapped at this moment. I envy this bastard so much. Tony is one of them, but unlike others who dare not approach such a woman, Tony has always been confident in himself. "Hi. Pretty girl, I think we can have a cup of coffee later as a thank you for supporting us, how about that?" Unexpectedly, the witch looked at him and said two words directly, "Weak chicken." Tony's face turned red with anger, because he thought that Batman was afraid that he would overshadow him and ruin himself in front of these beautiful girls. However, in the current situation, flirting is already too much. If he goes to mess with Batman again, I guess many people will strangle him to death. Because during the time when Tony flirted, the monster army came to kill him. When the monster army saw that their boss had been dispatched, their morale was immediately full, and they rushed up one by one with a howl. The human side was scared by Ares's move, and they dodged and lay on the ground. For a while, the firepower of the defense line dropped a lot, which also gave the monsters an opportunity. A scream that penetrated the soul suddenly swept across the whole scene. Many people covered their ears directly, but they still felt that their eardrums were about to be pierced by the scream. A red and black voice with a pair of bat wings flew over the heads of the crowd and landed in the monster group. Now everyone knows who is coming. Hell Scarlet. But this title is outdated, because this enchantress told the media that her code name is Batwoman. Many people speculated whether she has any relationship with Batman. Of course, many people thought about this before, because Batman was not famous at that time. After Batman showed up in the Ironmonger incident, this matter was hyped up by the media. After Batwoman landed, the screams suddenly increased. Then the monsters froze. When the screams stopped, the monsters fell like wooden stakes. Chapter 589 Air Support. Batwoman's appearance was no worse than that of the witch, and even more amazing. After all Although the witch's moves were very cool, you have to know that monsters are also men's romance. But compared to Batwoman, it was a little less weird. Who could jump into the middle of the enemy and shout a few times, and all the enemies would fall to the street. Even the monsters on the opposite side were scared. So the originally fierce battlefield suddenly fell into an extremely awkward silence. After solving the enemy, wisps of black smoke came out of Batwoman's body, and then Batman floated to Batman's side like a ghost in a ghost movie. Hey, how about it? Isn't my move handsome? Kelly hasn't seen her boyfriend for several months. Although it is exciting to fight crime with Wonder Woman and Angel Witch every day, she still can't help thinking about her boyfriend. Now that she has finally seen her boyfriend in person, she naturally wants to get some compliments. Kai really wants to compliment his girlfriend, but the problem is that Batman's personality is there, and it is unlikely to make a 180-degree turn and show his love publicly. So Batman could only nod his head as a response to Batwoman. Tony on the side suddenly felt that he had lost completely. They were both superheroes, so why did Batman have so many superhero girlfriends? And he didn't even know a female superhero? This didn't fit Tony's character as the world's #1 playboy. Ding ding ding, a large number of aircraft appeared. Pay attention, a large number of aircraft appeared. The reminder from the Mecha computer woke Tony up from his loss. Yes, military fighter jets. Those bureaucrats finally finished arguing. Even Tony, who thought highly of himself, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for the military's support. There was no way. After such a high-intensity and long-term battle, Tony's Iron Man mecha couldn't hold on. The weapon system mounted on him was out of service. He had no time to reload his weapon system. He had been fighting with electromagnetic pulse cannons since before. This caused the energy of his reactor to be unable to keep up. Tony has made up his mind to upgrade the arc reactor immediately after this matter is over. Palladium is indeed a good energy source, but it seems that palladium is not good enough, at least in terms of endurance. It does not meet his requirements. He needs to find a better element to replace palladium as the new energy source of the arc reactor. He is not Batman, and he is very dependent on energy. Although Batman also uses the same reactor as him, except for using a vibration generator that consumes a lot of energy, he uses an axe to chop at other times, and even rarely flies to the sky, which is unbelievably energy efficient. Everyone immediately enter the bunker to avoid bombing, and the target designation personnel immediately indicate the bombing target to the air support. As Kai's order was issued, the military and police below quickly entered the state. Soon all the military and police entered behind the obstacles of the defense line, and then a 5-man team also climbed into a half-collapsed building and occupied a commanding height to navigate for air support. Soon, the soldier in charge of laser radiation took out a high-power ground guidance device with integrated optical reconnaissance module from the backpack behind him. This thing is about half the size of a radio transmitter during World War II, but it is also a large and bulky thing. It is Scarab, also known as the multipurpose laser system, produced by L3 subsidiary Insight. This laser aiming guidance ranging equipment is an important component of precision air strikes and an indispensable tool for close air support. It uses a diode-pumped solid-state laser with ultra-high power and ultra-high range. Another person uses a satellite communicator to communicate with the aircraft responsible for the strike in the sky, and the business level of this liaison directly affects the success of the attack. The seeker of the laser-guided bomb relies on laser guidance to indicate the target. Generally, it takes a period of continuous irradiation until the target is hit. This type of laser-guided bomb has high accuracy, but the irradiation requirements are also relatively high. Fortunately, the enemy they are facing now is a monster, and they don't understand what this thing does at all. Soon, several F-18s approached from a distance at high speed. The full name of F-18 is FA-18 Fighter Attack Aircraft, nicknamed Hornet. FA-18 Fighter Attack Aircraft adopts single-seat tandem two-seat swept-wing aerodynamic layout and is equipped with 2 turbofan engines. It is a multi-purpose carrier-based fighter and the first model of the U.S. military that combines the identities of fighter and attack aircraft. It has excellent air, ground and sea attack capabilities. As the most important carrier-based aircraft of the U.S. Navy, it has a wide range of uses and can be used for both maritime air defense and ground attacks. The FA-18 fighter attack aircraft has a total of 9 weapon hardpoints, 2 on the wingtips, 4 under the wings, 2 on the side walls of the air inlet, and 1 on the center line of the belly. The aircraft retains the YF-17's wingtip Sidewinder air-to-air missile pylons and nose cannon. The Fa-18 fighter attack aircraft can carry 13,700 pounds of ammunition externally. Each of the two wingtip pylons can carry an AIM-9L air-to-air missile. The two outer wing pylons can carry air-to-ground or air-to-air weapons. The Fa-18 is equipped with an M6 120mm 6-barrel cannon in the head, with 570 rounds of ammunition. The drum is installed behind the APG-65 radar unit, and the cannon muzzle is just above the nose radar. The pilot can choose a firing rate of 4,000 or 6,000 rounds per minute. The side strips separate the explosion air mass and smoke from the cannon muzzle to the top of the fuselage to prevent it from being sucked into the engine. The momentum of these fighters was extremely fierce. At least the monsters in the sky soon noticed these uninvited guests. After discovering the approach of the fighters, the flying monsters in the sky immediately dispersed and flew towards the fighters in a scattered formation. Although they were not very smart, they knew that gathering together under the dense firepower of humans would definitely make themselves uncomfortable. Those fighter pilots seemed to have read the battlefield situation for a long time. After reaching the range, they immediately launched the air-to-ground Maverick air-to-ground missiles under their wings. The Maverick air-to-ground missile, AGM-65 Maverick, also known as the Young Animal air-to-ground missile, is a project managed by the AGM-65 System Project Office of the U.S. Air Force Aviation Systems Bureau. It was developed and produced by Hughes Aircraft Company and Raytheon Corporation. It can accurately strike point targets and is mainly used to attack small fixed or active targets such as tanks, armored vehicles, airports, missile launch sites, artillery positions, field command posts, and large fixed targets. More than a dozen thick missiles streaked through the air and rushed straight to the big pit where monsters were coming out. The Maverick missile accurately hit the pit, and the violent explosion even caused a mushroom cloud to rise from the pit. The space channel and its owner were attacked, which greatly stimulated the monsters. The monsters on the ground were fine, because the fighters in the sky did not spare any ammunition. In less than 3 seconds, they fired all the air-to-ground missiles they carried. The huge explosion made the monsters still living in the Bronze civilization feel the brutal power of modern civilization. A rare minotaur, just crawling out of the explosion pit, was swallowed up by a more violent explosion. Although the minotaur is regarded as an ordinary monster in many modern literary works, games and movies, in fact, 10,000 years ago, each minotaur had a great reputation. Each of these monsters was made of steel and iron, and ordinary swords could not hurt them at all. They had a bad temper and were unruly. They despised everything and were fearless. Even gods could not subdue them. Once these monsters went crazy, their combat effectiveness immediately doubled, and then they fought to the death with the enemy. Therefore, even in Ares' wasteland of destruction, the Minotaur is a rare species. But even such a rare monster was blown into pieces by the missiles, and it was deader than dead. After the missiles were launched, these fighters did not return. After all, they still had air-to-air missiles, which were just right for dealing with those flying monsters. And those flying monsters obviously had the same plan. After seeing the big pit being bombed, these guys seemed to be stimulated by something. They rushed towards the fighters like crazy. The bumblebee flew through the air, and they each fired an air-to-air missile on the wingtip, shooting at the flying monsters that were rushing towards them. Boom. It must be said that using air-to-air missiles to deal with these flying monsters is a bit like using a cannon to hide a mosquito. It looks very powerful, but in fact, a missile can only kill a flying monster at most, and it doesn't have much effect at all. After the attack, the fighters separated to the left and right, forming two formations. They first climbed upwards. In air combat, occupying the height means occupying the upper hand. In this regard, those flying monsters can't compare with fighters, as their climbing speed is too slow. After the fighters climbed to a certain height, they circled and prepared to dive for a second attack. Guys on the ground, the battlefield god is here. Cheer up, I'm the seabird from the San Diego Naval Base, hoo-hoo. As the fighter pilots shouted wildly, other pilots in the communication channel shouted loudly and turned their noses to prepare for another round of attack. The San Diego Naval Base is very close to Los Angeles. As for why there are fighters in the naval base, isn't this a very normal thing? The United States has its own air force on the ground, land and sea. The U.S. Navy has nearly 4,000 aircraft. It is more powerful than the air forces of ordinary countries. Kai was too lazy to argue with the people in the Air Force. Although these guys belong to the Navy, They all fly in the sky, and everyone is still used to treating them as air forces. The guys in the Air Force are all like this, and they are all so arrogant. But I have to say that they are really glorious. Look at how miserable they are in the army. A set of equipment costs tens of thousands of dollars at most. But what about the Air Force? Each fighter jet costs at least tens of millions of dollars. For example, the Hornet is worth $94 million. Can it be compared? Each of these pilots is a treasure, with good food, high salary, and good benefits. Even picking up girls has an advantage. Kai's previous unit was pretty cool, and the benefits were not bad. But he never won in the bar with those bastards in the Air Force. Of course, except for Kai himself. After all, he is handsome, and women like him besides having a sense of substitution. Sometimes appearance is more useful than money. In short, if the US military is a young master soldier, then the Air Force is a young master among young masters, very arrogant. Next, the Hornets in the sky clashed with those monsters several times, but the air-to-air missiles were in vain and they didn't kill many. There was no way. Although these flying monsters could not compare with fighters in terms of absolute speed, they were much better than fighters in terms of small-scale maneuvering. The pilots in the sky were all veterans, so they naturally saw the situation. Fortunately, they simply shot down their missiles, and then drove the fighters to engage in close combat with these flying monsters with machine guns. These pilots were very skilled, and it seemed that they had been flying for a long time. They used machine guns to fight these monsters within 3 kilometers around the pit, and brought the performance of the advanced vector engine to the extreme. But this was not without cost. At least 3 Hornets were seized by the enemy because of their momentary carelessness, and the planes were destroyed and the people died. There was no way around it. No matter how advanced the Hornets were, they could only rely on human eyes to fight in this situation. The vision of the pilots on the fighters could not compare with those monsters. After fighting with the monsters, the speed of the fighters naturally dropped. In addition, the vision was limited, so it was normal to be seized and killed. But even so, their record was very tough. They sacrificed 3 comrades, but killed dozens or even dozens of times more enemies. However, this is the only way. Machinery has its limits, no matter how advanced it is. Guys, we are out of ammunition. I need to return home immediately. My comrades are on their way. Hang in there, the Air Force is like this. No matter how powerful a fighter is, its ammunition load is limited. And to be honest, the machine guns of fighters are very powerful, but the accuracy. It's understandable. At such a high speed, it's hard to guarantee accuracy. They tried their best. The Raptor without ammunition is an expensive iron coffin. There is no point for them to be here. But the good thing is that when they were returning home, several fighter formations came from afar to support them. Ha ha ha, this is what makes it fun. Eris stood at the bottom of the pit intact, looking at the fighters flying in. And he was in a very good mood. Sometimes Ares couldn't help thinking that perhaps humans were the most suitable creatures to be his chosen ones, because these tiny creatures were always full of creativity in how to kill their own kind. During World War II, Ares thought that humans had reached their limit. After all, at that time, they killed their own kind, and the efficiency was so high that even Ares, a god, was surprised. Unexpectedly, after he had been sealed for decades, these guys went one step further. Their planes and cannons are now of such power, so what kind of power should their so-called nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs be? Ares was full of expectations for this. However, for now, he was not going to continue watching the show. He swept his 2 servants. These 2 guys were too useless. The bombing just now had seriously injured the 2 guys, and now they have no combat effectiveness. However, Ares did not plan on how they could help now. Ares couldn't wait to get on the field. Hey! Ares squatted slightly, let out a light shout, and then the whole person flew out like an arrow. On the other side, Batman split a centaur in half with an axe, and then turned his head suddenly. Be careful. Ares is coming. Chapter 590 Anxiety. Boom. Just after Batman shouted this, he was pushed out by a huge force. In the eyes of others, it was as if Batman suddenly disappeared. Then a half-collapsed building behind Batman suddenly exploded and collapsed completely. And where Batman was originally standing, a man wearing armor with ancient Greek characteristics appeared. This man was very tall, 3 meters tall. He exuded the smell of war, which made people around him feel dry mouth and something in their chest wanted to break out of the ground. Ares, Wonder Woman shouted. "Oh, look, who is that? Isn't this my lovely bastard sister?" Ares looked at Diana flying in the sky with a playful face. Ares once thought that Diana could understand him. After all, he had personally placed the truth of mankind in front of her, but this woman was still stubborn. Diana looked at Ares, and her nerves were already tense to a certain extent. It's no wonder that Diana was so nervous. She had experienced Ares's power personally. If it weren't for Kai, perhaps the world would have changed long ago. "What's going on? Are you his sister?" Tony was more curious about the relationship between Wonder Woman and this weirdo in front of him. "It sounds like a family feud." "Great. I've always wanted a brother or sister in my life, so that I can also experience the feeling of having someone fight for the family property." Listening to this damn speech, it's a good thing that Tony is the richest man, otherwise he would never grow up and would have been strangled to death. Shut up. Wonder Woman has never been very proud of her life experience. Also, who would be proud of the identity of their illegitimate child? Tony would not be so obedient. "By the way, you have always called him Ares, Ares. Can I ask, is this Ares the same person as the one I imagined?" "You guess it right. New brother." Catherine jumped into the air, and then a magic circle appeared out of thin air in the air, right next to Tony, and Catherine stood steadily on the magic circle. "He is the Ares in the myth." Tony turned his head to look at Catherine. He was not surprised that she could stand in the air. He just asked in shock, "Are you kidding? Do you think I would joke with you?" Catherine said unhappily, "We are not familiar with each other." Tony did not pay attention to Catherine's last words at all, but kept looking at Ares. "Isn't that a myth? Who told you that myths must be false?" "Then Wonder Woman, what kind of god is she?" Tony's thinking is always more jumpy than that of ordinary people. "She is not a god," but Catherine was unexpectedly accustomed to Tony's jumping thinking. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not understand why he breathed a sigh of relief. "She is a demigod, the kind of Hercules." "That's right. Her father is Zeus," Catherine said with a little teasing. "As we all know, Greek mythology has a famous feature, that is chaos. The gods in the sky are like animals in heat, doing nothing all day long, and they are only interested in hunting for beauties. Zeus, a boss-level existence among the Greek gods, is even more outstanding in the world of heat. There are countless myths about him going down to the earth to have fun, and his descendants left in the mortal world are also countless. The most evil thing is that this king of gods not only has fun, but also likes to turn into animals to have fun, and he often performs a human-animal drama. The more famous one is the incarnation of a swan. It is said that Zeus was once fascinated by the beauty of Leda, the queen of Sparta, so he took advantage of the queen bathing in the river and turned into a swan to get close to her. Afterwards, the queen became pregnant and laid 2 golden goose eggs. The most amazing thing is that these 2 eggs are also extraordinary. One hatched a famous beauty Helen. The king of the mortal world fought the famous Trojan War to compete for her. The other hatched the ugly brothers. The 2 brothers later participated in the Argonautic ship in search of the Golden Fleece, and made many contributions. In the end, they turned into the Gemini in the sky. There is another example, which is also related to the origin of the name of today's European continent. Zeus fell in love with a young princess Europa, but he was afraid of the anger of his jealous wife Hera, so he turned into a bull and took Europa away and had sex with her while she and her friends were grazing cattle on the beach. Afterwards, the continent where Zeus hid the princess was named after the princess, which is now the continent of Europa, today's Europe. In short, Zeus's private life is so chaotic that it is hard to describe. Catherine once curiously asked Kay how many of those legends were true. Kay told her with certainty that most of them were true. At that time, half of the demigod descendants of the Olympian gods were caused by this guy. Catherine often teased Diana with this. So Diana didn't want to recognize her unreliable father at all. Even if Zeus was the god she believed in, it was the same. "Shut up," Diana yelled at Catherine. Catherine was not afraid of her, but she didn't say anything more. Oh my god, what happened to this world? Why did all the people in the myths come out? Tony couldn't understand it. After all, this thing is too magical. But soon Tony's mind jumped again. By the way, where is Batman? Is he okay? Catherine looked at Tony speechlessly. What was she doing before? Don't worry, he won't die. As if to verify Catherine's words, there was a sudden noise from the ruins of the building that was originally knocked down by Batman, and then a dark figure stood up from the ruins. Ares looked over with a little curiosity. In Ares' perception, The black guy was just a mortal. He didn't expect that such a tiny mortal could be intact after being hit by him. Batman looked at Ares coldly, then patted his armor, looking calm. Ares's curious eyes immediately became ferocious. A mortal actually dared to despise himself, a god. Fortunately, it didn't exceed my expectations, Batman said lightly. You can fight. Get rid of him as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the more passive we will be. After speaking, the armor under Batman's feet suddenly spurted out a beam of light, and then he rushed towards Ares like a missile. Just as Batman started, Gamora, who was originally controlled by Catherine's magic in the air, also moved at this time. Its huge mouth covered the sky and bit towards Ares. Tony also put on the mask at the same time, and then aimed his hands at Ares and sent out a shock beam. Ares showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't see any movement. Fierce flames suddenly broke out from Ares, and the surrounding ground and walls began to turn red and melt in the high temperature of the flames. Countless metals buried in them, under Ares's super control, seemed to come alive and moved towards Ares. The huge column of fire first rushed towards Gamora's huge mouth. The temperature of the flame was so high that Gamora let out a painful wail. But this pain further angered Gamora, a monster from the demon world, with an incredible vitality. Even though his mouth was almost roasted, he pretended nothing happened and continued to bite Ares. It was also at this time that Tony's impact beam hit Ares. Ares was a little too arrogant. He underestimated Tony. The beam hit Ares and caused him some damage. But Ares resisted it. He blocked the beam with his right hand, then clenched his left hand, and the surrounding metal gathered towards his palm. Soon, a burning, red Greek dagger appeared in his hand. He used this dagger to firmly block Batman's power axe. Although the power axe's energy field caused the power axe to slash into Ares's dagger, the dagger did not break. Who do you think you are facing? Ares, the god of war, facing the siege of humans. Ares not only did not feel panic, but became more excited. With Ares' somewhat declarative roar, countless metals turned into countless weapons under his control and rushed to the surroundings, a large part of which rushed to Gamora's mouth. One of them was particularly conspicuous, and the speed was particularly fast. Roar. The other weapons just pierced into Gamora's mouth, not very deep, about the same as the level of toothache for humans, although it hurt, but that was it. But the golden spear was different. It pierced through Gamora's upper jaw and came out from the back of the head. This directly hit Gamora hard. According to the contract signed by Catherine and the devil, when the summoned devil suffered a certain amount of damage, the summoning would naturally be lifted. So Gamora could only disappear in the summoning array in annoyance and pain. At the same time, in order to avoid being hurt by the weapon transformed by Ares, Catherine could only use the magic circle to teleport away instantly. Only Batman stood still. The armor on his body was not afraid of Ares' attack at all. At the moment after Ares used his ultimate move, a scream that could split clouds and penetrate rocks was heard. Ares' body froze immediately, and then he flew backwards. Batman, who had been prepared and temporarily turned off the radio system, was not too affected. Instead, he took this opportunity to pull out his power axe and beat the fallen dog. Unfortunately, Ares was not as weak as they thought. A pair of Greek short swords with red glow and scorching surface just stuck Batman's power axe. And, at the same time, Ares and Batman kicked each other at the same time. Bang! After two muffled sounds that almost came out at the same time, both Ares and Batman flew backwards. But the difference was that Ares always stood on the ground with both feet, and dragged two deep grooves on the ground. Batman flew out firmly. Whoosh! A figure suddenly caught Batman from the air, then quickly climbed up and brought him to the sky. It was Kai wearing a silver Iron Man armor. He had to do this because the fighter formation in the air had reached the range. Not long after Kai took Batman into the sky, more than a dozen air-to-ground missiles were fired at Ares. Boom! The huge explosion made the whole Los Angeles see the flames rising into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the center of the explosion. That's not all. After a round of volleys, the fighter formation in the air immediately drew a huge arc and aimed at the center of the explosion again. Boom! In less than 10 seconds, the explosion came again as expected. People in other parts of Los Angeles suspected that World War II had broken out. Could it be that the Chinese, Russians or North Koreans had attacked Los Angeles? It shouldn't be the Japanese, right? This kind of scene is hard to see in Los Angeles, except in movie theaters. The aftermath of the explosion made the people on the ground extremely uncomfortable. In fact, these 2 volleys caused a lot of damage to the military and police. Everyone retreat. Keep retreating, Kai shouted loudly in the communication channel. Lieutenant Colonel Kono of the National Guard had a strong sense of responsibility. If we withdraw from the defense line, what should we do with those monsters? Kai's helpless voice sounded in the communication. Do you think we are still qualified to intervene in the battle? Didn't we kill the other side's commander? Kono didn't know what word to use to address Ares, so he could only use the other side's commander instead. In Kono's opinion, the other side could not survive this level of attack. Get rid of it, soldier. Look at the situation. The other side is obviously a big boss. Have you ever played a game? When will the big boss be killed by a soldier? Now the battlefield is handed over to these superheroes. Let our people retreat outside the battlefield and try to evacuate civilians. That's what we should do. Kono didn't quite believe it at first, but soon he saw that a ball of fire rose into the sky from the direction of the mushroom cloud, and a figure was floating in the center of the fire. Well, you're right, damn, even missiles can't kill the existence, how can they, the big head soldiers, deal with it? It's better to leave the battlefield quickly, so as not to be affected by the battle between superheroes and supervillains. If you die, you won't know who to blame. Guys, do you hear the order? Retreat. Take the injured brothers. The brothers behind try their best to search for civilians around and keep them away from here. Ha ha ha. Humans, so interesting. Ares was not angry at all for being attacked by humans, but was extremely happy. Because this is what he wanted. Standing in the flames, Ares really looked like a god descending to the earth at this time. Ares raised his hand and pointed at the fighter jets that were circling and preparing to attack again. The pilots who were originally operating the fighter jets suddenly felt that there was a problem with the operating system of their vehicles, and they could not control their own planes. These planes seemed to have their own will, completely leaving the pilots behind and entering automatic driving. That's not all. The fighter jets that were supposed to attack Ares suddenly turned their guns and fired at Tony and the others in the air. Tony was the worst. Because of the angle, he had his back to the fighter jets, and was shot on the back by the fighter jet's machine guns. This caused problems with the flight system of Iron Man's suit, and the ion jets on his hands and feet began to flicker. Sir, your suit has lost 90% of its flying ability. Jarvis, shut up. I can see that. Tony felt that his smart butler was not very smart. Then, Tony fell down. Fuck, after Tony cursed this Chinese curse. He fell to the ground like a weight in free fall. Fortunately, Kai arrived in time, threw Batman in the air, and then rushed diagonally downwards towards the falling Iron Man. Finally, when Iron Man was about 10 meters away from falling to the ground, he grabbed Iron Man and rushed into the sky. Chapter 591 Mythology Collision. Batman, who was abandoned by Kai, was very calm. He spread out his cape, turned it into bat wings, and then glided slowly. The fighter jet in the air made a big turn at this time and continued to aim its gun at Batman. Facing the bullets from the fighter jet's machine gun, Batman's response was simple. He crossed his hands and activated the pulse vibration generator. His body was suddenly covered by a ball of white light. The bullets hit the light shield and suddenly hovered in the air. After a few helpless vibrations, they fell to the ground powerlessly. Batman also took this opportunity to fall to the ground. Fuck. What's going on? Can you fly a plane? Why are you aiming at your own people? After being rescued by Kai, Tony was first scared, and then shouted angrily. At this time, a pilot in the communicator said in a panic, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. But we are not controlling the plane now. In fact, we need help, don't blame them. Batman's voice suddenly interrupted the call. The one on the other side is Ares, the god of war. It's a piece of cake for him to operate a war weapon like a fighter. As for you, referring to the pilot, you should parachute, but, as a pilot, he still has the pride he should have. Although according to the operating manual, the pilot can escape when his own safety is seriously threatened. But, and so far, their plane has not actually been damaged. Just when the pilot hesitated, Ares, who was controlling the fighter plane, accidentally crashed a plane into a building. Ares is not a professional pilot after all. He accidentally let a plane fly too low, so this tragedy happened. Boom. Just like 911 replaying, after the fighter plane plunged into the building, it first exploded, then there was billowing smoke and everyone These fighters are fully loaded with ammunition and aviation fuel. Once they catch fire, they are definitely the best explosives. They are the best aviation kerosene bombs. After the impact and explosion, the fuel in the fighter leaked, and the fuel was injected into the floors, causing a fuel waterfall between the floors. Wherever it spread, it burned. The huge explosion and the subsequent fuel burning caused the steel structure of the building to melt and soften. Coupled with the weight of the building itself, the building is easy to collapse. Of course, this process is not as fast as most people imagine. It takes a little time. But the pilots made a choice immediately. It is generally difficult for airplanes to have accidents, but once an accident occurs, the survival rate is frighteningly low. So while there is still a chance to escape, run away quickly. Fortunately, the fighter's escape ejection device can still be used. No matter which country, fighter pilots are extremely valuable. They are few in number and elite. They can drive fighters to fight against the enemy alone, and they can deal a great blow to the enemy, achieving the effect of 1 against 100. Therefore, all countries regard pilots as very precious. Fighter pilots are different from ordinary pilots. They are more rigorous in selection and have higher requirements for reaction ability, adaptability and basic physical fitness. After all, there is a world of difference between the real battlefield and daily driving. Fighter pilots need to undergo rigorous tests and then be screened out before they can officially enter the army for professional training. During the training, some people will be eliminated due to various discomfort factors, leaving only a small number of the most suitable and competent ones. Other countries are not clear. For some fighter jets in my country, the cost of flying 1 hour is about 400,000 yuan. The cost of training a fighter pilot for 1 hour is 400,000 yuan. To become a real fighter pilot, there are standard requirements for annual training, which must reach more than 200 hours. This is about 80 million, which can buy a luxury house. In order to change from a beginner to a pilot who can drive skillfully and deal with various emergencies, it is said that it takes thousands of hours of training, and the cost of ordinary fighter pilots is hundreds of millions. And this is just an ordinary fighter pilot. If it is a special pilot, the training cost can be imagined. Without billions, it cannot be launched. So in comparison, fighter pilots are much more expensive than fighters. After the pilot escaped, the fighter did not stop running, but continued to fight. Ares manipulated them to attack the ground continuously. Fortunately, there were only so many fighters, so it was not difficult to defend. After all, this thing was much more difficult than the flying monsters. Once they were allowed to attack at will, the damage they could cause was too great. Without the fighters to restrain them, the flying monsters became active again. This time, under the direct command of Ares, they scattered to other parts of the city. Their goal was clear, which was to kill ordinary people in the city. Seeing that things were heading in the worst direction, everyone was at a loss. The mobility of these monsters was simply desperate. Ares stood in the flames, opened his hands, and laughed wildly at the bewildered humans. He liked to see this expression. This was the biggest reward for him after the battle. You can't stop the gods. Give up, accept my gift, for the new world. Ares' arrogant attitude made everyone extremely angry, but many people really gave up resistance. After all, they were fighting against gods. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Hey, Ares. You are still the same as before. Once you gain an advantage, you get carried away. I have said it before. It is very easy to be overturned this way. The voice was very young, very clear and clean, like a breeze blowing across the lake, making people feel comfortable subconsciously. This voice was not transmitted through the communication channel. It was impossible to say that it was shouted from other directions, because it sounded very relaxed, without a trace of reluctance or hoarseness, as if speaking in their ears. Everyone raised their heads and looked around. And seeing that other people were also doing this, even those who thought they were hallucinating immediately realized that it was not an illusion, because everyone heard it. Tony was much simpler. He directly used Jarvis to scan, but the hell was that Jarvis could not determine the source of the sound. Is it the damn magic again? Tony was a little paranoid. Although he had seen demons, he still couldn't believe that the myths were true. These things could not be explained by science at all, which made the genius scientist feel particularly powerless. What's wrong with the magic? Magic calls you. Kelly next to him was unhappy. After all, she is also a magician. Tony shook his head speechlessly. There was nothing he could say. He decided that after he returned, He would study what magic was all about. In Tony's opinion, magic was definitely not something mystical, and it must be explained by scientific methods. If it could not be explained, it meant that science had not yet developed enough. Kai, Eris also heard the voice, was stunned at first, and then roared. He was too familiar with this voice, and it was still as annoying as ever. Hearing this voice, Tony immediately turned his head to look at Kai beside him. Does he know you? Kai opened the visor of the Mecha and was about to speak, but once lightning jumped over, after a gust of wind, the flash also appeared beside Kai. Kai, that guy called you. Kai glared at Barry speechlessly. Nonsense, can't I hear you? Do you know him? Tisk, are you too stupid? He's obviously not calling me. I've been here for a long time, and this guy didn't recognize me. How can he suddenly become familiar with me after a while? You two should also consider the context, Kai explained helplessly. In fact, it's not just the two of them, but everyone else as well. They were startled by Ares' sudden call of Kai's name. But after listening to Kai's explanation, it seemed to be true. Ares is definitely not calling him. Catherine suddenly ran out from nowhere and explained. Who is he calling? The Flash asked stupidly. How should I know? Kai is not a rare name. I saw ninja with this name in a Japanese ninja comic before. Kai shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. And what Kai said was right. The name Kai is not rare. After all, in this world, the legend of the Night King is not a household name, but it is still widely spread in the West. Tony noticed something from Catherine's firm attitude. Combined with Ares' identity, Tony had a bold idea. That Kai, isn't that the one I thought of? Catherine turned her head slightly. Congratulations, that's the one, right? Wrong? Ares is an ancient Greek myth, and the legend of Kai is a British myth. That's not right, it's a Celtic myth. And the world doesn't match. Ancient Greek mythology is before Christ, and the Night King myth should be after the ancient Rome occupied the British Isles, right? There are many years between them. Tony was naturally not bored enough to pay attention to this. He just checked it on the internet. But it should be correct. Unexpectedly, Catherine tilted her head. Who told you that these myths happened at that time? Online. I didn't expect that you, a great scientist and the richest man, would believe in the encyclopedia on the internet. Because of her special profession, Catherine knew a lot of secrets, so those various encyclopedias on the internet were simply a joke in her eyes. Tony himself felt a little embarrassed. Kai, soon Ares roar interrupted Tony's embarrassment. Face me. You coward. Come out. Tony immediately smelled a bloody smell from this. It sounds like this Kai and Ares have some story. No, he is Ares' boyfriend, right? Fortunately, Kai is wearing a mask now, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Catherine was almost ruined by Tony's nonsense. No. Kai seems to have a story with Ares' mother, Queen of Gods Hera. Tony was immediately interested. That's right, when Catherine first heard about this, she was the same as Tony. Okay, is it time to talk about this now? Kai was a little embarrassed, so he quickly interrupted the gossip of the two people. Ares, you should cherish your life. This is the mercy that Hera begged for you. Kai's voice sounded again, but as always, no one could find out where the voice came from. Enough. Don't mention her name again. Ares interrupted Kai's words angrily. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. Ares is the son of Zeus and Hera, and the only undisputed son between the God King and the Queen of Heaven. Ares is also the Queen of Heaven's favorite child. Ares used to love his mother as well. He was furious because Zeus betrayed his mother, and even roared at his supreme father for this. Even though Hera and Kai had that kind of scandal, Ares never blamed Hera, and even understood very well that anyone who had a husband like Zeus, the teddy among the gods, would not be able to resist revenge. So Ares only hunted down Kai, and never blamed his mother for it. The so-called deep love, the sharp blame. He thought that among the gods, only Hera loved him. But in Athens during World War I, Ares learned the truth. Hera also knew the truth. Hera also participated in the conspiracy to abandon him. His mother abandoned him together with the gods. This is the reason why Ares was most angry. He was betrayed. This betrayal made him more angry than the gods abandoning him combined. You shouldn't be so angry, Ares. It was your own choice. You've lived for so many years. Don't complain like a child. Although Kai didn't participate in it personally, he had a general understanding of the matter. Ares disagreed when the gods left the earth. Did Hera persuade him? Yes, she did. But Ares, a reckless man with killing on his mind, Just couldn't figure it out. What could Hera do? That's not all. Hera originally planned that Ares would just stop thinking about it if he couldn't figure it out, and just pack it up and take it away. But Ares, this idiot, was like someone who had eaten too much gold kala. He directly led his people to launch a rebellion and overthrow Zeus, and never let the gods' evacuation plan completely fail. I don't know what he was thinking. If you don't want to, why do you want to rebel? So it was a tragedy. Don't think that Zeus is a soft-tempered person because he is afraid of Hera every time he has an affair. On the contrary, Zeus has a very violent personality. The reason why he was afraid of Hera was because that was Hera. The Queen of Heaven is not just a title. Hera's status is not just Zeus's wife, her real identity is Zeus's co-ruler, which is much more important than her status as Zeus' wife and the mother of his children. After all, she is the only goddess promised by Zeus to share the kingship. Zeus was originally upset about evacuating the earth, but Ares, who was a disgrace, was still making trouble at this time. Didn't he just fall into the hands of Zeus, the irritable brother? So Ares was in trouble. What should Hera do? After all, her son wanted to rebel against his own father, so he could only beg hard, and finally let Zeus exile Ares. As for the chess piece placed on the earth to maintain the last connection between the Olympian gods and the earth, the most special planet in the universe, it was completely incidental. After all, there are so many gods in Olympus, who can't be left at will? Why must Ares be left? But now it seems that Ares doesn't understand his mother's good intentions at all. But this is not surprising. Ares' personality is like this, impulsive, irritable and paranoid. Poor Hera, Kai said. It seems that she not only has to bear the unwarranted resentment of your stupid son, but also the pain of losing her son. Ares, in view of what you have done, I will not show mercy this time. Go to hell. You coward. Ares didn't appreciate it at all. Chapter 592 Myth. Then, as you wish, following this sigh, a golden halo with ripples appeared in the sky. Then a giant 3 meters tall and shining with golden light walked out of the halo. The giant was wrapped in a very strange set of armor. The head of the armor was in the shape of a lion. A bright red tassel spread out behind the helmet, just like a lion's mane, fluttering gently in the breeze, making the golden giant look extremely majestic. The armor on the giant's body was a bit oriental, with many gorgeous patterns on it. When the giant was moving, those patterns constantly reflected golden light, making those patterns look like they were alive. On the top of the giant's helmet, there was a round crown suspended, a bit like the halo on an angel's head. Behind the giant were 3 pairs of golden flame-shaped wings of light feathers. When humans looked up at this giant, they couldn't help but associate it with words like gods and kings. It must be said that this way of appearance was really cool. At least Tony thought so. Is he the Lion King, the legendary king of knights? Tony secretly nudged Catherine beside him with his arm and asked in a low voice. Catherine had to admit that Kai's outfit was indeed very attractive. No matter how many times she saw it, she was still shocked. It's really cool. Can I ask how the armor he's wearing was made? Tony envied this outfit so much. He originally thought that his Iron Man armor was cool enough, but now it seems, it's still far from it. But he was not discouraged. In his opinion, there was nothing he couldn't do. Although the light and shadow effects of this armor were really cool, Tony believed that he should be able to imitate it if he worked hard. No, not imitation, but surpassing. Tony is never inferior to others in the matter of being in the limelight. Maid, Catherine showed a mocking smile under the scarf. Although the expression was blocked by the scarf, Tony still felt a strong contempt. That is the blessing of the gods. It is not something that can be done by so-called manufacturing. Gods? Celtic gods. In Celtic mythology, gods rarely play a role, but heroic epics are more common. No, it's the Egyptian gods, Catherine said. Egypt. Egypt, Tony was a little confused. Are the gods so international? Well, first the Greek god of war, then the legendary heroes of the Celts, and then the Egyptian gods appeared. The span is really too big. Catherine did not explain. After all, when she first heard this from Kai, she was also confused. But Kai told them very confidently that in the era when humans were not yet civilized, the world was indeed dominated by gods. Are you finally willing to face me? Kai, Ares saw that the enemy he had been thinking about day and night finally appeared in front of him, and his hands were shaking with excitement. In fact, Ares and Kai did not have any deep hatred. At most, it was just a dispute of pride. He and Kai just disliked each other at first. Even if Kai and Hera had a relationship, it was still like this. Ares hated Kai, but he didn't hate him. After all, the private lives of Greek gods were never very interesting. He chased Kai at the beginning, more just to reconcile the relationship between his parents. Ares, a clumsy guy, naively thought that as long as he killed Kai, the intruder, his parents would reconcile. Very naive, but clumsy and cute. But after a series of changes, Kai was different in Ares' eyes. Kai became more of a symbol of the Olympian gods who abandoned him. Although Kai looked a little innocent, there was no fairness or pity in the world. From Ares' point of view, wasn't he treated unfairly? Ares, you seem to never grow up, always so paranoid and unreasonable. Kai opened his hands and stretched his muscles. To be honest, appearing in this form made him feel very comfortable, as if he had climbed out of deep water. His whole body was relaxed. And you are still so self-righteous, Kai. There is no doubt that Ares doesn't like Kai. When Ares first met Kai, Kai was still a mortal, but at that time, he was already as proud as he is now. All the mortals that Ares met before Kai seemed extremely humble when they met these gods, but Kai was different. His eyes were not in awe, but only a very inexplicable scrutiny. This was the source of Ares' dissatisfaction with Kai. Mortals should be humble. When a mortal begins to examine the gods, shouldn't the gods use majesty to let mortals understand the hierarchy? But Kai was different. Facing Ares' punishment, this mortal was not only not afraid, but also drew his weapon to resist. The first time they met, Kai gave Ares a hard time. It was because of Kai's courage that Ares' sister Athena admired Kai. Then it led to a series of dog blood. But it will be over soon. Ares licked his lips and pulled out a hint of excitement. He could see that Kai's situation was much worse than last time. Ares originally planned to hold Kai back first, and then continue to tear the space channel, so that his family and servants can come to the Earth, create more killings, and restore his strength. He is the lord of the army, the god of war, and war is his home. For him, the more troops there are, the better it is for him. But it seems that there is no need to waste that power now. He can just kill Kai first. Then do the next step. Ares once again showed his recklessness and stupidity. For him, the safe choice is always the last choice. Kai, it's time to end the humiliation you brought to me. I will chop off your head and sacrifice it to Hera. I want her to see with her own eyes how her lover dies in wailing. Ares raised his two swords and roared at Kai. Bang! As the war cry came out, Ares' figure shot out, and his two swords went straight for Kai's head. Kai shook his head with a little emotion, not for Ares, but for Hera. This strong woman seemed to be the biggest loser today, either losing her lover or her son. But despite that, Kai had no intention of showing any mercy. Kai, who had transformed into a god, held his hands in front of his chest, and a bright light appeared between his hands. Then a white, sacred, and gorgeous spiral spear appeared in his hands. Holy spear, Rongamaniad. This weapon has not been taken out for a long time. When it appeared again, it seemed to be dissatisfied with Kai's actions, so the light on it was particularly shining. What is that? Tony quickly put on the masks to prevent the light of the holy spear from blinding his eyes. The spear of the end. Catherine squinted her eyes and looked at the majestic figure. For some reason, a trace of girlish sweetness suddenly appeared in her heart. It was miserable to say that Catherine was more than 100 years old, but she had never had a serious relationship. But it is undeniable that Kai's shining figure left an indelible impression on Catherine at the time, otherwise, she would not have been so foolish as to give Kai a chance. Tony didn't notice Catherine's little thoughts, but he was just annoyed by the name of the gun. This name, is it serious? Catherine was lost in her own thoughts and had no time to answer Tony's question. So Diana on the other side took over Catherine. That's the name given by the Asgard gods. Asgard, seems to have heard of it somewhere. Tony thought for a long time but couldn't remember. The one in Northern Europe. Flash also joined the conversation. Before, he always felt that he was surrounded by big guys and he was the only rookie, so he didn't dare to express his opinions casually, but he waited for a long time and found that the big guys didn't reject him, so he spoke boldly. Oh, brother, you know a lot. Yes, it's Norse mythology. Tony was quite happy at first, but immediately fell silent. What's going on? Can't this world be simpler? Are the things in myths true? Do we have to fight with other weird gods in the future? Probably not. Kelly saw that even a little brother like Flash could express his opinions, so she could speak for herself. The gods have left this world. I don't think we will have many chances to meet those mythological figures. The shock suffered by the Flash was no less than that suffered by Tony. Now he was dizzy, and the shock he suffered was no less than when he first gained superpowers. Is mythology another kind of history? Do those legendary gods and monsters exist? Mostly. After all, the existing mythology has also undergone many changes. Diana has the most say in this. Diana believes in the purest Olympian gods, and those Olympian gods are quite different from the ancient Greek myths compiled by modern people. For example, regarding the origin of Olympus, the history and mythology that Diana knows are very different. For example, Zeus' father and grandfather are called Kronos and Uranus. They are both Olympian gods, but in mythology, they are somehow distorted into representatives of evil, while others are regular gods, not barbaric giants. Giants have no blood relationship with Olympus. Kelly endured for a long time, and finally couldn't help it. Is it really okay for us to chat here like this? Should we go and help? This made the scene fall into a bit of awkwardness. Tony was the first to react. He gave the Flash beside him a head slap. Little Flash, we have to move. There are so many civilians who need us to save. Tony didn't want to help. The reason why he didn't move just now was that he needed time for Jarvis to repair his flight system. Of course, this temporary repair could not make the flight system get 100% maintenance, so for now, his flight system can only play 60% of its capacity. That is, it can fly, but it can't fly high enough or fast enough. In this case, rushing up is simply asking for trouble for yourself and others. With Tony's proud personality, not being able to help is enough to hurt his self-esteem. If he is made a burden, it would be better to kill him, so it is better to do something within his ability. As for the Iron Man version of Kai, who had been silent, he was offline. In normal battles, he might be able to open 2 or 3, but facing the furious god of war Ares, Kai was a bit stressed. So from the beginning Batman and Kai seemed to be taciturn, and even if you observe carefully, their reactions became slow. This is why Catherine and Diana stood here and chatted. They couldn't let others see the clues. After Tony escaped and took the Flash away, Diana whispered to Batman, "Can you do it? Otherwise, pretend to be injured and take a rest." Kai, wearing an iron armor, shook his head. "Don't worry, it's okay, I just need to adapt. I will get used to it. This is the benefit of strong mental power, just like a multi-core processor, but after all, it is a human brain, controlling 3 bodies, there is always an adaptation process." Then, Diana stared at the battle between Kai's body and Ares in the sky, and seemed eager to try. "It doesn't matter, you go, let Kelly accompany us. It's just right for us to clean up those monsters," Batman Kai said. Although the explosion just now was spectacular, the space channel was not closed, so there were still monsters running out of it, but the density was much less than before. Okay then, as a warrior, Diana didn't want to miss this battle. On the other side, every collision between Ares and Kai's weapons was like a thunderous explosion, making a deafening noise. This made others feel terrified. This kind of attack, let alone falling on a person, might even collapse a building if it fell on a building. Of course, this is impossible. But there is no doubt that they can easily collapse a wall with each blow. When many forces who are silently paying attention to this war see this scene, their feelings are much more complicated. For example, the 2 generations of directors of SYNOPSIS squatted on a sofa together to watch the live broadcast as if they were watching a football game. Nick Fury's heart was in turmoil, but his face was not weak at all. He is such a person. He was not only shocked by the fierceness of the battle, but also racked his brains to think about how he should deal with it if they encountered such an opponent, how SHIELD should deal with it, and what kind of response should he and SHIELD come up with for these superhumans. Of course, Nick Fury never thought of letting it go. He wanted to control these people. And his old superior, Pierce's reaction was much simpler. "I want to get them. Get them. Get them." The original goal of Hydra was somewhat related to mysticism. Think about their predecessor, Red Skull, who found the cosmic cube based on a few words in the myth. So Hydra always has a special enthusiasm for supernatural powers. Many of them are pursuing immortality, transcendence and the like. Pierce is no exception. After an unknown amount of time, Pierce used his strong willpower to get himself out of the picture. "Nick, this world is becoming more and more strange. What are you and SHIELD going to do? I always have a feeling that this kind of thing will not disappear, and it will definitely appear again." Nick Fury always has that dead face, and no one knows what he is thinking. Of course. The Avengers program was created for situations like this. Chapter 593, Flashes of Humanity. Nick Fury had sorted out the Avengers plan a long time ago, but neither the Security Council nor Pierce approved the plan. In their opinion, those freaks were the ones who should be supervised. Bringing them together? Many people thought that Nick Fury was daydreaming. At the same time, Pierce had deeper worries. At this stage, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. No matter what Nick Fury did, he could not escape the eyes of Hydra, because Hydra was placed in all important positions throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. In this case, a team composed of superpowers was obviously not in the interests of Hydra, because it was not under the control of Hydra. But now, look at the battle between the newly emerged Golden Giant and Ares. They came to a conclusion that only superpowers can deal with superpowers. If they encounter an enemy like Ares next time, how will S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with it? Facts have proved that no matter how many ordinary people there are, it means nothing to Ares. For Hydra, their enemy has never been S.H.I.E.L.D., but those bad guys who also want to rule the world. Teacher Guo has said that the hatred between peers is naked. For Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US government are not scary at all. You can't beat them, but you can join them. Even in the end, you can become them. Hydra has always done this. Since World War II, no, it should be before World War II, Hydra has begun to infiltrate the United States. They can't beat the United States, but they can enter the United States, use the power of the United States to strengthen themselves, and let Hydra be reborn from the body of the United States. So Hydra not only does not regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as an enemy, but they are the ones who most hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. will get better and better in the world. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. is strong, it can make them stronger. On the contrary, those other bad guys who have a mess of intentions on the world are the enemies that must be eliminated in the eyes of Hydra. Just like Ares. The world belongs to Hydra. Regardless of what happens to the 9 S.H.I.E.L.D., the battlefield in Los Angeles is still fierce. The appearance of Ares suddenly raised the intensity of the war to a higher level. The fighters that were originally controlled by Ares, after Ares focused on Kai, became unmanned and became like the missiles launched by the third brother. They completely lost control and turned into powerful bombs that fell into the city of Los Angeles. No. Tony watched a fighter plane plunge into his own Stark building, but he was powerless to stop it. His current flying speed was simply unable to intercept the out-of-control fighter plane, and he could only watch it crash into his building. I just installed a large arc reactor on the building. Tony didn't care about money, at least he wouldn't feel bad even if the building collapsed. Because it really didn't cost much money, the insurance company was the one who really felt bad. Tony felt bad for the large arc reactor that he had just installed not long ago, and that thing couldn't be solved with money. It's not easy to make the arc reactor large scale. In fact, any small change in the application of any technology requires great effort. The large reactor that crashed into the Stark Tower was the latest version developed by Tony, which was much more advanced than the previous large reactors. Tony originally planned to use this reactor as a sample to build the next reactor for his energy company, but now it is gone before the final test. Fuck, Tony cursed fiercely and quickly joined the rescue. Ares, Diana joined the battlefield with a long sword. Of course, it would be better if she could sneak into the village without shooting. Ares blocked Diana's slash with a backhanded sword, and then kicked her away. If it is really about fighting skills, Ares is undoubtedly the best in the world. What he has done most in his life is fighting. Kai? Are you going to rely on these guys to punish me? Do you want to rely on them to make me laugh to death? Ares is now extremely sure that there is definitely something wrong with Kai, otherwise he would never be so weak. Every time he and Kai's weapons collided, he could feel Kai's difficulty. Although Ares thought he was a little better than Kai, the gap was definitely not that big. But it was better this way. He was the god of war, not the god of fairness. He never pursued fairness in battle. Besides, how could there be any fairness in war? That's enough to deal with you. While Ares turned around and kicked Diana away, Kai also seized this opportunity and raised a bolt of lightning with one hand to give Ares a hard blow. The lightning blew Ares away. Although it did not do much harm to Ares, it paralyzed him for a while. And this moment was an opportunity. Just when Ares felt his body numb and unable to move, a shadow appeared in the sky. Itself, Inachian, Madame Butterfly, above Ares' head, a huge magic circle opened, and a woman's upper body leaned out. Although this woman looked like a typical demon, She did not have the slightest evil aura on her body. Instead, she seemed unattainable and precious. Her raised horns were like a crown, indicating her extraordinary identity. Eris was hit by a huge fist before he could see Madama Butterfly's beautiful face. Madama Butterfly, the demon lord of the demon world, was different from the greed of ordinary demon lords for humans. Madama Butterfly was very picky about human souls. In short, she was picky about food. She was only interested in excellent souls. Madama Butterfly never cared about the souls dedicated by a group of cultists who slaughtered innocent people at will. So on Earth, there were basically no rumors about this demon lord. Of course, if you simply believe that she is a good person based on this, you are very wrong. This female demon is very cruel, which is completely different from her gorgeous swallowtail butterfly-like appearance. Her notoriety is even well known among the residents of the demon world. This demon queen has a violent tendency that is completely inconsistent with her appearance. Her favorite thing to do is to use her fists to beat her enemies to death one by one. In contrast, she is very tolerant of the weak. Well, it can't be said to be tolerant. It should be said that she doesn't bother to deal with those weak creatures that she thinks are ants. But for those humans who are favored by her, if they are willing to trade their souls with her, they can gain powerful power and extraordinary wisdom. Boom. Lady Butterfly's reminder is quite huge. Gamara is a demon of huge size, but in front of Lady Butterfly, it is at most a bigger cat. So Ares was punched directly into the ground by Lady Butterfly. But that's all. The great protection of Camelot is impossible to let such a powerful demon lord stay on the earth, so after just one blow, Lady Butterfly's summoning event arrived. Even though Lady Butterfly was very interested in Ares' soul, she had to leave the earth. At the moment Lady Butterfly disappeared, Batwoman appeared above the big pit created by Lady Butterfly's punch. Ah! A very high-pitched scream came out of Batwoman's mouth, and then a cloud of smoke spread from Batwoman's body, and then these bats turned into extremely dark bats, which circled around Batwoman and finally gathered in Batwoman's hands. Broken Bat? All the shadow bats gathered together and turned into a broken, amorphous shadow giant blade. Batwoman fiercely thrust a broken, ominous shadow blade in her hand into the depths of the pit. This dark shadow blade was so terrible that any material that touched it was corroded, decomposed, and finally turned into nothing in an instant, even the soil. Silently, as if a gust of wind had blown by, only a flash of dark light passed by. The ground that was slashed by the shadow giant blade was left with only a pile of loose gray-black ashes. After doing all this, Batwoman suddenly shook and fell from the air powerlessly. Diana quickly caught Batwoman. At this moment, countless cameras pointed at this place left a classic scene. This scene was later used as the cover of a women's magazine, and then became popular all over the world. It was regarded as a representative of lesbian love. Even when gay rights were later advocated, people liked to bring up this photo. Because of this, two major CP fans appeared among superhero fans. They are Batman couple fans and Batwoman lesbian fans. The two groups of fans each support their own selected CP and accuse the other of being evil. In short, it was very lively for a while. But for the time being, this scene did not help the scene at all. Kelly, how are you? Fortunately, it's just a little bit powerless. It seems that it's still too reluctant. This move is a big move developed by Kelly. It is very sharp. The only disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of energy. Once it is cast, Kelly will be out of business immediately. But the opportunity just now is too good. Kelly felt that he could kill Ares, so... On the ground submerged in ashes, a figure crawled out of the ashes. It was Ares. Ares looked very embarrassed now. A large part of his chest and abdomen had completely disappeared, leaving only the internal organs and white bones that were still functioning. I have to admit, this girl is really awesome. Ares barely stood up. His immortal armor was completely destroyed. His blood-red hair spread out. Blood flowed to the ground like water. The burning blood of the gods corroded the ground, and white smoke rose from the ground. But this can't kill a god. But Ares himself was not panicked at all. Instead, he felt very happy. War represents harm, and this harm will not only be reflected on the loser, but the winner will also be scarred. So Ares has suffered countless injuries in his life. He is the god of war, not the god of victory. Failure? It's common. That's why he wouldn't be like a child who knows nothing and screams when he gets hurt a little. On the contrary, as a warrior, he enjoys the feeling of being hurt. This is not abnormal, But being hurt can arouse more blood in warriors. With Ares' roar, invisible energy began to gather towards Ares. That is the power brought by war. Killing and disaster are the best supplements for Ares. The wound began to recover, the missing flesh and blood grew back little by little. And the broken bones were close to healing. Ares appeared in front of people again. At this moment, despair enveloped everyone's heart. This monster can't be killed. Even Diana felt a little discouraged. On the contrary, those monsters seemed to be in high spirits after Ares stood up again. They roared and rushed towards the police and soldiers who were in a state of dismay. At this time, two figures stood up. No, it should be said that from beginning to end, they were one person. Batman and Kai. Kai re-equipped his armor with ammunition through the king's treasury, and then flew to the front line to block the monster's attack. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Leave the things above to that golden guy, we'll do our own thing, Kai shouted as he used the machine gun on his shoulder to beat a half-goat, half-human monster into pieces. Then he immediately turned around and used the impact beam between his hands to beat a centaur into charcoal. Batman was much more silent, he only used actions to express his attitude. He put his hands on the ground. A white light shone above his arms again. Then the ground began to tremble, and then the vibration became more and more obvious and larger. Boom! A deep crack directly appeared in the ground, like a big mouth swallowing all the monsters rushing in. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai grabbed the box full of grenades and threw it into the crack, and Batman also threw an explosive bat dart at the right time. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the crack. The explosion also made others sober up. Indeed, the gods belong to the gods. They may not be able to fight, but they can do what they can. So morale returned again. They knew where they could escape to even if they ran away. Moreover, if they ran away, who would protect the innocent people behind them? Humans are really a very strange species. They are very blindly obedient and extremely susceptible to influence. Both good and bad. When chaos comes, many people will follow the crowd and do things they would never do before. But when someone stands up, there will be many people who will be influenced by it, follow their hearts, and stand up to show their courage. Maybe they are still afraid, but at that moment, fear is nothing. Inspired by the human warriors, Diana immediately abandoned her weakness. Ares asked her why she wanted to help humans. Humans are not worthy of her help. Maybe. Humans have many bad things. But they are not lacking in the flashes of humanity. Although generally speaking, these flashes are so insignificant compared to the darkness of humanity, but this little bit of light is enough. It made Diana understand. Humans are never hopeless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Fighting. As the god of the battlefield, Ares can be very sensitive to the subtle differences on the battlefield. Originally, he had already felt the helpless despair of humans. This was Ares' favorite smell, because as long as one side on the battlefield exuded such a smell, they would become the sacrifice of the god of war. But just now, that despair disappeared, but it did not disappear, but turned into tragic and heroic counterattack. Of course, Ares did not hate this kind of counterattack, and even admired it very much. As the god of war, he admired those who were determined to fight to the death even when facing a strong enemy. People without courage are not worthy of standing on the battlefield. But in the current environment, he didn't like it. Because it means that these small, humble, and dirty humans are rebelling against themselves. Rebelling against themselves as gods. This is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Why resist? Isn't it better to die peacefully? Whether it's humans or you, a bastard, why do you disobey my will? It's obviously better for the world if you disappear. Why resist? The more tragic the human resistance, the angrier Ares became. He felt that he was fooled by humans. After countless years of cold observation, Ares had long come to the conclusion that humans were hopeless creatures, and that the gods' so-called handing over the world to humans was a huge mistake. He was right. The world was wrong. But what did he see now? Humans actually tried to defy themselves with their tiny bodies. Why? They were clearly desperate. Why? They clearly had no will to resist. Soon, Ares turned his gaze to Diana and Kai. He believed that it was these two people who maintained the will of humanity to resist. You are really disgusting, you should die. Just like this old world full of stench, you should all die." The scarlet light of Ares' body became more dazzling, his muscles began to swell, and blood vessels burst out from under his skin, like old tree roots. His body began to swell, and his eyes began to change to scarlet, with scarlet light overflowing from his eyes. His originally broken armor also began to recover, and pieces of metal automatically melted and fitted his body to outline a brand new armor. The two daggers in Ares' hands also melted and deformed, turning into two huge, alien scimitars dripping with lava. Die! 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 At this time, Ares had completely turned into a giant shrouded in blood and war. At the same time, the light of reason in his eyes was dissipating, and madness began to grow. The god of war Ares abandoned the wisdom of being a god and turned himself into a beast with only killing and destruction in his mind. War is always blind and barbaric. At this time, Ares is his true face. Just like the legend, in normal times, Ares is a handsome and tall man with azure blue eyes and a head of fluttering red hair. He exudes a charming aura all the time, just like those who have never experienced war. They think that the battlefield is a stage for heroes and a place where romance and tragedy occur. But in fact, the battlefield is the dirtiest and most barbaric. Just like Ares now. Go to hell, with Ares' beast-like roar, the monsters that had been dead actually stood up from the ground, but they were not resurrected, or they stood up in another form. Not only did the injuries on these monsters not recover, but they accelerated their decay and drying, turning into undead monsters. This time, even Diana was shocked. Catherine shouted, "What's going on?" Ares didn't have this ability at the beginning. She said that when she fought with Ares in Athens, she had never seen Ares use such an ability. Diana immediately looked at Kai. After all, if there was anyone in the world who knew Ares best, it was Kai. Such an ugly posture. Ares is going to fight to the death. The next battle is not something you can participate in. Go support others, Kai did not explain. Diana's first reaction was of course to refuse. How could a warrior run away at the last moment? This is not honorable. But Kai shook his head without any compromise. Diana looked at Ares flying slowly from the ground, and finally believed Kai's judgment. Kai didn't pay attention to Diana, but stared at Ares. The most terrifying thing about Ares is never when he's awake. After all, he is never famous for his wisdom, so he often loses to his sister, Athena, who is also known as the god of war. Athena represents the strategic side of war. What is really terrifying is the current Ares, the most primitive barbarism and irrational destructive power. This is why Ares is still one of the 12 gods of Olympus, even though he often fails, because once he enters this state, he is the strongest in Olympus based on combat power alone. Well, killing you like a beast will make me feel better, Kai muttered to himself. It is indeed a bit hypocritical to say this, after all, he had the mentality of killing Ares from the beginning. But when he thought of killing him, Kai still felt a little melancholy. Anyway, from ancient times to now, he seems to have only one acquaintance, Ares. What's more, he had a relationship with Hera, but he wanted to kill Hera's son. It's a bit too much? But Kai would not show mercy just for the melancholy in his heart. The enemy should be destroyed. Go to hell, Ares, who had completely lost his mind, seemed to know this word. The building collapsed, the ground cracked, and metal flew out from the ground and the ruins, gathered around Ares, and then began to turn red, heat up, and deform, forming weapons, pointing at Kai. The king's treasure. Kai's response was also very simple. He directly used his turret ability. As Kai chanted, golden halos with ripples formed behind him and filled most of the sky behind him, as if the stars decorated the entire sky. What is that? The flash carried an old man and his dog and put them in an open place, and then found the changes in the sky. Oh. Man, you really should lose weight. How much do you weigh? 400 pounds. Tony ran out of an apartment holding a dead fat otaku, who was also holding a bunch of plastic figurines. Oh my god, you are really Iron Man? Oh my god. I can post our photo online, they will be so jealous of me. Oh my god, the fat guy obviously didn't care about Tony's complaint, but kept saying OMG in an excited way as if he was about to have a heart attack. Okay, you can post my photo, but you have to lose weight. Man, you are too fat. I am afraid the photo won't have enough space for you. As the world's top tall, rich and handsome man, he naturally has to occupy the center of the photo, so, this fat guy can only lose weight. Okay, Okay. I will go to the gym tomorrow. Tony then realized that the Flash was looking at the sky stupidly. Hey, what are you looking at stupidly? Then Tony saw it too. Oh. God. Go to hell. Countless red-hot weapons shot at Kai in the air like arrows. The king's treasure, weapons suddenly stretched out from the golden light circles. Each of these weapons exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even if Kai's king's treasure was just a copycat, it was a copycat of all the artifacts that had existed, appeared, sung, or might appear in the future. Rays of golden light shot out from the light circles, aiming directly at Ares. Boom, 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 boom. Even if Ares lost his mind, fighting doesn't actually require too much reason, at least for the god of war. Fighting is his instinct. Even if he completely loses his mind, he can still burst out with unparalleled combat power. For example, now, even if he has no reason at all, he can still control the weapons he shoots out to resist the golden treasures that Kai has accumulated. At the same time, he can also seize the opportunity to attack Kai directly. This is talent. The king's treasure controlled by Kai is much smarter than Ares' moves. He doesn't need to operate it much, and it will automatically defend against the enemy. So for a while, the two shooters were equally matched and stalemate. But this scared a lot of people. Damn, this is totally out of common sense. Especially Pierce, he was full of greed for the power of Ares and Kai, so the moment he saw them appear, he was thinking about how to get their power. Never underestimate human wisdom. In just a little time, Pierce thought of several ways to deal with them. But when he saw Ares and Kai using all their strength, Pierce deleted most of his previous ideas. Their force value was too high, so he could only use other methods, such as keeping a distance, such as using their aircraft carriers to carry out long-range strikes. Or simply be more extreme and use nuclear bombs directly. Here I want to make it clear that nuclear bombs are powerful, but they are definitely not as destructive as most people imagine. For example, in many wasteland novels, it is said that nuclear bombs destroy the world, etc., which is nonsense. It is true that the explosion of nuclear bombs is very powerful, but it cannot reach the point of destroying the world. During the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union used nuclear bombs as a means of war. Yes, these two evil countries have thought about nuclear war. In their expectation, after the first wave of nuclear bomb attacks, they still have the ability to fight back. Later, they even developed the theory of nuclear victory, that is, bombarding with nuclear bombs is not enough to destroy the other side. The United States and the Soviet Union can even ensure that they still have the nuclear capability to suppress other countries after the nuclear war. This is very complicated to explain, so I won't waste words. In short, nuclear bombs are not as destructive as imagined. On the contrary, nuclear bombs are still a relatively clean weapon. In comparison, nuclear leakage is a bigger threat. The most obvious example is that Hiroshima is still a big city after being bombed. But Chernobyl is still an uninhabited area. So using nuclear bombs to deal with an enemy is not unacceptable to SHIELD or Hydra. But now it seems. What the hell? These two people have long-range strike means. And it seems that they are very powerful. Especially the tricks of the newly appeared Golden Giant, it seems to involve space technology. What the hell? This not only means that others can avoid nuclear strikes, but also appear in the necessary place when necessary. So Pierce can only reevaluate. Not only Pierce, but also many other people have begun to reevaluate the threats of these superheroes. Yes, it is a threat. For the government and many bigwigs, this kind of power that is not on their hands is a threat. Don't say that superheroes are good people. They don't believe this. They always say that they are good people. But who the hell believes it except those fools? At least they don't believe that they are good people. So don't tell them about good people or something like that. Human nature is the most unreliable thing. What they want is checks and balances, control, and restrictions. But how to limit the problem? This is a question that needs to be considered. After Kai and Ares beat each other for a while, both sides gave up tacitly. It seems that this level of mutual shooting can't do anything to each other. Kai regretted it a little at this time. He should have begged Gilgamesh to upgrade his knockoffs to advanced versions, even if it was just to borrow a few real treasures. Forget about the start of creation of heaven and earth. Gilgamesh would not let anyone touch that thing. But the rainbow sword should be fine. The magic sword spiral sword held by Fergus MacRoach, the ever-victorious hero in Celtic mythology. It can stretch like a rainbow to destroy the opponent. In the epic Battle of Caranus, Fergus used this sword to flatten 3 distant hills at once. A knockoff is a knockoff. Of course, this is also related to Kai's lack of strength. This thing has a direct connection with strength. For example, if Gilgamesh uses it, even if it is a knockoff, none of the treasures have the original power. This is the gap. Kai took a deep breath and threw away these things. Knights always rely on their own weapons. Kai clenched the holy spear. Come on. Ares, boom. Kai's figure directly broke through the sound barrier, like a missile, rushing straight towards Ares. He raised the holy spear and pointed the spiral tip of the holy spear directly at Ares' heart. Ares was not to be outdone, and also broke through the sound barrier, using the alien sword in his hand to fiercely chop the holy spear. Clang. The sound of metal collision spread, bringing a strong wind to blow away the smoke around them. Thunder pillar. When the two retreated because of this confrontation, Kai raised his left hand, and a golden thunder spear appeared in Kai's hand. Crack. The lightning pillar hit Ares perfectly. Boom. The lightning pillar exploded, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly appeared with several lightning lights that fiercely covered Ares. Ares was not affected by any negative effects of thunder this time. He chopped with his backhand. A blood-red blade light suddenly appeared, and went straight for Kai's head. Chapter 595 Shining. Kai held up his holy spear. Boom. The blade blasted Kai on the holy spear, and red energy exploded and spread around like a Category 10 hurricane, blowing out all the smoke and flames. In addition, those who were still fighting on the ground also suffered, and many unlucky people were injured. Ares took advantage of the situation and took advantage of Kai's blocking moment to rush forward and slash Kai's head with the alien sword in his hand. Clang. Just as he was about to succeed, the spiral holy spear in Kai's hand suddenly separated and turned into 2 knight swords. Kai blocked Ares' attack with his left hand, and at the same time, the knight sword in his right hand pierced Ares' chest. Ares reacted quickly, and he raised one of his hands to block his chest. Kai's knight's sword pierced into Ares' arm and was immediately clamped by Ares' muscles that were as strong as fine steel. For a while, he was unable to move. But this was not all Kai's attack. At the same time, 2 golden vortices suddenly appeared behind Ares. 2 powerful weapons stretched out from the golden vortices and stabbed Ares back fiercely. In this situation, Ares could not make an effective evasive action at all. Sizzle. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh. A blue sword weapon pierced through Ares' back and passed through his chest, while another red spear weapon pierced through Ares' knife-holding arm. Boom. Two big explosions followed. The people on the ground who were watching all this were immediately overjoyed. Will he die? Will he die? What are you looking at? Fight quickly. Just as everyone was looking at the sky with expectation, hoping to see the result, a sudden roar brought everyone back to their senses. It turned out that they were too focused on the battle in the sky and completely forgot that they were also facing the enemy's attack. Just as they were stunned, the enemy pressed forward again. If Batman, Kai and the 3 Chicago heroines hadn't stood in front, the enemy would have entered their battle line. You have to know that these Americans are all hot weapons. Once these monsters get close, although hot weapons cannot be said to be directly turned into fire sticks, the threat is greatly reduced. So a group of people didn't have time to pay attention to the battle in the sky, and immediately threw themselves into the fierce battle again. As for the results of the battle they cared about. Unfortunately, Ares didn't die. A big hole was blown out of his chest, and one of his arms was blown off. But he is still alive and kicking. It's not that gods can't be killed, but it's difficult to kill them in ordinary ways, especially for a main god like Ares who has a powerful priesthood. It's even more difficult. It can even be said that it is extremely difficult for ordinary human weapons to kill him. Maybe nuclear bombs can do it, but others, wishful thinking. The severely injured Ares roared to the sky, and countless war forces once again poured into his body under Ares' control. Then the wound on Ares' chest began to heal gradually, and his broken arm flew back from nowhere and connected to his body again. Kai's king's treasure was a knockoff. Although it was powerful, it was different from the genuine king's treasure. Kai's king's treasure was more like a simple cannon without the effect of a real treasure. In short, it was not enough to kill Ares. But Kai had expected it, so he was not surprised. He took a deep breath, held the 2 swords in his hands in the middle, and the 2 swords merged again, But the combination was not a holy spear, but a spiral sword. Boom! A golden flame burst out from the sword. The originally white and gold sword body instantly turned red and hot. While Ares was still recovering, Kai moved. Swoosh! The sword was unsheathed, and the arc of light shone. Kai's body suddenly disappeared, like a golden lightning, crossing with Ares. Clang! But at the critical moment, Ares' instinct saved him again. When Kai's sword slashed at his neck, he blocked Kai's attack with incredible speed. The blades collided with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. However, because Ares was passively defending, he suffered a little loss, and the whole person was knocked away by the huge force. Now it was Kai's turn to take advantage of the situation. Kai stared at Ares, raised the sword in one hand, took a deep breath, and mobilized the fire of war. Cut! The flaming sword was swung out, and in an instant, a ball of flame broke away from the sword body and slashed out in a rotation. Like a long dragon of fire. Boom! The wind helped the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind. A huge and incomparable flaming sword energy slashed out, becoming more and more intense, and also brought a scorching hurricane. This rare scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the ground, including the monsters. At that moment, the sky seemed to be burning, and the golden flames were so brilliant that the sun, which had begun to set, was also robbed of its brilliance. Ares, who was targeted, regained his sanity at this moment. He felt the burning heat behind him. He looked back in confusion, staring at the flames that were slashing at him. His face changed drastically, and his pupils shrank into pinpoints. This is impossible. Ares felt the same power from the flames as himself. War. And it was even more cruel and hotter. That was because Kai really inherited the flame of war from the ancient Egyptian god of war. Equivalent to the godhood of war, compared to the gods of war of the same era, the power of Set, the ancient Egyptian god of war, was even more cruel and violent. Set was the god of power, war, desert, and storm. He was the embodiment of death and the pure spokesperson of war. His power level was not much different from Ares, although he might be a little weaker than Ares. If it weren't for the fact that Kai and the godhood of war were really not in tune, although he was best at killing and arson in his life, he really didn't like war. So it was a waste of talent for him to get the godhood of war. But it was enough to deal with Ares now. A miserable scream was covered and destroyed. Boom! A bright fireball exploded in the sky, and a fierce hot wind blew on the face, as if another sun was hanging high in the sky. For a moment, many people felt that their hair began to curl up, and their throats unconsciously felt thirsty. After the attack, Kai himself felt a little bit overwhelmed. Because he and the flame of war were not compatible, every time he used the flame of war, it would bring extra consumption. This time, in order to deal with Ares, Kai did not hold back, so the pressure was a bit high and needed to slow down. Just when he slowed down, Ares also got rid of the burning of the divine fire. At this time, Ares was no longer violent and domineering as before, but was in a mess. His left arm, which had just recovered, was cut off again. Not only that, a huge charred wound was left on his chest and abdomen. The wound was deep and bone deep, and the surrounding flesh and blood turned into charcoal. His alien sword was also missing. The skin on his body was also burned over a large area, looking extremely hideous. How can you have such power? Ares could also feel that Kai had reached the level of a god, but he didn't have much power, so he couldn't tell what kind of power he had. He had seen the golden flame during the Battle of Athens, but he had never felt it as clearly as today. Guess, Kai said. Is it Hera? No, it shouldn't be Hera. It's Athena. It must be that hypocritical woman. Ares could only guess that Kai's power came from his sister Athena, because Athena, like him, also had the priesthood of war. But Ares didn't realize that this power was completely different from the war power represented by Athena. Or rather, he just thought so wishfully. Ares was always stuck in a dead end. Kai also felt a little sad for Ares. He had lived his life, so fucking aggrieved. Blinded by hatred, he was only willing to believe what he wanted to believe, and turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to other things. He had been in the human world for so many years, and he might have seen the ugliness of human beings. But is human beings really only ugly? What about the greatness, warmth, kindness, and nobility of human beings? Human beings have never been singular. They may be hopelessly bad, but they are also full of noble sentiments. Ares saw the destruction of nature by human beings, but he did not see that human beings also created a brilliant civilization. Look at the world today. When the gods ruled the world 10,000 years ago, the gods were unable to build such a brilliant civilization. Human beings may really destroy themselves and the world one day. But at the same time, human beings may also complete a civilization that even the gods cannot reach. All this is uncertain. This may be the reason why the immortals chose human beings to be the masters of the world. Human beings represent countless possibilities, good or bad, they are just one of the countless possibilities. But what about Ares? He never looked at human beings from beginning to end. Even if he saw more, he only looked selectively. He didn't even think about really understanding human beings. Such extreme and one-sidedness should not be the vision that a god should have. For 10,000 years, he has been living in self-pity for being abandoned and betrayed, just like a grudge woman. He does not reflect on himself, but puts all the blame on others. You know, neither the gods nor Zeus ever thought of abandoning Ares. He launched a rebellion in a fit of rage. But after the rebellion failed, he pushed the responsibility to others, thinking that others had let him down. What kind of logic is this? A god of war turned into a grudge woman. Is there anything more ironic than this? Can a man who is unwilling to face up to his own responsibilities still be called a man? Looking at Ares in front of him, Kai only felt pathetic. But soon Kai put away his hypocritical pity. No matter whether Ares was pitiful or not, he was unforgivable. This guy is just a giant baby who has not grown up after tens of thousands of years. He killed so many people for his so-called grievances. He is not worthy of pity at all. It's time to end, Ares. Kai looked at Ares coldly. Your pathetic and sinful life will end today. And Ares was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. How can it end? On the contrary, I think I will not die, never. Do you know why? Because of them. Ares pointed at the humans still fighting on the ground. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, I have to say that humans are really the most suitable race for war. They can always cause all kinds of ridiculous disputes for various reasons, and disputes can bring war. You say I will end? No. Never. As long as humans exist, they will continue the war. I will never end, and I will never leave. Ha ha ha, so interesting. They know that I am the biggest enemy of mankind, but they are calling me all the time. Kai looked at Ares coldly without refutation. Ares is of course not immortal. No one can be immortal. Even the universe has an end, not to mention Ares. After all, God is just a more advanced creature. Ares means that humans can never get rid of the monster called war. Think about it. Ever since humans began to record history in poetry or mythology, before writing appeared, what they talked about most was war. Of all the creatures in the world, only humans are so keen on killing their own kind. Ares was right about this. He will not die. Maybe. Aren't humans such hopeless creatures? Kai said softly. The flaming sword changed again and returned to the form of the holy spear. Grit your teeth, bastard. Then Kai began to chant a spell that he thought was very shameful in ancient runes. Gather the breath of the stars in the sky, the flow of brilliant life. Golden light spots rose into the air from all directions, quickly gathered, surged, and swirled around him, spreading around him like breathing and condensing on the white and gold spear tip. These gold particles seemed to absorb the surrounding light, making the vision of all those who saw the scene suddenly darken, and the world seemed to fall into silence. Only the place where these lights gathered was so eye-catching, just as dazzling as the figure holding the holy spear high in the center of this golden ocean. The light that blooms at the end can tear the sky and connect the earth. Storm anchor. Shine in, the spear of the end, Reniniad. The sky was surging like a golden ocean, and as soon as he finished speaking, it suddenly fell like a falling star. The magnificent golden galaxy beyond human imagination rushed forward unstoppably, swallowing up all the existences in its way, but in the blink of an eye, the majestic river of light was about to swallow up Ares. Ho ha ho ha. So spectacular. It's really impressive. Kai, Ares was not afraid. In fact, he didn't know what fear was until now. Warriors are synonymous with courage. Don't underestimate me, idiot. I'm Ares, the god of war. A scarlet light burst out, and the light was like a sharp sword slashing at the brilliant galaxy. Boom. The golden and brilliant galaxy was split. Countless golden rays of light began to disperse to both sides, but the miraculous thing was that these golden rays of light did not hit any human or building. Instead, they rushed towards the monsters as if they had their own thoughts. After being bathed and washed by the golden light, The monsters turned into golden particles and drifted away in the most beautiful scenery they could see in their lives. Everyone looked at everything in front of them with their mouths wide open. This was completely beyond their understanding. Although many things today were beyond their common sense, was it a miracle? Many people began to kneel down and pray to the Father, confessing their sins, and the piety increased by at least 30 percentage points. The United States is a country with a very strong religious atmosphere, and many people believe in Christianity. But even so, Kai helped the church to achieve a wave of performance. Eris was still resisting, but the scarlet light was slowly weakening, and he knew he was going to lose. Chapter 596 The Final Revenge. The light was flowing. The moment it surged away seemed to be stretched to an infinite length, and every detail was engraved in the eyes. The light was burning. The enemy's figure was swallowed by the river of light, and the afterimage was twisted, broken, and turned into ashes. Eris himself had to admit that it was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen, even if this beautiful scene was something that would kill him. But Ares' heart was surprisingly calm, without any extra thoughts. He was the god of war Ares, and a great god of war would not complain about the world when facing defeat. In a battle, there will always be losers, so why can't it be him? It has been said that he is the god of war, not the god of victory. But in the blink of an eye, the majestic river of light swallowed Ares. Then it suddenly turned up 90 degrees in an extremely unscientific way, pointing directly to the sky with great momentum, completely destroying the space channel that originally connected this world and the wasteland of destruction. Then an invisible energy wave passed through everyone's body, and the whole world seemed to dim. Everyone immediately squinted and looked at the sky, even if it would give them the illusion of looking directly at the sun, but they still did not intend to give up. All they saw was a golden light that seemed to have absorbed all the light sources, flying rapidly towards the world's border like a meteor, and then the vast white light forced everyone to close their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, someone opened their eyes and looked in the direction where the light meteor had just flown. What is that? In the distant sky, a huge spiral gun stood under the sky, and the huge gun body was like a giant tower that pierced the sky. Don't worry. It's just a boring special effect. At this moment, a warm but powerful voice sounded in everyone's ears. A group of people didn't understand what this meant at all. Only Kai knew that the last special effect had no practical significance at all. It was just a light and shadow special effect, just an insignificant joke. When Kai returned from his trip to Mesopotamia, he told his friend, King Uther of Asgard, about his travel experience. During the trip, he inadvertently mentioned that the Messer dynasty planned to build a tower that reached the sky. I just don't know how this incident aroused the desire to win in Bully, so he announced in his palace that he would build a tower that reached the sky in advance to defeat Gilgamesh's Tower of Babel. Naturally, this inexplicable proposal was rejected. Asgard was a tribal alliance, and even as the king of Asgard, Bully did not have the power of dictatorship, even though he was already the strongest warrior in Asgard. Bully thought he had lost, and was very angry, so he engraved his wish into the Holy Lance. Although this had no practical significance at all, and it increased the difficulty of forging the Holy Lance by one level again, the willful Bully still did it. No one had to guess, they knew that it was the voice of the Golden Lion King, the king of Camelot's knights, and the Lord of Storms, Kai. The story of King Arthur is also widely spread in the West, not to mention the United States, a country that inherited British culture. 90% of the people here have heard the story of King Arthur when they were young, so they naturally know about King Arthur's elder brother, the slayer of the last dragon of Great Britain, the Golden Lion King. After all, the IQ of the people present is online, and the characteristics are so obvious that it is difficult to make a mistake, not to mention that Ares called out his name. Tony looked at the gradually blurry giant tower in the distance and couldn't help but say, will we be able to see King Arthur again in the future? The Flash was stunned for a moment. Really, it's really hard to say. After all, even Ares and Kai have appeared. It's not too much to have a few gods appear again, right? Tony shook his head and said helplessly. Today, his worldview has been completely refreshed. I don't know, the little new Flash no dare not say anything. In fact, the Flash's debut was not too late, but he didn't know what was going on, and he automatically and consciously put himself in the position of a younger brother. In fact, his ability is quite amazing, but he himself can't be domineering. Forget it. There's no point in rushing for this kind of thing. Although Tony said this, he actually felt that time was running out. He had to become stronger. Because of his physical condition, he had been looking for new elements, but he didn't expect Kai to help him find Lucifer, and let Lucifer help Tony get rid of the threat of palladium poisoning and shrapnel in his chest. After that, his enthusiasm dropped all of a sudden, and he put aside the development of new elements. But now it seems he must cheer up. But the glory faded, leaving only devastation. The smoke still floated in the world's most prosperous city, and people looked around in the ruins, hoping to see the result. Kai slowly fell from the air and stood beside Ares. Ares' body had been destroyed for more than half, leaving only the upper body lying on the ground, looking at the sky blankly. His lower body and left chest disappeared, and at the wound, his body was still constantly turning into golden particles and slowly disappearing. What a wonderful battle! Ares finally recovered from his godless state when he saw Kai, but he was not angry at Kai at all. "You won, bastard." Kai quietly watched Ares step by step towards death, and didn't know how to describe his feelings. Happy? Almost. Sad? Not really. He and Ares have never been friends. Fortunately, there is, but not much. In short, it is empty, aimless, and extremely annoying. Kai, do you think the gods' actions back then were really correct? Ares finally asked his question after a while. I know that your kingdom has also disappeared. Don't you feel regretful? Just for the so-called handing over the world to humans, do we have to give up everything we have? Is it worth it? Kai sighed. If there is anyone who has the most complicated feelings about the world today, Kai thinks it must be him. Would it be good to be able to return to modern society? Of course it would be good. The world 10,000 years ago was indeed less exciting than today, but can you say that Kai doesn't miss that era? Not entirely, he misses it very much. When he opened his eyes in that era, Kai decided to live well, but after he adapted to that era and even fell in love with that era, he came to this era by mistake. Fate is playing tricks on people. I don't know. I don't even know why those immortals made such a decision, Kai said truthfully. But I know you will say but, you people are like this, what can you say? Your focus is after the but. Ares didn't look like a dying person at all, but urged. He wanted to know what Kai thought too much. But, Kai continued speechlessly, but isn't everything like this? I miss that era. But now it's not bad. At least it's much more interesting than our era. Isn't it? I don't like to dwell on the past, because it's meaningless, but humans, Ares was eager to refute, but was immediately interrupted by Kai. What humans do is their own choice. Whether they are destroyed or go one step further than us. It's all their own business, Kai said. Then why do you help them so much? There is no special reason. I just can't stand you killing innocent people, Kai said honestly. Just because of this, Ares thought it was ridiculous. This is the biggest difference between you and me. We can convince each other on this point. So there is no need to argue. Ares is born a god. The joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of mortals are never considered by him. This does not mean that Ares is really bad, but it is normal compared to his life experience. But in the eyes of humans and Kai, this is bad. Just like Kai, even though he has been a noble in Camelot for more than 20 years, he still can't understand the ideas of those nobles. They are different from the root. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Ares didn't know who he was talking about. Okay, send me on my way. I want to die like a warrior, not like now, it's too ugly. Ares made his last request. He didn't seem to think that Kai would refuse. Kai did not refuse. The holy spear changed into a long sword in Kai's hand. This holy sword can kill everything in time. Ares must die. Just when Kai was about to make the final blow, the sky that was originally setting the sun was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and strong winds and lightning began to rage. No way? It's coming again. Kai's eyebrows jumped when he saw this scene. Sure enough, a particularly huge thunderstorm appeared, and the sound of thunder caused the ground to shake slightly. This scared the group of humans who had just escaped death, and they thought something had changed again. After the thunderstorm, the dark sky suddenly split open a crack, and a bright and sacred light cut through the dark clouds, and two huge figures appeared in the sky. One wore a crown woven with gold and olive branches, held a statue of the goddess of victory made of ivory and gold in his right hand, and held a scepter inlaid with various dazzling metals in his left hand. A hawk rested on the top of the scepter. He bent his neck and nodded his thick black eyebrows. Beautiful white gold locks flowed down from the immortal head of the king of the gods. His face was majestic, and the beard under his chin made him look extremely mature. The flashing lightning in his eyes made him impossible to look directly at. Another, with a beautiful face, every frown and smile was full of supreme charm, making people unconsciously fall into her charm, but there was no blasphemy. It was like a child seeing a strict and kind mother, full of attachment. The goddess had golden hair tied up, and wore a crown with flowers and leaves on her head, symbolizing royal power, and a veil symbolizing married women. She had a pair of big eyes that were bright and insightful, her arms were as white as lilies, and a head of beautiful curly hair flowed from under the crown, revealing a majestic and serene expression. Zeus. Hera, Kai gritted his teeth and said. Here it comes again. Get away from my son. Kai, Zeus was furious when he saw Ares' miserable appearance. With his roar, thunder once again filled the sky, as if it would fall at any time. Ares, Hera felt even more sorry for her son. Her majestic eyes were also filled with tears because of Ares' misery. Then Hera looked at Kai angrily. This was the first time Hera looked at Kai with such eyes. Yes, how can an adulterer compare to his own son? But Kai did not give in this time. He just looked at Hera quietly and said calmly. Do you remember our promise, Hera? Kai made an agreement with Hera when he let Ares go last time. There will be no next time. Kai's words softened Hera's attitude a little bit. Ares is my child, Kai, how could a mother really abandon her child? She was really just talking at the time, how could she take it seriously? Look here, Hera. Those who died because of Ares are all his mother's children. But now, I can't give Ares another chance. In fact, I deeply regret letting Ares go in Athens. I can't let myself make such a mistake again. You want to go to war with Olympus. Zeus could no longer suppress his anger. Being cuckolded was fine, but now the adulterer wanted to kill his son. Although Ares rebelled, Zeus even wanted to execute Ares, but so many years have passed, Zeus has long forgotten that matter, and his son is his own son. What is unforgivable? If you want to do this, then go to war. Kai did not retreat. Ho ha ho ha ha ho ha. At this moment, Ares, who had been silent because of his parents' appearance, suddenly laughed. The laugh was so crazy that one could even hear endless ridicule from it. Ha ho ho ha ho ha, seeing your hypocrisy, I really can't help it. Ho ha ho ha, Ares, Hera called out her child's name sadly. Zeus's face was livid. He thought his foolish son could reflect on himself, but now it seems, who did he take his stubbornness from? You have abandoned me like a worn-out shoe, but now you come out to talk about fatherly love and filial piety with me? Ho ha, is there anything more hypocritical than this? Zeus, this time Ares did not mock Hera. After all, even a blind man could see Hera's sincerity. Ares, you? Zeus was almost mad at this rebellious son. This kid rebelled back then. Zeus did not kill him, but just exiled him. Isn't this a mercy outside the law? But this kid not only did not feel any gratitude, but became more resentful. To be honest, among all Zeus' children, Ares was not his favorite. Compared with the wise Athena, the hard-working and dedicated Hephaestus, and the sunny and versatile Apollo, Ares' willfulness and recklessness were indeed unpleasant. But this is his own son, what can he do? Kai, hand over Ares. I will take him back to Olympus and never appear on earth again. Zeus had no choice but to give in. Well, this was the maximum that Zeus could give in. No, this was not Kai's refusal. It was Ares. I would rather die in my hometown. After saying that, Ares grabbed Kai's sword with his only remaining right hand and pierced his chest. When the sword pierced Ares' chest, he looked at Zeus and Hera, his eyes full of mockery and the pleasure of revenge. No, Hera shouted in grief. Chapter 597 ending. Ares died, which was an expected result, at least for Kai. He had no intention of letting Ares go, even if Hera begged for mercy. Perhaps this would make Kai completely lose Hera, and might even turn against each other, but Kai was mentally prepared. Perhaps it was also because the relationship between them was not as close as imagined. Yes, Kai did have a relationship with Hera, but both of them might know that they were more of an empty person who needed another empty person. In short, lust is greater than love at first sight. Hera cheated because she wanted revenge on Zeus, the scumbag, and Kai didn't control himself at all. Maybe they also have a place for each other in their hearts, but it's just not that important. So when Kai made the decision, he was not as entangled as he imagined. No, Hera probably didn't have time to consider the adulterer she hadn't seen for 10,000 years. Her own son was dead. Unlike Zeus, Zeus really had many sons, and Ares was not the most favored one. But Hera had only a few children. The eldest son Hephaestus did not get along well with Hera. The others were all daughters and were not very close to Hera. Only Ares was Hera's favorite child. But now, this poor child is dead. Boom. Thunderstorms began to gather in the sky, and strong winds blew from the sea. Zeus, the former god of gods, was angry. Crack! A huge thunderbolt appeared in Zeus's hand. Kai was not afraid. The flames of war on his body burst out with a bang, and 3 pairs of wings of light feathers spread out and flew into the sky. Holy spear ready. The holy spear of Saint White burst into dazzling golden light. The war was about to start. The humans on the ground were at a loss. They had finally defeated the god of war Ares. Ares, are they going to fight the father of the gods soon? Even with the simplest thinking, they knew that Zeus must be stronger than Ares. How to fight? At this moment, Diana suddenly stood between Kai and Zeus. Zeus subconsciously stopped throwing the lightning bolt when he saw his other child. God King, King of gods, King of Olympus, Diana raised the Vulcan sword and pointed it at Zeus. You once left 6 artifacts for the Amazons to guard Ares and prevent him from causing trouble in the world. You even told us that we could completely destroy him when necessary. This is the oracle you left behind. Do you admit it? Zeus looked at his demigod daughter gloomily, feeling terrible. He did say that, but as a father, how much truth can such words have? It's like many parents send their children to the teacher and tell the teacher, if the child doesn't listen, just beat him. But which stupid teacher would take it seriously? It is estimated that the first person who is not happy when the teacher beats the child is the parent. Are you so noble and you also intend to violate the oracle you personally issued? Diana continued to question. Are you questioning your father, your god? Zeus' voice was like thunder, as if it would explode at any time, making people's ears buzz. Then as my father, my god, we did what you asked us to do according to your will. What right do you have to be angry? Diana did not give in. If Diana had not known her identity before, she might have been afraid. After all, that was the object of her faith. But since she knew her identity, Diana obviously lacked the awe of Zeus. There is a saying that those who are favored are always fearless. Diana is a bit like this now. Zeus was very unhappy, not because Diana was rebelling against him. It was nothing, after all, the class division of the gods was not so strict, they were not so dictatorial, and Zeus was contradicted and questioned by his own children on some things, not once or twice. What really made him unhappy was that Diana was obviously helping Kai, that bastard. Even if Ares was a bastard, he was still your brother. Moreover, Kai and Zeus had a grudge of polygamy. Or do you intend to violate your own oracle? Diana did not give in, staring at Zeus, as if she would draw her sword immediately if Zeus did not agree. Zeus's mood is really hard to describe. Does Zeus love his daughter very much? That's pure nonsense. Zeus has only seen Diana twice in the past 10,000 years. How can he talk about feelings? Even Diana's mother, Queen Hippolyta, is nothing to Zeus. At most, she is just a lover for one night. What really makes Zeus feel difficult is Diana herself. She represents Olympus. It is also the last connection between Olympus and the earth. It was once said that the position of the earth in the universe is very special. It is the only existence outside of fate. Everything is possible here and is not controlled by fate. This is very important to the gods. Once the future of their race is related to the earth, they will be unaffected by fate to the greatest extent. The difference between the two is only clear to the parties involved, but it is extremely important to Olympus. So Olympus cannot lose Diana. Enough. Just when Zeus was in a dilemma, Hera spoke. The mother who had just lost her child did not completely lose her mind, because she already understood why Ares was like this. Ares committed suicide. The reason why he did this was very simple, just to take revenge on them. To take revenge on them as parents for abandoning him. It was a very stupid thing to do, to take revenge on those who loved him in the cruelest way. Because this kind of behavior would only hurt those who loved him the most. Hera was extremely sad about this. At the same time, she blamed herself. She should have insisted on taking Ares away instead of leaving him here. She left him alone and made him think that his mother had betrayed him. Hera looked up and tried not to let her tears fall. Let's go, Hera said. After that, she ignored Zeus and disappeared directly into the sky. Zeus was stunned. He didn't understand why Hera would be so straightforward. This was not Hera's character. Well, don't think that Hera is good-tempered. On the contrary, Hera's character has extremely prominent pride and willfulness. Otherwise, she would not have snatched Athena's boyfriend and cheated behind Zeus' back. Zeus originally thought that Hera would at least make a big fuss this time. She might even be unable to resist and come to the earth directly. Why did Zeus get angry first? On the one hand, he was really angry, and on the other hand, he wanted to take the initiative in his hands and not let things get out of hand. For example, just kill Kai, and forget about the rest. But this time, Hera left without hesitation, as if it was not Ares who died. This made Zeus a little embarrassed, as if he was the only one who didn't understand. Kai understood why Hera was a little. The saddest state is never to yell and vent. But the heart is dead. At the same time, Kai also felt that Hera's attitude towards him had completely changed. If there was still warmth in the past, then there is nothing now. But this seems to be the best result, isn't it? Kai doesn't believe that after he killed someone else's son, someone else's mother can still be indifferent to him. How stupid can she be to do this? Zeus didn't do it in the end. First of all, it's useless. Zeus only projected part of his power to the earth. Because of the super magic circle of Camelot, this power is not enough to pose much threat to Kai. Secondly, even if he really wanted to come in person, he had to ask the Supreme Mage for his consent. Other people's families also have adults. Anyway, on Earth, Zeus did not think he was the opponent of the Supreme Mage. Others have the accumulation of several generations of Supreme Mage, as well as the super magic circle left by the ancient immortals as a trump card. Even if Olympus came with all of them, it would only return empty-handed. When Zeus's figure also disappeared in the sky, humans who had been holding their breath waiting for the result can finally cheer at this moment. The war is over. The Los Angeles War. This is the name given to this war by the media. And the impact of this war quickly swept the world. There is too much to say about this war. First of all, the appearance of monsters such as centaurs, harpies, and Medusa made myths no longer just myths. At least after the outbreak of the war, many people have invested their dreams in Greece, an ancient land. Many people plan to go to Greece. As for what to do, it's hard to say. Some are just joining in the fun, and some are looking to see if they can find the remains of the gods. In short, the Greek government is happy. They can't wait to stand up and make speeches, just to get some attention. Let's not talk about these first. In addition, the academic community has also started to rediscover mythology. After all, since Zeus, Hera, and Ares are real, are other myths also true? In short, it's very lively. Many people in the UK hope that the government can revise and study Celtic mythology. After all, their legend, the Golden Lion King, has appeared in the United States. In short, there are too many things to say. But for Los Angeles, none of this matters. For the city, counting losses and rescuing the wounded is the most important thing. In addition, we must hold people accountable. This is very important. Los Angeles people are eager to know how all this happened. The world is so big, why is Los Angeles so unlucky and inexplicably became a battlefield? According to statistics 3 days after the war, in this Los Angeles war, Los Angeles suffered a total of 33,670 casualties, and twice as many casualties, 100,000 casualties. The total number of casualties in all the wars that the United States has participated in modern times has never been so high. The direct property losses are as high as more than 30 billion. The indirect losses have not been counted yet, but it is definitely an astronomical figure. The people of Los Angeles are going crazy. They urgently need to know how all this happened. The first to suffer is naturally the military. Although most of the casualties in the war were caused by Ares, Los Angeles has not forgotten how everything started. So General Ross, who was arrested by Kai, was in big trouble. This was completely beyond the military's expectations. They did try to downplay the matter before, but the problem was that the casualties were too great. So great that it was completely beyond the military's expectations. This made the level of this matter rise several levels at once. The military has also made efforts, such as following the government's plan, praising superheroes and diverting people's attention. But it was useless. So the military did the opposite, intending to throw the pot to the superheroes, trying to throw the responsibility of the war to the superheroes. They are not afraid of causing controversy. Once the controversy arises, attention will naturally be diverted. But it still doesn't work. Because there are too many people who witnessed the whole war. More importantly, The local government and police in Los Angeles don't intend to cooperate at all. For the Los Angeles government, the casualties are so great that they dare not play tricks at all. They have no need and no obligation to take risks for the military. Does the whole thing have anything to do with the Los Angeles government? No. They are complete victims. Is it good for them to throw the responsibility to superheroes? No. The destruction of the city needs to be rebuilt, which costs money. Rescue for casualties, which costs money. Subsequent aftermath, which costs money. And post-disaster economic recovery, which also costs money. Can they ask superheroes for compensation? Only the US government and the military can give money. At this juncture, they don't want to help those bastards shirk responsibility. Not only that, what the politicians in Los Angeles have to do is to bite those bastards to death. The harder they bite, the happier the people of Los Angeles will be. So Ross was out of luck. He didn't have the chance to be sent to a military court. He was detained by the Los Angeles police, and the Los Angeles prosecutors directly filed a lawsuit against him in the federal court. Treason, crimes against humanity, are basically the most serious crimes. If he is found guilty, Ross is completely abandoned anyway. There is no way, the cost is too high. The military itself is not easy. The Senate has sent a note to the military, asking them to make a reasonable explanation for the appearance of the Hulk and the abomination. How to explain this? It's all Ross's fault? They don't know anything? Don't talk nonsense. If the Senate dares to believe it, they will all get out of the next election. The president didn't stand up this time to add insult to injury. After all, his goal is to cut military spending, not to completely offend the military. And now his goal seems to be not difficult to achieve, and it can also make the military grateful to him. His not making trouble is the biggest help. It's the military that didn't rush to Los Angeles, but the military didn't take the blame. After all, the military also needs the authorization of the Pentagon. So the Pentagon is honored to become the second unlucky department. The Pentagon's response was indeed slow this time, and it was precisely because of their slowness that President Benjamin's decisiveness was highlighted. It was the president who directly ordered the naval base to provide air support. In fact, the president was not decisive, but Kai called and scolded Benjamin to wake him up. But with a contrast of his peers, the president not only landed smoothly, but also made a big splash. He made a lot of money. The Senate has organized an investigation team led by 5 senators and various government departments to investigate the Pentagon's response to this incident. So the Pentagon was in chaos. Another unlucky person was naturally S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, although S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also contributed, Kai still commanded the police and the National Guard to arrest the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present. Phil was almost angry to death at the time, but there was no way. With thousands of guns pointed at him by the other side, Phil could only admit defeat. Fortunately, Kai did not go too far. Except for a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, everyone else was released after interrogation, including Phil. But this signal was very bad. This means that the Los Angeles and California governments are very dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D. and are very likely to hold S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable. Apart from anything else, S.H.I.E.L.D. must give an explanation as to why the statue of Ares appeared in Los Angeles. However, Kai can't take care of S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being, as he has more important things to do. What to do? Attend funerals. Many funerals. The recommendation votes are too bad. Chapter 598 Lively. While war brings pain, it also brings other byproducts, that is, heroes. In this war, the only force that has been fighting for the safety of other people's lives and property from beginning to end is the Los Angeles police. Since the Hulk incident, the Los Angeles police have been fighting. So even with the help of the National Guard and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the Los Angeles police still suffered great casualties. The casualties of more than 1,600 police officers made every family in the Los Angeles Police Department wear mourning. There is no doubt that it is not an exaggeration to call the Los Angeles police heroes. The bigwigs of the Los Angeles Police Department have begun to worry. Due to the casualties of more than 1,600 police officers this time, the already tight manpower has become stretched. Those missing positions need to be transferred from other positions. The impact brought by this is not just the lack of more than 1,600 police positions, but the deployment of the entire Los Angeles police has gone wrong. In the end, it was only after Kai issued a very harsh announcement on behalf of the Los Angeles police that the situation was barely maintained. Kai's announcement is very simple, that is, Whoever makes trouble at this time and affects the order of Los Angeles will be hit as severely as never before. In short, whoever jumps at this time will be dealt with by the police. After Kai's announcement was released, the reaction was both good and bad. Some media believe that Kai was suspected of abusing his power and violating the principles of Zhiao. Others applauded, but in contrast, the people of Los Angeles strongly supported this decision. Because since the war began, there have been many people in Los Angeles who took advantage of the fire to loot and buy things for free. They smashed, looted and burned, and were more cruel than any bandits. This made the already chaotic situation even worse. For such people, Kai's attitude is never tolerating. After the war that day, Kai had no time to rest, and he took a team of 300 fully armed police officers and a 1,000-man National Guard to start a strong suppression of Los Angeles. In just 24 hours, under Kai's suppression, more than 1,000 people were arrested and more than 200 were shot dead. It was this iron-blooded method that restored the order in Los Angeles at the fastest speed. But there are still media that severely accuse the police of brutality. But Kai doesn't care. In order to protect this city, 1,129 of my buddies died, and another 538 of them are lying in hospital beds struggling with injuries. You tell me that what I did was atrocity? Let me tell you what atrocity is. After my brothers gave their lives to protect this city from evil, some people took this opportunity to arbitrarily destroy this hard-earned peace. Kai, wearing a police uniform, said solemnly to the news media at the scene after a collective funeral. You say I have harmed human rights? But in my opinion, I have protected the human rights of the other 4 million innocent people in this city. I can't let the sacrifices of my brothers go to waste. Do you think my methods are too tough? Then I can tell you, congratulations, you will see even tougher methods soon. I have asked the city government for authorization, and I will let all the brothers who take to the streets be fully armed and mercilessly strike any dangerous elements that may bring violence and chaos. At this time, a reporter raised his hand and shouted, even if it means shooting and killing, it is not a problem. Kai did not avoid the question. Yes, even if it means shooting and killing, it is not a problem. Does your proposal comply with American law? Someone questioned. Of course. The U.S. Constitution grants the city government independent legislative power on any public safety issue, Kai said firmly. The centrifugal force of the American political system is actually quite strong. If the central government is slightly weaker, it may really cause division. But sometimes, this strong autonomy can bring a lot of flexibility. For example, now, will the Los Angeles government reject Kai's proposal? The answer is no. Who publicly made this proposal? It was Kai. Who is implementing this suggestion? It's still Kai. So the biggest scapegoat has appeared, and that is Kai. In this case, what reason do these politicians have to reject such a suggestion that is obviously beneficial to them? Do they want the city to be in chaos? Of course not. They are the beneficiaries of order, and they will destroy the order of Los Angeles if they eat too much. If they are allowed to propose such controversial proposals themselves, these politicians will naturally hesitate. Because in politics, it is not who is right that will definitely get flowers and applause. On the contrary, in the political game, correctness has never been the focus is on public opinion. Whoever caters to public opinion will be popular. For example, those anti-China politicians in the United States, do they really hate China? Maybe. But their likes and dislikes have never been important. What is important is the votes they represent. They will give voters what they want. This kind of political game, you can say it is a waste, but isn't it irrational? The politics of the United States used to be elite politics, but now it has developed a bit like those political animals in Europe. In short, in Los Angeles, a left-leaning city, proposals like Kai's that are tough and do not take into account the interests of minority groups are inherently rejected. Let those politicians propose it themselves. Dream on. But now there is no such problem. Great, then Kai will be thrown out as a scapegoat. Who said Kai is a hero? That's right, the most representative person in the police force in this war is Kai. He has been regarded as a superhero like Batman and Iron Man in many media. Even at the government level, Kai's identity is more worthy of being written about. Because Kai is one of their own. So don't think that Batman and Night King are the most prominent this time, but the policeman Kai is the one who really gets the most resources and publicity. At this time, the government needs a sign like Captain America to attract attention for the government. Besides, Kai's performance is worthy of the title of superhero. He has been fighting on the front line as an ordinary person, and even in the end he is at the forefront of the battle against monsters with superheroes. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a superhero. So his influence is enough to take the blame. Does Kai know about this? Of course he knows, but he doesn't care. After attending the funeral, Kai did not go home, but returned to the police station. He hasn't been home for a few days, and even sleeps in his office. If Afu hadn't sent Kai some delicious food every day, Kai's quality of life would be terrible. Of course. This is nothing. When Kai was in the police force in his previous life, he was in this state every time there was a major case. Now there is Afu to send warmth. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Kai is now planning to return to the office and enjoy the lunch sent by Afu. The people in the serious crime team should leave a portion for him. Afu will definitely not send only food to Kai when he sends food. That would be too low in emotional intelligence. Afu, who aspires to be a perfect butler, will not make such a mistake. But when Kai pushed open his office, he found a black man sitting behind his desk eating a sandwich. Kai was stunned for a moment, then stepped out and looked at his office nameplate. It was his office. Then the person inside. "Oh, you're back. Kai Wayne." The black man seemed very enthusiastic. But Kai's answer to him was, "Bang." Kai pulled out his gun and shot directly. Mad fake. The black man knew when he saw Kai pull out his gun that this guy would definitely shoot. Don't ask why he knew it. It's just intuition. So he fell to the ground as fast as he could. Boom. A big hole was blasted out of the desk, and the documents on the desk were blown all over the place. This shot also alarmed other people, and a bunch of policemen rushed to Kai's office from all directions with guns raised. Chap was the first to feel it. He hung his arms and quickly rushed to Kai's side with a revolver. "Boss? What's wrong?" Chloe and Dan followed. Although a group of people didn't understand why, they still pointed their guns at Kai's office. Kai saw his subordinates and scolded them angrily. "Are you all dead? Others have run into my office, and you didn't notice it." A group of policemen immediately looked at each other. Stop. 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 Nick Fury, who was hiding behind the desk, was like a dog. The script he expected was not like this. Shouldn't Kai be suppressed by his aura, and then he should seize the initiative and let the conversation proceed at his own pace? Why did this Kai shit without asking a single question? "I'm not the enemy. I'm not the enemy." Even if he is the king of agents, Nick Fury can't deal with dozens of guns on the opposite side. He is a human being, not those superheroes. That, Chloe heard the shouting inside and felt bad, but she had to bite the bullet and speak. "I put that person in." Everyone's eyes were focused on Chloe. Kai's face was also very ugly. What the hell is this? Chloe can be regarded as one of his most trusted subordinates, and every time Kai handles a case, unless Kai does not bring a partner, otherwise Chloe must be Kai's partner. What is this? Of course, she is the most trusted confidant among the confidants. But now Chloe actually let an unknown person into her office so easily? Kai felt that he should change his partner. Others had similar ideas. They thought Chloe was stupid again. After all, the office is not a reception room, especially the office of the head of the serious crime team, which has many confidential documents. Just let a stranger in? Do you still need the confidentiality agreement? He took out the authorization documents from the Department of Justice and the state government. Chloe's voice got lower and lower. She was so busy at the time. In fact, no one in the police station is not busy now. Although the war is over, the aftermath is even more troublesome. Now the Los Angeles Police Department wants one person to do the work of 3 people. Chloe didn't think too much at the time, so Kai took a deep breath. If Kai didn't know that Chloe was indeed a bit silly, she would be mad at this moment. "Your bonus this month is gone, Miss Chloe Decker." Chloe still wanted to fight for it. After all, she still has 2 daughters to support. And with such a busy schedule, the bonus is the only comfort for these police officers. If it is cancelled, they will be in a panic. Kai pretended to listen attentively. Chloe immediately put her mind at ease. After all, she doesn't rely on that salary to make a living. Her finances are much freer than most police officers. Kai ignored Chloe and pointed his gun at the inside and shouted, "Put your hands up and come out. Slow down, don't let me misunderstand, otherwise I can't promise that I won't shoot." Nick Fury felt very humiliated. He has always been famous for his elusiveness in his life. Although he can't say that he has never been caught by someone, he has never been caught by the police. But the reality is so cruel and never changes according to people's will. So Nick Fury can only stand up and slowly walk out of the range of the desk. Lie down, fuck. Nick Fury has an impulse to turn against his face. But facing dozens of guns on the opposite side, even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has to admit defeat. Although he has some high-tech equipment, he has seen Kai's combat videos. There is no doubt that this guy is definitely a killing machine. His killing method is so clean and crisp. He doesn't think he can still do some small moves under Kai's gun. Of course, the more important reason is that it is not worth it. He is not here to fight, he is here to talk. So, he can only follow his heart. Nick Fury can only lie on the ground helplessly. But when he just lay down, several people rushed over and held him down. One of them directly pressed his knee against his neck, very hard. I can't breathe. Kai didn't bother to care about him and started searching his body. After a while, Kai found 3 guns, several magazines, several bombs disguised as pens, 2 black metal boxes of unknown purpose, a wristband that can fire special bullets, a very old-fashioned communicator, and some messy things on him, such as 2 tubes of green liquid, daggers and the like. Just these bits and pieces, Kai has no problem thinking he's a terrorist. I think you have to explain these things, men. Otherwise I will accuse you of terrorism. Kai took these things and shook them in front of Nick Fury. I can't breathe. It's not that Nick Fury is weak and has a bad body. It's really that the brother who pressed his neck weighs more than 300 pounds, and the other person is 2 meters tall. He was on the basketball team in college and played center. His entire weight was concentrated on his knees. Not to mention Nick Fury, even Captain America would suffocate if his neck was pressed like this. Kai looked and found that this guy was really suffocating, so he patted the big guy's head and asked him to relax. Don't crush him like a piglet, which would be a lot of trouble. Nick Fury finally had a chance to breathe. But before he could relax, he was handcuffed, even on his feet. The handcuffs were very tight and hurt him. Phil and I are from the same department. I have no ill intentions. I just want to talk to you. Kai heard it. SHIELD? Lock this bastard up. No one is allowed to contact him. He is an extremely dangerous person. Adjust the alert to the highest level. Kai locked him up without saying a word. He didn't care who this guy was. He was determined to cause trouble for SHIELD, so no matter who he was, Kai didn't intend to listen to any nonsense he said. Fuck, Nick Fury was obviously not a cultured person. He could only say 2 words from beginning to end, mad fuck and fuck. Nick Fury really felt that something was wrong. Are the police nowadays so reckless? Wait. I have the authorization documents from the Department of Justice and the governor in my arms. Then Nick Fury saw Kai take out the documents from his arms, and then Kai took out a lighter and lit the thing without even looking at it. Mad fuck. Honestly, although the recommendation votes can no longer be seen on the app, you can still vote on the website. In fact, you can also vote on the app, but it's a bit troublesome. Don't waste it. There's nothing wrong with voting. Chapter 599 Nick Fury is arrested. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was arrested by the police. This news spread quickly. Of course, ordinary people had no way of knowing about it. Those who knew about this news were basically big shots, such as the governor or federal officials. Even some senior officials of the state government were not aware of this. When these big shots heard the news, they were stunned. They had no idea how to express their mental state. Should they be angry? Not really. In fact, no politician likes S.H.I.E.L.D. It is just a group of lawless lunatics who are not influenced by politicians like them at all. In the entire U.S. government, there are very few politicians who can influence S.H.I.E.L.D. Most politicians only know that there is such an organization, but they have no channels to contact it, let alone any influence. In other words, for most politicians, S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing to do with them. Maybe they are more gloating. Of course, Mr. Governor is still a little depressed. His authorization documents are like waste paper to the Los Angeles police. This is quite uncomfortable. However, the governor thought that the other party was a war hero in this Los Angeles war, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction. There is nothing to worry about. Anyway, he is not the one who is really embarrassed. Since the authorization document has been clicked, just pretend that the document does not exist. Since it does not exist, there is no question of whether it is embarrassing or not. The governor completely ignored the matter. As for the Department of Justice, well, it is not the first time that Kai has ignored the Department of Justice. At most, They can only be furious. As for SHIELD, none of their business. SHIELD is not an agency under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. Others are directly managed by the Security Council. Strictly speaking, even the President of the United States cannot control them. So many times, they do cooperate with SHIELD to do some things, but they are not willing to do so. This is very important. It is okay to help, but can they offend people for SHIELD? Then I will not be interested. In the past, when SHIELD was strong, they might have sold their face. But what about now? If it were not for someone above to join forces to put the responsibility on SHIELD, SHIELD would be much worse than the military and the Pentagon. In this case, it would be wishful thinking to expect them to work hard for SHIELD. In short, things have become very weird. A big shot like the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was thrown into the detention center by the police, but no one paid attention to him. It was as if those big shots above were collectively blind. Nick Fury squatted alone in a small single room, looking at the iron bars, and wanted to sing a song of iron bars tears. The script is not like this. Kai looked at his office silently for a while, and then shouted to the outside of the door. Chloe appeared quickly. She had just made a mistake, and now she became super active, fearing that she would be scolded by the boss if she was slow for a while. Look at my office, Kai pointed to his office. Chloe took a quick look. It was a mess inside, and even the desk had a big hole. Understood. I'll take someone to clean it up right away, and I'll contact the logistics department to ask them to send a new desk, the best one. Chloe was so smart at this moment, not like a silly girl as usual. And my lunch. That one-eyed Nico just ate my lunch, Kai added angrily. Chloe's body froze, she looked left and right, and then whispered, "Boss, what you just said is racist, damn it." He came to my office for no reason, sat on my chair, and ate the luxurious lunch that Afu prepared for me, and I can't even scold him. Kai's words just now really didn't go through his mind. But can he admit defeat? However, Kai still quietly added, "Don't tell anyone, there's no way." It's not that Kai is a coward, but in the United States, identity politics and political correctness are too powerful. No matter who you are, as long as you step on the landmine in these two places, you will definitely be scolded like a dog, even though racial discrimination in this country is still very serious. If you go to a stadium and watch a game, you will definitely see a lot of people there spewing shit. In daily life, let alone, the most obvious example is the police. Once they go down to investigate a case, especially car theft, drug trafficking, and robbery, basically the first reaction of the police handling the case is that it was done by black people. Even if the police themselves are black. This thing is really hard to explain. I understand. Chloe said that she understood. Kai was too lazy to explain. He just said that because he wanted to scold Nick Fury. As for whether he discriminated or not, there was no way to get to the bottom of it. It was unrealistic to say that he didn't. But not long after Chloe left, she came back. But this time she brought someone with her. An old acquaintance, Agent Phil. Phil Callison was also helpless. He felt that he was really unhappy as an 8th-level agent. He knew little but did a lot. He didn't know anything about the secret base before, but he was the person in charge of Los Angeles. According to the regulations, his confidentiality level in Los Angeles should be the highest. He should be responsible for Los Angeles and surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. departments, or at least he should be informed. But what about him? He didn't know until something happened that the Bureau had placed such a big mine in Los Angeles. What's more outrageous is that he didn't know from the Bureau that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a mine here, and he heard it from other people. Is there anything more ironic than this? Things that even the people themselves don't know, but outsiders know clearly. Even Phil, who has a good temper, was angry. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D. did bring a huge disaster to Los Angeles this time. Nearly 100,000 casualties. Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. be an organization that exists to protect innocent people in world peace? Why do they want to study such dangerous things? You know, from the traces at the scene, it was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experiment that caused Ares to escape from the seal. This once made Phil's faith collapse. Knowing that Nick Fury personally comforted him, Phil felt better. But unexpectedly, Nick Fury was arrested just after he comforted him. As the highest officer at the scene except Nick Fury, Phil has to clean up his ass again. Don't talk to Phil about mentality now, talking about it will collapse. Kai, Phil smiled reluctantly. Kai didn't have any expression. Don't try to get close to me. It's better to tell me your intention before I can't help but punch you in the face. Phil really didn't know what to say. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. also had a lot of deaths this time. But the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. had the least people at the scene. So the casualties were naturally the least. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in that secret base, how the hell do we know where they are? Until now, Phil is not sure how many people are in that base. But what about the police? It has never been the police's responsibility to fight those things, but the Los Angeles police suffered more than 1,000 casualties. These people did not need to die. Phil felt guilty. But the problem is that guilt can't solve the problem now. Phil also knew very well that if Kai really wanted to hold S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable, how much trouble it would bring to S.H.I.E.L.D. He is different from ordinary people. First of all, he is a hero. After the war, Kai's reputation is very high. What he says is influence. Especially when the people of Los Angeles are excited, once the culprit is known, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be waiting to be on the same level as the Dung. Secondly, Kai's identity itself is a big trouble. He is a shareholder of the Wayne Group, and from the intelligence analysis, he is very likely to be the heir of the Wayne family, the owner of the Wayne Group. Because according to the news from the British side, there is no one in this generation of the Wayne Group, and only Kai's the closest blood relative. The Wayne Group, a low-profile consortium, has great power. Although it is nothing compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., it does not mean that the Wayne Group has no capital to fight back. That is why Nick Fury came in person, hoping to talk to Kai, and it would be best if this matter could have a satisfactory result. Now it seems that Kai did not talk to Nick Fury at all. Can I meet Nick Fury? Kai glanced at Phil coldly, and finally nodded. Yes, but it must be under my nose. I just want to talk, Nick Fury said to Kai after revealing his true identity. But Kai still looked the same, and did not change at all because the other party was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What to talk about? Talk about how you made this city suffer 100,000 casualties? Congratulations to you, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you have done what the Nazis and the Japanese have not done. You have turned the U.S. mainland into a battlefield. Kai's words are always sarcastic. It's strange to say, although Kai can't be considered a good man, except for a few times, he always upholds the attitude of a knight, and he won't be too sarcastic even to the enemy. It's not about being polite to the enemy, but not letting oneself become vulgar. Knights are noble. But Kai can't like S.H.I.E.L.D. Their style of doing things makes Kai dislike them at all. What makes Kai even more unbearable is their attitude. Look at the news. What did S.H.I.E.L.D. do? 100,000 casualties, in the eyes of these bastards, can't even get an apology. There is no news about S.H.I.E.L.D. in the news. This made Kai's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. change from dislike to hatred. It was just an accident. Nick Fury was also very troubled. He didn't expect the other party to treat them so badly. An accident. Is this how you characterize this matter? 100,000 casualties? Just an accident? Of course I'm sorry that this happened, but we didn't think of letting it happen, Nick Fury said a little irritably. Then you shouldn't touch that statue. Kai was getting more and more dissatisfied with Nick Fury's attitude. What do you mean you don't want it to happen? It was you who brought the thing to Los Angeles. Nick Fury looked at Kai, and he heard something from Kai's words. You know? From Batman. Kai's slap answered Nick Fury. Bang! Nick Fury was knocked to the ground from the chair with handcuffs. This slap loosened all of Nick Fury's teeth on the left side. Pay attention to your identity, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you are just a prisoner now. It's not you who is interrogating me. Nick Fury lay on the ground and looked at Kai sarcastically. Oh, I didn't expect that the Los Angeles police are now also playing the role of judges. I haven't been convicted yet, you will. Kai looked at him coldly. I promise you. With that, Kai stood up and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Phil quickly stood up to cool down the atmosphere that was about to explode. He held Kai. We know that S.H.I.E.L.D. has an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. We are here to solve the problem. Phil looked at Nick Fury. Although it was a bit embarrassing to see the director being beaten, Phil didn't think Kai was wrong at all. Nick Fury looked at his confidant and could only shake his head helplessly. He didn't want to take this responsibility. Yes, from the beginning to the end, Nick Fury wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to get out of this matter. Although it was very rogue, it was the best result for S.H.I.E.L.D. But the problem is that now it seems that even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself can't reach a consensus. I'm sorry, Nick Fury has never been so aggrieved. Being beaten, and still having to apologize. Kai relaxed a little at this time and let Phil pull him to sit down again. Since you know your mistakes, what are you going to do? What? Nick Fury was a little confused, but he immediately thought of something. If you mean to apologize publicly, then I'm sorry. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't make any comments on this. This really made Kai laugh. You mean, 100,000 casualties can't get an apology from you big guys? No. I don't mean that, Nick Fury explained. I mean, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be shown to the public. Huh? You don't think you are some mysterious organization? Even a little policeman like me knows about your existence. Who are you going to deceive? Kai felt incredible. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is like Camelot, or even like Kingsman, Kai would not say anything. But S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style of doing things is not low-key at all. Let's put it this way, except for the real ordinary people, basically everyone who should know about S.H.I.E.L.D. knows it. These guys even have their own office building, which is semi-public. In this case, why are they hiding it? Those who know, they should know. Those who don't know, let them continue to be ignorant, Nick Fury said calmly. The things we are exposed to are too far away and too dangerous for ordinary people. Exposing us too much will only get us and society into trouble. Huh? This is not the attitude to solve the problem, Kai sneered. Exposing us won't solve the problem at all, it will only make it worse. Once our existence is completely exposed, then someone will make us publicize the things we tried so hard to hide. Can you imagine what will happen if vampires, werewolves, all kinds of monsters, and mutants, which are considered rumors, are known by ordinary people? They all really exist. Let me tell you, disaster. It's a disaster. No, I think it's better that way. At least, you get supervision and restrictions. At least there will be fewer things like Los Angeles. Kai is not a decimator, but he believes in one thing, that unregulated power is the most terrifying. We have a regulatory agency. Who? Those idiot Security Council? Do they know what you did in Los Angeles? Chapter 600. Kai is a rather stubborn person. Once he has made up his mind, it is very difficult to change. For example, his attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. is a headache for Nick Fury. In fact, he has his own plans for Kai. He knows Kai's ability, so Nick Fury still hopes to incorporate him into his Avengers plan. In Kai's view, Kai is a person with a sense of justice and responsibility. And it happens that such people are very easy to control, and they cannot turn a blind eye to some things. Unexpectedly, Kai's prejudice against S.H.I.E.L.D. would reach this level. This is something Nick had never expected before. The existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect the world and prevent mankind from encountering disasters that they cannot cope with. Oh? Sorry, what did you say? Kai asked exaggeratedly. Prevent mankind from encountering disasters that they cannot cope with. Just like the war that just happened? Oh, sorry, if I remember correctly, things turned out like this. Isn't it you who made it happen? Phil was on the side, and he really couldn't stand it. Because every word of Kai caught their sore spot. Kai, we all know that the world is not safe. Humans need more powerful weapons to protect themselves. If one day, we face foreign invasion, will we just surrender? Kai turned to Phil. Kai could feel Phil's guilt, which made Kai have a positive view of this young man who looked like a small vendor. At least he was much better than Nick Fury, the bastard. Kai could not see any regret or guilt on Nick Fury's face from beginning to end, as if the casualties of 100,000 people were not worth mentioning. But Phil's words just now made Kai a little disappointed in this guy again. He heard only strong arrogance from these people. Using Ares as a weapon? Who gave you the confidence? Kai looked at Phil in disbelief. Did Batman tell you this? Nick Fury finally couldn't help but say, I don't know where he knew this, but he should have told us first. This could have been avoided. Nick Fury has been curious until now, where Batman and his men got the information from. Suspicious, he was eager to know the source of their intelligence. He never hesitated to look at things with the worst eyes. For example, in this incident, the Ares statue had been in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades without any problems, but something happened at this moment, and before that, Batman got the news in advance. Is there any connection between them? Kai was angry and laughed again. This logic is simply. Tell you? Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? And why should Batman believe you? Kai said with a smile. Fortunately, Kai didn't know the dark thoughts in Nick Fury's heart, otherwise he would be even angrier. Phil had to stand up again to ease the atmosphere. Kai, please don't be prejudiced against us. Everything we do is at least not for ourselves. We are S.H.I.E.L.D., Our last line of defense to protect the world. I think, whether it is you or Batman, you can choose to believe us, Tisk. Phil's words made Kai couldn't help laughing. You are so arrogant. I thought you were still a human being, at least you knew to feel ashamed of your misplacement. But now I realize that I really thought too much. Listening to what you said, I didn't hear a trace of reflection from it. You and your shield actually used the sentence, "We are not doing this for ourselves," to excuse yourselves. Phil, I thought you were at least a good person. But I found that there is no difference between you and this one-eyed bastard. The only difference is that he is more arrogant than you. Don't use big banners to find excuses for your behavior. The fact is, you messed up. You messed up when you knew the danger. Eris could have been sealed in the statue forever. But you let him go. The reason was to grasp his power and turn him into your weapon. Haha, it's really ridiculous. You actually tried to grasp the power of a god. And you knew nothing about that power from beginning to end. Kai didn't know what to say, because he found that when he said this, although Phil felt a little ashamed, he obviously didn't think that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s motives were wrong. He was just guilty of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s poor operation. And Nick Fury. Never mind, this guy never felt that he was wrong from the beginning to the end. Forget it, it seems that the cognitive gap between us is too big. There is no need to talk. You are just making excuses for your mistakes. You keep saying that the purpose is to protect humanity, so what about those who died today? Is it difficult to admit your mistakes, feel guilty, and then say sorry? Forget it, I think it is up to the public to judge whether what you did is right. I wish you good luck. After speaking, Kai said to Phil, "You can take this idiot away. The mentally retarded and the disabled need to be treated preferentially. Although he is a piece of shit, I can't deny that he is an idiot." Nick Fury calmly opened the handcuffs. Well, he opened it himself. Kai was not surprised. After all, he was an agent. If he didn't have this ability, he might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. I know you are angry, and I understand. But the fact proves that my worry is not wrong. Look at the battle that day. Do you think that humans can really deal with those antiques that came out of myths? The Night King with the same name as you made an entire army of monsters disappear without a trace with one blow. There are also the 3 female heroes of Chicago, and even the Batman. If one day they go to the opposite side of humanity, what can we use to resist? We must master those powers, even if so many people are sacrificed. It doesn't matter, Kai asked in disbelief. Nick Fury stopped talking. You are really the guardian of mankind, Kai said sarcastically. From what you just said, I came to a conclusion. Compared to those monsters, you, S.H.I.E.L.D., are the biggest threat to this world, Kai said seriously. You will always cause bigger troubles because of your arrogance. I am sure of it. Nick Fury looked at Kai deeply. Finally, he turned around and left. Just as Kai's attitude towards them has never changed, he also firmly believes in his position. They are for the future of mankind. The two parties finally parted ways unhappily. A few hours later, Kai sat in Tony's penthouse in the city center. Stark Tower was hid and could not be used. But the main body of the building was still intact and strong, and it did not collapse. However, it was useless if it did not collapse. This thing had to be demolished and rebuilt. After all, no one could guarantee whether Stark Tower had any safety hazards. So Tony had already decided to demolish the old building and rebuild a new one. In fact, most of the buildings affected by the disaster were treated in this way. It can be foreseen that the construction industry and real estate in Los Angeles will usher in a major development, which can bring a large number of job opportunities to Los Angeles, which can be regarded as a booster for the increasingly poor unemployment rate in the United States. Although Stark Tower is useless, it does not mean that Stark has no other properties in Los Angeles. In fact, we should not use our ordinary people's thinking to speculate on the world of local tyrants. Stark has a lot of properties in Los Angeles. For example, this penthouse. It is called an apartment, but it is actually a sky villa. This duplex apartment occupies the top 3 floors of this high-end apartment building. It has 12 bedrooms and 15 bathrooms, with an indoor area of more than 2,557 square meters and an outdoor area of 1,123 square meters. There is a helipad on the top floor, a sky garden, a swimming pool and a hot tub. From the edge of the swimming pool, you can overlook the entire Los Angeles. Kai doesn't know how much this house is worth, but it will not be less than $80 million. A rich man. Kai can never get rid of the mentality of a petty citizen. He has always been very frugal with money. He even thought that Afu's daily expenses for him were a bit too much. But now look at Tony. Damn, it turns out that rich people are not made overnight. Kai stood in front of the mirror, like a puppet, letting the woman manipulate him. To explain, Kai is not here to visit Tony. In fact, Kai rarely has any intersection with Tony in private life, let alone go to his house. There is no other reason. Tony's mouth is too annoying, it can make people angry to death. The reason why Kai broke the routine this time is entirely because Tony is going to hold a charity party, and most of the rich people in the city are here. As for why, isn't it obvious? Donating money for the reconstruction of Los Angeles. If it was just this, Kai would not bother to come. The key is that part of the fundraising this time is to go to the police station to provide pensions and support for the police officers who died. Now Kai has to come. Kai was originally wearing his own suit, but after arriving, Pepper and Natalie both thought that Kai's suit was too rustic. Kai didn't think much of it. British double-breasted suits and Oxford shoes are classics that will never go out of style. But these two beauties obviously don't like it. Can you take off this bow tie? I hate this thing. It makes me look like a waiter. Kai doesn't really have a preference for suits. The reason why he often wears British-style suits is entirely Alfu's fault, because Alfu is responsible for Kai's clothes. But he really doesn't like bow ties. Natalie slapped Kai's hand that was pulling the bow tie. It looks good, don't move it. As she said that, she helped Kai tidy up the bow tie that was messed up by Kai. The next step is accessories. Pepper squatted down to straighten Kai's trouser legs, then stood up to choose accessories for Kai. But Kai finally lost his patience. He turned and walked to the sofa opposite Tony, picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. That's me. Natalie saw Kai drank it without even looking at it, and swallowed the next words. Not a bad wine. Give me another glass. Kai usually wouldn't be so rude. But he really couldn't stand it. After being called by Tony, he spent 2 hours choosing clothes. It felt more tiring than fighting. Natalie turned around a little unhappy and twisted her hips to help Kai pour another glass of wine. I say, king of arrogance. Your girlfriend has been tossing on me for 2 hours, and you're not going to say anything. Tony was holding a tablet and reading something. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, oh, that's best, at least this way, I can be liberated, tisk. Kai sneered unhappily. Under normal circumstances, if Kai deliberately said it so ambiguously, this guy would definitely get angry like a cat whose tail was stepped on. But today's reaction made Kai particularly bored. Pepper hit Kai in annoyance, and at the same time glared at Tony coquettishly, but unfortunately, Tony didn't see it. Tony has been obsessed with researching new elements recently. If this charity gala was not a fixed event, he might not come at all. Pepper was helpless. Although she wanted Tony to accompany her, she was not a little girl. She knew that Tony was doing serious work and naturally would not make trouble. So she could only torment Kai. Come and see, I like that jewelry. Kai looked at a tray that Pepper brought, which was full of jewels. Forget it, I'm not interested in these things. Kai is a typical male chauvinist and thinks it's shameful for men to wear those fancy things. Natalie was more perceptive. She asked, what about a watch? You can wear one, a watch is fine. Although Kai usually uses his mobile phone to check the time, a watch is better for showing off. But forget it, the one I'm wearing is good enough. Kai was wearing the advanced artificial intelligence watch that Tony gave him before. It was very practical. Besides, I'm not used to wearing other people's watches, although it felt a bit hypocritical to say this. After all, he was still wearing the advanced artificial intelligence watch that Tony gave him before. But that was different. Kai used the thing more as a high-end tool, just like a pistol, and watches were more personal, so he was not willing to do so. At this time, Tony suddenly said, those are all new and just delivered. If you like them, take them away. If you don't like them, send them back. In fact, Tony never sent them back. He basically bought them all. He just said that. Choose this one. Natalie sat next to Kai with a wine glass and picked up a platinum watch from the table in front of the sofa. It matches the color of the clothes. After saying that, she knelt beside Kai and helped him put on the watch. It's not that Natalie is sick. She is wearing a tight one-step skirt that shows her figure. It's a bit indecent to squat down. It's better to kneel sideways. It looks more elegant. And Natalie put Kai's original advanced artificial intelligence watch aside. Kai saw from the corner of his eye that Natalie poked it with something when she took off the watch. It was so fast that it was almost gone in a flash. Kai remained calm and pretended not to know. He wanted to see what this woman was going to do. Natalie put on the watch and stood up and sat next to Kai. Kai was not polite and put his hand on Natalie's waist. They looked intimate. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Pepper smiled like an ant. It seems that Natalie has conquered Pepper and has a very good relationship with her. Yes, now Pepper takes Natalie with her wherever she goes. Almost missed it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.